I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it. Force the blood in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. feel they ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. Didn't you know? Yeah, I've been trying to keep it to myself. But girl, you make it wrong. Cause every time you move, yeah, it makes me wrong. On your feet right next to me, come on. Make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. Need you like me, come on. I got this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body's left my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. I got this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body's left this silhouette. Living in my mind, you know it. Didn't you know? Been trying to keep it to myself. On your feet right next to me, come on. Make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this. On your feet right next to me.
nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamizer. I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause the a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready.
Hello everybody and welcome back to VCT China. I'm Kets and with me is my favorite Irishman Madante, and together we're going to be your guides as we continue our journey through the group stages here, starting with Nova Esports taking on Trace Esports. Talk to me, Madante, how are we feeling?
Oh, we are feeling pretty damn good about this, Kets. It should be an exciting day. We're starting to get now 3 best of 3s getting kind of all smashed in together. So there's plenty of Valorant action to be coming over the course of the day. So as you said, Nova and Trace, just the ones to start us off. And then whenever we get through it later, we've got JDG, DRG, EDG. Everyone's making an appearance today, but we'll keep it concise. We'll keep it here for Nova and Trace. And on the one side we have Nova, a team that have basically came out of nowhere right now and at least looking very dominant, very forceful, and Trace, who all love to them, quite a disappointing show so far. Not a single map to be converted thus far in the group stages, and they've had a decent chance now to do that at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of just about Nova for a second, again, they had a pretty rough first stage here this year as they started out their journey in Tier 1. But, you know, they've come back. They've bounced back so well. They won that off-season event. And then ever since then, they've been looking really strong, especially with Swagso and Guang at the forefront there for that team. They've been looking unbelievable. They won both of their opening games here in Stage 2's group stages. And I think they're looking like they should be the favorites to take this one as well. Especially when you look at the other side, like you said, Trace struggling. Yet to win a map this stage, unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. They've been having a bit of a rush through it. They haven't even as well. So for that, the other event that you were mentioning, the CN Evo series as well, that was a 0-2 against Titan Esports Club back in May. So it's actually been since May 2022 that they have to win any maps or any series. So at this point, Trace now, they've been against FPX, they've been against Tyler, they've been against EDG, and now they go against Nova, a team that used to, I mean, back whenever I was just joining and getting used to VCT China, Trace were basically the team that everyone talked about. It wasn't Wolves, it wasn't even All Gamers, it was Trace was kind of the name of the game, and Billy were the two big names that were really kind of showing for me. So we get the lineup here, of course, a lot of familiar names, a lot of names that should not really need any introduction, but I'm really looking at this Trace roster to now rise up from the ashes and show that they can take on the rest of this group stage as comfortably as the likes of Nova.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle for them, though. I mean, you said it best. These are not new people on this roster. These are recognizable household names, especially within VCT China, that should be performing, at least as a team, much better than they are. And the unfortunate thing for Trace is there haven't been a lot of opportunities for them to really showcase their talent as well, compared to this Nova team, where we've seen really good macro, really good duelist entries from Swagso as well, incredible synergy, and even the ability to come back into maps that they start out losing, start out falling behind. And so in comparison, Trace, their only close map was against EDG on Ascent. Other than that, they've been kind of very underwhelming.
It has been an underwhelming performance, and as all love to the players and such are as well, if Ascent's your best performing map, you're not really going to be able to catch many teams out like by surprise in that regard. Ascent is a relatively solved map, even with the neon changes and such. We've kind of just, the fast lane can still very much work, or the Phoenix wall can go up, so there's not been too much in the way of adaptation or kind of flexibility for Ascent. So you can't really surprise any players. You can't really surprise any teams. At least if you had maps like Summit, Abyss, Corrode, that would be at least a bit of a surprise factor. But not really here. The surprise factor has to come down to the individual players. We've just seen how strong Guangji has been on that controller role for Nova, and Trace, at least for the moment, hasn't had any one of those kind of standout plays. As you mentioned, already Swagzor as well, doing a lot of work. The players that could have potential, Fang Fang, Liu King, even Del B, just not really having that performance that normally would have been expected for the love and the caliber that Trace certainly represents. So whether it's nerves, Trace are one of the teams that have mostly stayed the same, whether it's just, the structure of the team has kind of gotten a little bit too predictable, and therefore some of the other teams are really, with their kind of new rosters or their new kind of starts or their talents or even just their restructured compositions and rosters, they seem to be able just to take Trace by surprise, and Trace don't have that X factor right now, at least.
Yeah, it does feel a bit uninspired from the side of Trace. Like, they're kind of just running it back with the same sort of things that they were doing in Stage 1 rather than innovating. But let's talk a little bit about maps as well. And maybe, the one thing about VCT China is that you kind of never know when you enter one of these days who's going to end up actually winning. Because Trace do have the talent to pull through on a random day, on a random Sunday. So talking about maps for a second, I honestly don't really know what Nova's going to ban. It seems like they ban sort of depending on what their opponents pick. But for Trace, though, I'm expecting a Haven and Split. They've banned it every single time in the last 3 games they've played in Stage 2. I don't expect it to change.
I think I really have to agree with you. I mean, and another aspect of, please, maybe we see something a little bit more inspired, because if Trace are having a ban, Haven and Ascent, then we're going to likely be going to the likes of Summit, because we've already seen it on the stage. We've seen that a couple of teams have already started to really kind of learn the map, get the micro and the macro down. So we'll be seeing that. If Haven's gone, typically Lotus, which I don't know why I'd be thinking about Lotus. And anyway, I don't know what on my screen would be giving me Lotus vibes. I have no clue. But those are the kind of maps that then will come through in force. So, I mean, if I'm looking at kind of the maps as well that Nova have just played on as well, they've at least been able to show quite a bit of flexibility, to show quite a bit of map variety. And again, something that Trace might find themselves struggling with, just as we get to look at the skirmish and the results of that.
I mean, they seem to be going neck and neck, toe to toe here, and it's kind of Delby's taking taking the lead a bit. But hopefully one of these teams takes the hypnotic suggestion behind me. But I think specifically it's going to be Nova. They've picked it in the last 2 matches they've played in Stage 2. They've picked Lotus. That's been their pick. Now they did lose it against JDG. Even though they did come out 2-1 at the end of the day, they did lose Lotus. But I still think that they're going to be pretty comfortable picking it against a team like Trace. Frankly, I think they're going to be pretty comfortable picking anything against Trace here, because they look very confident. They look really good as a team.
What has kind of changed through the stages is we're starting to see, with the group stages now a little bit underway, we're still fairly early doors, but we can now at least say a couple of things very confidently, and that is we are getting to see the difference between Trace basically just saying we believe in our composition, we believe in our odds, Nova going, okay, we've got a lot of stuff changed up and we've already got the map pick here, and there's a little bit of what we would expect and then a little bit of fresh stuff. So exciting to see that.
Well, I've been bamboozled. There's no Lotus. We're not seeing that at all, but we do get that Ascent from the side of Trace, and we get Sunset, I think we saw. So that's a pretty interesting way to go. I always like going back to Ascent. It's a real good test of the fundamentals of these teams, because Ascent is the base map of Valorant to me, and it really comes down to how good you are at Valorant itself to win that map. So that's a really cool way to start this off.
Ascent requires you to have solid executes. It requires you to have just the good team play, the coordination, the awareness to know if the flank's coming up, even if you are rocking the sentinel roles that we do typically see, the Killjoys and the Cyphers. Some teams were a bit more flexible, shall we say. Vise was starting to maybe get tested out, even Deadlock as well on some of these kind of cheekier angles, but both Trace and Nova don't really have the player the player flexibility to mess around with these a little bit more niche agents in these plays. Now, again, I would love to maybe see Nova might surprise me on that. Trace, while I would love to see it, I have a little bit less confidence in it, but as the players walk out, and as I say that, I am happy to be proven oh so wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the last time, again, that Trace played Ascent, they did make it a bit competitive against a team of EDG's caliber, EDG themselves. So that should give them a little bit of confidence coming into this map, that at least they can get an early start into this series. Win or lose, that early start can be a massive confidence booster for them. Again, Trace have yet to win a single map this stage, so even winning one early on in the stage, before the group stages conclude, will be something nice for them to work off of. So Ascent is going to be a very, very important map for Trace, because as we head then into Sunset, Nova look so good on that map.
Sunset has at least been one aspect that Nova can look at to, or that Nova can look to really capitalize off of. It is a map that Trace do typically kind of find themselves a little bit more comfort on, a little bit more success on. The last time that we've seen Nova actually play on kind of any of those maps, the Breeze, if we get that far, was 13-9 for Nova against JDG, so if it gets to the distance, Trace might find themselves really struggling, but I do hold a lot of confidence that if we see Trace just surprise me by quite a large margin though, and are able to convert the first map, we could see them very much steamroll into that, use the momentum and find themselves on the backswing for not only just their first map, but their first series, taking Nova fully by surprise. And as the walkouts do conclude and complete, we've got the maps, we just really need the agents, and then we need the player agency to shine through.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, we actually haven't seen Nova play Ascent in this stage at all yet. The last time we saw them do it was at the grand finals of the CN Evo series, where they did win it pretty comfortably against Titan Esports Club, but at the same time, that was a few weeks ago. So there is a good chance for Trace here to show something new, to catch Nova off guard here, and maybe take this map, and then from there they can work on anti-shredding them on Split. I mean, Nova did have to show a lot on Split against FPX
JDG?
as well.
FPX, yes.
So as they step onto the stage here, it's gonna be a good map. I just want a map 3 without that. I just want a map 3.
I would love to see the map 3. We did get, we've not had too many of the map 3s. A lot of these have been 2-0 performances, at least in this group. The other group has been a little bit more competitive, but currently in this side, it has been fairly one-sided in a lot of cases, just very much quick 2-0s or slightly competitive 2-0s, but ones that you could very much kind of point to a team and look at and say, well, the team that just kind of performed better on the day were the ones that took the victory. And just kind of looking back as well for Trace, the last time that they made it, they looked at Breeze, they played EDG just 2 days ago, and it was a 13-3 against them. Then 5 days beforehand, still in the stage, they played against Tyloo, and that was also a 13-3. They played Sunset, that was a 5-13, or 13-3 for Tyloo, and a 13-5 for Trace. So a lot of work needing to be done, but this is the opportune moment to show that it has been exactly that.
Yeah, and before we head into, I mean, we'll see the agent picks that they go with in a second. I do wonder if Trace are going to stay with that single duelist Jet, Kai on Jet comp that they ran on Ascent against EDG, or if they're going to kind of move towards double duelist the way that Nova ran it in the CN Evo series, where they ran that Phoenix alongside that Jet. I'm not sure which comp is better, but I do like that double duelist comp, especially in this meta. Yes, I know that the Sentinels did get buffed, but Ascent, especially being so attacker-sided, having that double duelist, even on defense, to be able to push out mid and take control of that space, feels really valuable, rather than just having one Jet.
It's gotten to the point where the only thing that's going to change, particularly that's the only real moving part on Ascent, is KO, to be honest. And There we go. Basically, he is the one to move it off. Nova running the double duelist Swagzor and CV on the Neon Phoenix, respectively. We're actually not going for a hard Sentinel either. Nova going for the Chamber Guanji, so very aggressive, very proactive playstyle. Meanwhile, Trace rocking the bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Nova's changed up quite a bit. That Chamber in place of that KJ and a Neon in place of that Jet as well. This comp looks more like what we saw from Leviathan during Masters London as well. So I think that's kind of the direction that Nova have intended to go. And Trace, they've stuck with their comp again that they ran against EDG, hoping that perhaps, you know, they got 11 rounds against EDG, maybe against an opponent that they feel is a bit weaker, they can get all the way to 13.
Well, that would hopefully be the case. I do say bread and butter for a reason. That agent composition has basically never changed since KO got added. It's either interchangeable between Killjoy and Cypher, whether you just want to kind of play more retake style with the lockdown, or you want to be a bit more proactive with the Cypher and just playing off of the tripwires. And as you said, Kets, it is nice that we've got at least a little bit more possibility to run the Sentinels, but some of their buffs do leave a little bit to be desired. In fact, I would say Killjoy now looking quite a bit stronger with the rate of fire increase on the turret, but hey, Delby going for the tried, the true, the tested Cypher. We know where these trips are, but that means Nova do as well, and we'll have to see how that gets capitalized upon as we get started here in the first pistol.
Looks like a small bit of a push towards B. They're just stacking up towards that tiles area as Delby. Would you give him the angle here? Guang is ready. Crosshair primed for a quick headshot, get his team the advantage early on in the round. The smoke does come through. Surely you don't go out. I know you have a teleport, but that is risky. Please do make it their way to Catwalk here as they start to enter.
Oh, and the shots are coming through. Guanji is able to get back. Just do a little bit of damage with the ghost, and it's CB doing a lot more than that. Beautiful flash, but the shots don't go quite his way. Swagzor able to at least support him here, but it's not over and done with just yet. It is now, though. Azir brings him down, brings down the fight on Wine, and the final blow to be landed. A confident retake off of a single curveball.
I mean, incredible stuff. Taking so much space early on in B main allowed for the rest of Nova to hold towards A so strong, having no fear that they'll just walk up B main because they've got someone positioned deep in that angle. I mean, that's the kind of macro that we're seeing from Nova that has been so impressive.
Updates upon, you know, as you said, kind of innovation and flexibility and change up. It's been beautiful to see, and I do think this group stage has really started to highlight teams that are stuck in their ways and teams that are happy to adapt and learn and maybe go out of their comfort zones. Because yes, at the start, it's always a bit more tricky. It's always a bit tougher at the beginning, but eventually you'll start to learn. You'll pick up those pieces. You'll get to change up your composition to a completely different style that you'll find comfortable, that you'll find comfort in. And right now, well, a bit less comfort from Trace. Flash has already came through from the KO, and nothing to be capitalized off of it. The oil drone gets a little bit of information, but nothing being pushed off of yet, just from Trace.
Now there's a high-low at A. They're just very comfortable sitting here, and there's another high-low here now at B. It's two of them on either side of the map, kind of suffocating, or rather extinguishing any potential exec that Trace wants to take. Just like that as Cheetan gets the first kill onto Kai, leaving 4 members alive on the side of Trace, who are now heading towards A site into the waiting and much less loving hands of Guang.
Oh, we'll see if he even gets that far. He will indeed. Azir brings down Tree. Absolute judgment to be used. Swagzor, the beautiful shot off the bandit. And despite the fact I truly thought that was Guanji's kill to clean it up, it's going to be Omen on Omen violence. And again, very clean fundamentals from Nova. We don't have to push. We don't need to get aggressive. We use the utility to clear out the angles, and eventually the timer is going to bring you into our, as you said, Kets, much less than loving, but still open arms.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not even particularly complex things that Nova are doing. It's just the fundamentals. Their fundamentals look so much better than they did in stage 1. And just that difference alone, you know, you hear people talk about how teams need to work on their fundamentals first and foremost. This is why. It makes such a big difference to your ability to win these games. And as Trace now exec with the better guns, Nova are ready for this. They are pushed back Wang, especially with that recon dot. But as the retake now begins to come in, how much can Fang Fang do here? He needs to get a kill at least early on to really put a stop to this retake. The owl drone shot down. Lao King.
Good shot. At least the oil drone doesn't get too much information, but the fast lane that we were talking about earlier, Kets, Fang Fang's positioning here. He might not get checked. He doesn't get cleared. Guan Ji has to be the one to take off his head, but that's a mostly red kill sheet. And Del B, the last one to finish it off. Trace keep 3 players up, and the spike is planted. That's about as good as you can realistically get for that round 3, and Trace got to be feeling quite comfortable off the back of it.
An important round to win. I mean, you can't be losing a bonus here on a map that you kind of is a must win for you. But what a position from Fang Fang to take here. So patient. Doesn't show himself when Swagso dives in and waits for the remainder of that Heaven retake to come out and give him that free kill.
It's very good patience. It's such solid composure from the side of Nova. Now, well, you can see already Katan's got something in his hands, and Guan Ji, in fact, actually a similarly powerful weapon. Beautiful use of the Cypher Cage just to make sure that no one's going to get caught out. But speaking of the flash, the setups, the push up to market is stunning.
Swagso is just ready for that fight as well. He goes in and he gets another one, but he was blind. How have you allowed yourself to get killed there as Del B manages to get 2 of his own, including onto the Odin wielding Chitan? Guan Ji, how much can you do here? He has the angle. He's ready. He's not ready enough as F-Key just takes him out. CB has to do so much, but Del B continues his reign of terror. Trace are not ready to give up just yet. Ezir has so much left to do. Down to just 30 HP. They're not ready for the they're not ready for the teleport. But F-Key does manage to close it out right at the end there. A close round, but one that Trace are going to be very happy to pick up.
Oh, indeed, but could have ended all in tears. The shadow step not being completely called out for, and then Swagzor, this confidence paranoia still in place. But meanwhile, Del B just walking out of market, very much closed. Shutters are closed, and very much no one there for business. And this is here just getting a little bit antsy, a little bit too, I would guess, proactive and getting caught out there. Very, very solid showing from F-Key there to not get worried, not give his position away too early, and just be able to get that refrag. And as you said, Kets, a very good round for Trace to pick up, and it's completely taken the wind out of Nova's sails here. Nothing to be bought up except the most expensive being Sheriffs.
We have seen Nova pull out some thrifties, but this one in particular would be quite difficult, especially with the momentum that Trace have built up now. They're gonna try their best. They have stacked towards that A site though, so all Trace would have to do really is go towards B.
There's not much on, but going on towards the V site, but as you said, Katan might be able to find something at least on towards the A site, towards this tree angle. They are indeed. Guan Ji, yeah, basically got an empty B site to himself, but not much of a concern if there's no one else pushing you. And as the utility all comes through, we'll see how we answer it back.
Oh, it's an overdrive coming in as Swagso goes in for the kill. He's not going to be able to get one even. Nova CB does get 2, and F-Key does trade it out, but Chitan gets a headshot onto F-Key as well. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2. The gun's being picked up in Catwalk, and CB pops the out. He gets taken out anyway, and all just like that. It all falls apart. A headshot comes through. The spike is dropped, picked up by now Lao King. Goes towards that A side to plant it. The door closed. 4 seconds, just enough time to get it down. How much can Guang do?
We'll find out. 2 dark covers as well, and a teleport from Low King. This is his round to lose. It's a beautiful crouch! Guanji somehow makes that one way his way, and that is a huge, huge performance up from Guanji. And if there is one thing you can say about VCT China, it is thrifties abound whenever you least expect them.
I mean, it's a patented Nova thrifty here again. How do they keep pulling this off, especially with Swags not getting a single kill with that overdrive either, and unfortunately for Lao King, his own smoke creates a one-way in favor of Guang.
That's a heart-breaking way to lose the round, and suddenly Trace now having to staring down the barrel of their own thrifty. A lot of ultimates online. We got the null command, we get the blade storm that's almost certainly going to get popped, and yes, it has been done by Kai. And Guangji's not really been able to keep an eye on this catwalk area very much, and because of it, you can see the odd drone's already down, and there's a lot of presence towards Tree already.
Azir is in such an unreadable position up on that boxes there. Takes out Kai. Not the most important. He did have that blade storm, so that is a bit useful to take out. But as the rest of Priest now head to mid, they're finding themselves in a difficult uphill battle.
Well, especially with Kai now dead, the blade storm is usually the way to cheat out the thrifties. Not that Nova, of course, required it on the previous round, but does make life a lot easier whenever you get those daggers to make those headshots count. And now the ultimate's really not going to be able to get much value. Neither is the flashpoint. Guanji going to just step out, even done the damage, but going to be punished for his sins.
A very bold move to just walk out there, but Azir on site gets taken out as well. Is it going to be a thrifty on a thrifty? There are still guns to pick up.
No way.
Delphi gets another one. How has this happened? All because of overextension and overzealous moments from the players of Nova here. Uncharacteristic. They've been so good about their fundamentals, now falling apart a little bit as 3 members left on Trace. A spike down and a retake still not quite begun.
Oh, Liu King gets the flank, but
God.
the timing doesn't work out for him. Cheetan's good for 1. The tap on the spike. It's another one-way. Delby's getting pushed, but Cheetan's not going to have the time. He's not going to even have the time to shoot the Odin, let alone time to defuse the spike. And Thrifty's back-to-back here, kids. It's already a huge blow-for-blow slugfest, and we're only going into the 7th round.
I think Guang has to be kicking himself here. What a blunder to be walking out with the teleport available as well. He could have just gone back, but dying. And then leading to a snowball. Loss of a 4v5 anti-eco. Now though, it's an eco again for Nova. And look at Cheetan's position.
We're just answering back. Thrifties and Cheetans in logs. It's a bit too obvious, but Kai at least is getting the angles cleared. He is getting his team onto site, and Trace, knowing that the economy favors them so heavily, they're just going to hold down the W keys. They're going to just rush it down. Yes, Azir gets a kill on the F key, but that's it. The tour de force from Guang not going to find really much value here, short of Trace massively overextending, which I guess would not be completely out of order for what we've seen thus far, Kets, but I believe Guang just going to try and get as many consolation kills as he can.
Not quite sure about the idea behind the tour de force here as well. Perhaps the worst ultimate to have on a retake, especially when you're down numbers, but that's another ult that they're gonna maybe wish that they had for the remainder of this half, especially with its effect on the economy as well, and stabilizing that. But this has been a rough couple of rounds from Nova.
There's what was looking so clean off the back of it, and suddenly one miscommunicated retake on the A site, just angles not being checked, the aspects not being fully double swung and cleared and committed to. And those fundamentals that we talked about are so important. You're seeing in real time what happens when those fall to the wayside. And Nova, the coaches are seeing it too. The first time out being called, and the fact that it's Trace to force Nova to do it should fill them with confidence.
it should. And now as Nova takes that time out, they're gonna be talking about these fast pushes from Trace. It feels like Trace have figured out they're going fast, getting themselves to the edge of the site and then exploding in fast and not really caring too much about lurking is the key to beating this composition from Nova. And that's probably what they're going to be talking about here. And that's essentially what they have to be talking about as well, because if Nova want this map to go their way, they're on defense. This is a very defender-sided map. They need to be winning at least 7, maybe 8 rounds.
And anything short of an 8-4 half for the defender side is usually quite worrying, is a bit of a concern. Now, because of the fact that the compositions are a little bit different, we're not playing just the mirror composition, it doesn't immediately translate as well in that regard. Sometimes you're able to steal stuff out. I mean, whenever Nova gets onto the attack, you've got entries from Swagsource Fastlane, you've got the backup from CB, who's already used the curveball to beautiful effect. So we might see the aggressive composition work in Nova's favor, but completely agree with you, Cats. Overall, this is a massively defender-sided map, and Nova needs to start showing that.
It's a big buy round now. If they're gonna bring it back, this would be the round to do so. They don't want to go back to another eco. Oh, sure, you thrifted once, but can you do it multiple times? I'm sure they don't want to find out. And so, you know, this is a big round for them.
Even if the answer is yes to if you can thrifty multiple times, you don't ever want to be in a position where that's happening. Speaking of being in a position, you don't want to be having Nova's members, 3 players just walk through. The flashpoint is completely avoided, but meanwhile it's not over just yet. A bit of aggressive push is going to get punished, and Liu King now in a 1v3.
My condolences to the observers here. It was kill after kill on every corner of the map. And as Liu King peeks that mid area, he's greeted by not 1, but 2 members of Nova. And that is what they needed. That is the equalizer that was sorely. They really needed that.
Absolutely true, and this is good adaptation from Nova. You can tell the timeout worked. You know that F key is the only real flash that Trace are gonna have. You know that they're gonna need to push off of F key. So the minute you hear that flash bang off a wall or ping off a wall, you know that's your time to swing. And Nova, beautifully done, beautifully shut down execute against Trace, and we'll see if they can keep that on, or if Trace seemingly can continue to build their confidence, because they do seem confident.
Oh, they seem very confident. They're playing together as a team much better too. They just need to hit a bit more of their shots that round. But 4-4, I mean, this is as even as it can get. Again, though, Nova do need a few more rounds to make this defense half at least even. But as Trace head towards B, Spexo is in an incredibly advanced position to get a lot of value here.
Oh, indeed. And the shock dart comes through. That information is going to come through as soon as this information is granted. Cheetan's just going to start spraying, but it's all distraction for Swagzor. The relay bolt's beautiful. Can't get any more, but that is still enough.
Oh, 2's plenty from that position. In fact, I would have been happy with just 1. But if you're able to get 2, that's even better. Guang does manage to stop that from the shadows from being committed. But Trace now down to just 3 members, aren't sure where they want to go. Market is where they've elected to explore. But waiting for them there is CB, who has been an incredible addition to this team. And they're just not gonna check him.
Oh.
They're just not gonna check him. He gets 2. Reminiscent of something from Paper Eggs. Just mows them down from that position unchecked, and that leaves Del B alone to save what remains of their economy.
Yeah, one Vandal, you're not saving the spike in that position. You're not really able to get anything working in that regard. And I have to say, a little bit of an oversight there from the side of Trace. You should be aware that no one from Nova has seen any presence on either the A or the B site, and therefore they have to expect that market is maybe going to be where you end up. So the fact that that corner isn't checked the fact that no utility was committed on towards CB is quite a large overstep. And of course, we just seen how confident CB was in punishing that. He's not even really been committed to the run it back. As strong as the ultimate is, we might be seeing a different story. Never mind, it's just a straight run it down. And right now, they may find themselves trapped. CB trying to survive the Hunter's Fury. And it's his own teammate. Cheetan kills his teammate, but the trade is equalized. And I believe that's going to be Trace quite more happy with that outcome.
In an attempt to save his teammate, he's unfortunately taken him out with the member of Nova as well, bringing us down to a 3v3 as you said. And this is a massive fight as Del B takes on Azir here. Both members tagged up a little bit, both retreating. And it does seem like A is the end position for Trace here, but they're going to be walking into a gun that is very difficult to deal with, especially with the util that they have left.
Well, as long as Del B is alive, Cheetan has very frequently struggled to be able to pull the trigger fast enough, so that might be the single solution to the Odin. But other than that, Kets, you are completely correct. This is a difficult gun to deal with. Fang Fang does have the recon darts, so there is definitely utility here, but it's going to be just an empty swing. It's going to be a donation of kills, a donation of souls, and it's Azir to pick up the last one here. Del B should not really be able to find any gap in that timing, especially with only 15 seconds left, and we're getting an IRL demonstration of what the Odin does. It goes brrr.
I am shocked that the recon dart was not used, even attempting to catch anybody on site there with some information. But this is one of those clips where you look at it. This is what got initiators nerfed, by the way.
You would have to say so. It might have been what got the Odin. There we go. You get to hear it yourself. I don't even need to say it. The Odin will go brrr, and now Trace were able to avoid the timeout. Thought it was going to need to get called earlier than this, but credit to them. The feet have been dug in. They are holding their ground. They just need to be able to work out what they do now that Nova have understood their aggressive kind of mentality and play style.
I mean, they have completely recovered in this half now. Trace take their time out, hoping to do much of the same. If they can make this 6-6, they're going to be very happy. If they can make this 5-7, they're going to be relatively okay going into that second half. They're going to feel like it was a pretty balanced half. Like neither side won, but a 6-6 is still on the table here. And if Trace can pull that off, they're going to be very, very, very happy going into that second half. Especially with the composition that they have with that... Hammer? No, with that...
the Cypher?
Cypher, with the Cypher.
There we go, with the Cypher. Yeah, indeed. I mean, the Del B's currently been the one to show up for Trace, but that does leave a little bit more to be desired. Kai has been getting good entries, has been getting the space for the team, but the frags on the back of that aren't really there, and we can see Nova are so good at pivoting, so good at repositioning. We had a 3-stack on tree, now it's 2 out mid, and it's gonna be a full push.
Oh my god. Kai gets 2, but look at Nova equalizing just as fast. Once again, we found ourselves in a 3v3 where the round kind of resets, but Lao King is just running into sight with no utility, nothing. Gets caught out by Guang and his operator, and that puts Trace in a really difficult position to recover from. I can't imagine he thought he had the timing there.
I don't know what the comm kind of was, just the double push out mid, and then, you know, the tree presence, maybe just, oh, no one will be watching the A site if there's been potentially a pivot towards the B site. I believe that is just a kind of a 50-50 coin toss of the remaining resources will be on the B site rather than the A, and of course, that didn't end up being the case, and now just a beautiful positioning from Cheetan. That dart just a little bit too late from Fang Fang, and another round on the board for Nova. This utility, Kets, I have to say, is leaving a little bit to be desired.
I mean, all Chitian really needs is to see a pixel of you, because that Odin can get you through any wall on this map. This map is made of paper with a bit of metal here and there. All he needs is a tiny angle, and all of his skills are through the wall. He just doesn't need to see your body. You don't need to see him for him to see you. And that's why you need those recon dots, why you need those out drones to clear him out. Because doing it with bodies is just not going to work against an Odin on this map.
It's really, really not. And now we've got one more round left. I have to really actually call out. CB has used one run it back this entire half, and the whole point. Phoenix's flash is not the strongest flash at this level. It can get turned quite easily. So the fact that we're now seeing it get used, and all it's done is kind of just walk through mid. It's gotten a little bit of positional space, I guess, but no information to be found, no kills to be found. That could have been used for a retake. That could have been used to stop Trace whenever the execute really began. To have waited so long to use the run it back, I'm quite disappointed at the result.
Wang is just so ready for that peek from Kai, though. It's another instance where your entry duelist is gone, and now Trace don't really have a way to explode onto the side here. They have to essentially walk in, and as the relay ball comes out, and Swaxor comes out with it, what are you meant to do? And he doesn't even get the teleport, he doesn't even get the shroud and stab. Wang is just too fast. It's annihilation.
Yeah, that was a bloodbath there, and we'll get to see it in the replay. Every single piece of utility to perfection. Guang, that's not utility, that's an operator. This relay ball into full flash. You can see on the kill feed, CB got picked up by Fang Fang, but that's the sacrificial lamb. That's the distraction. That is the, hey, look over here, stare this flash down, and you will not even see your demise coming. And we talked about it, Kets. 8 and 4 for Nova. Kind of the minimal to say that they would be very happy going into this attack side. But with their composition too, they are poised to just keep this momentum running.
You could just tell how confident every member of Nova is. They have no problems whatsoever just taking these advanced positions, and that gets them so much information. Ascent is not a big map. If you go A main and you put Guang in that position where he was, you know they're not coming A. I mean, they can't just enter from trees. You try and you see what happened to them with Swaxor just coming out with that flash and getting all three. So with a map this small, letting Nova take that much space and going as slow as Trace have, the rounds they won have all been fast rushes. But they don't seem to be wanting to do that. And that has led us to an 8-4. And that's a really good score for Nova to be at.
Yeah, it's a really dominating score right now. As you said, the rounds have not been particularly close. The mid-rounding has not really been too much from Trace, as you really highlighted, Kets. As soon as that initial engagement doesn't go Trace's way, or that they can't just immediately collapse onto the site from their first execute, there is a little bit of shrugs, there's a little bit of uncertainty, and we've seen that Viva has even jumped over from player to assistant coach. So at this stage, there has been enough of a change up for Trace, firmly believing that Viva is more supportive in that coaching role. And right now, we're just maybe not seeing the impacts of that coaching fully come through. It is only the first half, so there is still an entire defense half for Trace to prove us wrong. But with the second pistol round already on its way, and any potential headshot from Guang not going to be the case just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. It's only been a half, and I think of all the regions of VCT, you see the most comebacks and the most upsets in VCT China, so we're still in for a pretty good game, potentially, as now Nova begin that exec, but Swaxor is the only one on site, but he's more than enough as his members come in. Kai does manage to get 2 dashes away. The tailwind good enough to get into safety, albeit with a little bit of HP left to work with.
Ooh, but that's a shock dart and a half. Swaxor could easily find himself going down. The recon dart is going to get the scan, but Swaxor just holds his ground. He knows the Zero and Kwang are behind him. The second pistol round for Nova, and Well, I would say likely a second round to boot, but this is China, Ket. There is every possibility this is Trace's round, guaranteed, about to come up here.
It could be, but it's going to be quite a difficult round for Trace to win with the weaker buy that comes as a result of losing this pistol. It's a snowball kind of game, and losing that pistol is very, very devastating. But, you know, it's not the end of the world. It's we keep saying it, it's VCT China. I mean, it is VCT China. It is the land of upsets and the land of killing your wagers, killing your parlays. And as... we head into this eco round from Trace, it's possible that we get a thrifty.
I mean, the stack up on Tree, we can hear the door already getting shut. Not broken just yet, but already been pre-shut. We're seeing the mollies come through as well, clear out wine, but this is all just tentative steps. And Trace looking a little bit antsy right now. 4 players dedicated towards the A site, and even Delby having to kind of resist the urge to go and rotate, but Guang will resist no such urge to swing, and he will take Liu King's life.
It's just so much confidence. They fight these angles like they have no worry that they might lose because they just don't. But as they now head into B here, they're heading into a site which just has one person in it. It is Delby, the Cypher. Okay, Kai just walks out. The flash doesn't quite make it worthwhile. Delby and FK get one each, but look at the kills coming through from Nova as well. FK, the only one remaining. He's gonna get two! Somehow he got 2, and Azir wins it with just 2146 HP remaining.
Oh my, FK might have just shown the power of the classic, but what was that? We'll get to see it in a moment, but this looked basically primed for a flawless position for the side of Nova, and suddenly Trace, FK doing all of this hard work, all of these hard angles, and he's caught up to Delby. Kai now all 10 kills. They just need to get a couple more multi-frags, and the economy damage from Trace has been done on towards Nova, but you need the rounds as well, and that's what Trace are struggling with. Kai with a beautiful opening frag on the CB might be the opening pick, but Swagster's already on Heaven.
He's turned around though, and he might not expect Kai to be so close to him, and he doesn't. Kai coming online here would be massive for Trace. 3 kills on the board before being taken out by Azir, who might just go down. No, he gets Fang Fang. All of a sudden, it's a 2v3. It's still a bit difficult for Nova, but given the positions that they have, it's certainly not impossible. Especially if Azir can get one more kill, he would have that from the shadows.
And at that point, then, this entire map would be Nova's oyster. The A main check as well can happen. The Cypher trip, as you see, and a little bit of an off angle to try and make life a little bit difficult, but that's been found now by Azir. We're jumping to the most valuable. There we go. We're back now. Okay, a little bit early, but nice to know who the MVP is at this stage. But the timing here, Delby, is everything. The beautiful shot onto Azir. The spike is at least going to get planted, but Guang now is going to face down an army, and he's going to fall at the first hurdle.
A really, really good round from Trace, picking up that bonus from the side of Nova. And that really came down to Kai doing what we need him to do consistently. I mean, he has been the first death so many times, but whenever he is the first kill, they get so much value out of it. I do not know how he got that one, but you know what? The second and the third were very nice, so we'll just give it anyway.
That's one of those things. You get a kill like that, that's your opening kill. The rest of the kills are you're then turned on. You're then now able to land the rest of your shots because you just harness the power of a random shot through the smoke like that. And well, now we've got to harness the power of a full buy. Liu King, the only one not able to fully capitalize off of it. Kai does have the Blade Storm, but it is an aggressive push up A long to try and get any sort of initial pressure. But Nova very happy to wait Trace out, and we'll see if this ends up being their downfall, quite similar to how it was Trace's.
Trace have this tendency to over-rotate. You see, when Nova was on defense and they put Guang in that advanced position in A main, Guang stayed there for a very long time, but whereas when Trace do it, Liu King moves away even before his one-way goes away, and that loses them the space that could have been valuable now.
There is a bit of capitulation, at least on the side of Trace here, and a little bit too much worry that the retext, maybe they're not the most confident in. And to be fair, the flash setups from FK are starting to really get figured out. Nova are starting to play off of that timing, and as the full rotate and the full pivot towards the A site, a Cypher trip here is set up. It could be the difference maker. We'll see if it is.
Nova now beginning that entry as FK gets a kill off the CB's ethereal form, but it doesn't matter. Nova going band for band amongst each other, getting kill after kill after kill. And now it's a round that is almost certainly done.
I believe this is fully dusted, and the fact that the last two members of Trace are sitting on the B site means I think they agree with us, Kets. And it's difficult to deal with such a clean execute. The shock dart to take down, down the Cypher trip from Del B, the one piece of utility I said that could be the difference maker. And I have to very quickly highlight that Nova are playing very heavy around the ult orbs. They're playing so that CB has basically got his run it back every 2 to 3 rounds maximum, which is so interesting considering how reserved Nova were playing with the run it back on defense. CB seemed very concerned if that ult didn't get the most value in the world. Meanwhile, we are literally running it back every round or 2, and that is refreshing. It shows me that Nova understand how the ultimate should work. I would just love to see it committed to even harder.
Yeah, I mean, it's those fundamentals back at it again. It's a better understanding of economy, better understanding of ults, spacing, push and pull. We said at the start of this map, you know, Ascent is a place where the team that's better at Valorant wins usually, and we see that come to fruition now. Nova look like they understand the game at a more fundamental level than Trace, and that's probably what is being discussed here in this timeout as well. Going back to those fundamentals, understanding the power of taking space and keeping a hold of that space.
That does seem to be the name of the game right now, and as Trace take the second time out, the last-ditch attempt to stop Nova running away with this map. I do have to query, or I do have to at least question the difficult thing about KO, but it does also make him a flexible agent, is the fact that you have the right click versus the left click for the flashpoint. The left click is, you know, in a set-up team, a coordinated push, the left click is better 99 times out of 100 just because it's a longer flash, because you can get these really kind of set up and cheeky angles that cover an entire site. But again, as soon as Nova hear that first like dink off the wall, they're swinging before the flash activates. They're getting a kill before they lose their vision, and Trace aren't really adapting to that. I would like to see maybe just a couple of right clicks from FK, just those flashes to immediately engage, or just to play a distraction, completely play fake flash and try and push that through. And FK, at the very least, a good sacrificial lamb, and Leo King with the support.
FK does get taken down, but it is a form that he can recover from, as we are in a bit of a fast forward mode for a second there. He does come back, but he's taken out immediately by CB. The 4v4 now.
So now with that, that's a big kill. The ultimates and all the abilities are back online. Azir,
what is he doing?
Azir moonwalking? Azir moonwalking across A main, I guess, and he will pay for his dance moves. And Kai gonna carve up everyone else on Nova. A statement made, but gotta make a couple more statements before you can print that novel.
Oh yeah, absolutely, I love that. But you know, Kai, yeah, he has to come online here. It's a good, you know, back and forth from, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, what? Anyways,
I don't know what that was. I thought maybe he was going for a jumping, but he had his back turned. I really don't know what that was.
Maybe the shadow step. Anyway, maybe Azir wouldn't even know. It doesn't matter. It's been there. It was there. Now it's in the past, and we'll already see. Look at the value here from Trace. That's a solid, good use of the shock dart. Already the trademark is dealt with, and Kai being completely pushed off of this B main side. Del B needing to support the team, but the utility is overwhelming.
They have been pushed all the way to the back of side, but it is somewhat of a stack side. 2 people here holding, especially with this operator in boathouse. It's going to be quite difficult to clear. You clear him, you don't clear the front side. They instead clear spawn, as DLB and Azir get one of their own. FK might be in trouble here. He doesn't. Oh, I thought he was going to get that one onto CB as well before CB kills him, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. And Guang, these guys are so good at getting these kills through walls. And Kai is not ready, which is shocking. He expects Guang to come from stairs, but instead Guang backtracks and gets that kill, leaving Lao King all on his own to recover around. That would be a miracle to do.
Oh, absolutely. In theory, at the very least, he does only have a 1 versus 3. I mean, I say only, as if Azir is going to make that easy for Liu King, or even possible. But it was a factor at the very least. Guag was all the way over in the B side. But what a lurk. We really, really did keep going on about fundamentals, Kets, but they're so important. Nova getting the mid push read that 2 players at least have pivoted on towards the back of site. If we clear the defender side spawn, we're really only going to have to deal with 2 people. CB gets the lurk up market, and that timing is stunning. It's able to put Nova onto match point, and Trace Esports with everything to throw at the wall. They just have to hope a lot sticks.
Unreal stuff. Trace just every round Trace lose, it feels like they're getting caught off guard by a lurk or by a timing, and it just comes down to not taking space at the right time. It's not just taking space, it's taking it at the right time, giving it up at the right time, and taking it back at the right time. And that's really where Trace are struggling the most, it would seem. But now, I mean, they both have bought. It's a big round. Obviously, if Nova win, that's the first map gone. And they're going to be heading into Nova's map pick. Something that Trace absolutely don't want. But to win 6 in a row now would take a lot. And Fong just goes down. That's the Odin gone. The operator takes its place.
It's all quiet here now. Guang getting the operator just to put it on towards market. We, of course, know there's no one there. The Omens as well, both lurking on mid pretty heavily. Liu King all the way towards A main. Believing that Azir, believing that someone at least might come in through the flank on A, and to be fair, he's not entirely wrong as the dark covers go down. The potential final push of the map comes through.
LB just walks through the wall and he gets 2. Lao King gets 1 as well. Chidi is the only one able to get anything before being taken out by Kai. That was a really, really good hold from Trace.
That was stunning. That was beginning, middle, and end. That's exactly what you want to expect. And it is off the back of a beautiful push from DLB. You said it, Kets. It's not just about taking positioning. It's about taking it at the right time. It's about giving it up at the right time. And that was all the right time. That was stunning stuff from DLB to basically shut that execute down right in its tracks. But it's not over yet for Trace. The Hunter's Fury online, CB one off the run it back. Any utility comes through. Guang's even got the Tour de Force as well. So this is still another huge round, another very possible one for Nova to convert. Trace are going to be in the back foot for essentially the rest of this half. Maybe bar 1 or 2 saves from Nova if they manage to break the economy that hard.
And that's the thing with being up at match point, is that all it takes is for your opponent to make a single mistake. And that's the mistake we were talking about. The flash discombobulating Kai, forcing him to dashing into that wall. And as Lao King now really bolted, stunned up, finds himself pushed into this corner of hell. How much can he do? Die, it seems, is the only thing he's capable of pulling off in that moment. Fang Fang gets 2. Chitian takes him out. 1 member left to save the map for Trace, and it's DLB, but Guang just too sharp with that one. And that is a map for Nova. Trace's map pick of Ascent going 13-7 against them. It is unbelievable stuff from Nova.
That's really, really clean work from Nova, and a little bit, again, of a lost moment from Del B. He has the neural theft online. There is a body. You know, there is a Neon that has been killed by his team, and it's just not used. It's just not committed to. And, yeah, we get to see the push again here. F-Key going for the right-click flashpoints, but the double up was the problem there. Had he done the single flash, he might have been able to make something work, but instead it was the double up flash just getting caught out by Swagzor, who respected no such space, who gave very little respect at all for the entire of this map. And well, enjoy Trace on the highlight reel, because there's not really too many other than these opening rounds here, Kat, unfortunately for them.
It's been a difficult map to stay in control of for Trace. It looked pretty good at the start of it. I mean, the pistol round aside, they looked like they could be winning this map, or at least making it very competitive at the very least. But unfortunately, I think after this one, when CB was killed by Sikten, is the one where it all started falling apart. And my god, Nova looked so good with all of these guns, with the Odin, with the Yob, and Swagzor doing stuff like this. I mean, unbelievable confidence and belief in his team and the game plan and the read. He knows that that flash is gonna get at least one, maybe two. He gets gifted with 3, but it's that confidence and it's that belief in the game plan and the read that makes Nova such a threatening team here in Stage 2 of VCT China.
Confidence and ability to read really is the name of the game. And there's one more thing that comes with it: confidence, mechanics, everything to build that up is just absolutely stunning from Nova, and we'll get to hear the comms to see exactly how they do it.
Let's go!
哎小上了，
On that short. No be man, no be man.
没大了。I just found the
解雷了，看拍了，
没大一个。
可以。还 flash，谁？丢，
关门了。
flash，
也 go， 没大一个。
投。
哎，交下，交下。
不要，wait for 不要，铁下。
Jenny。
I like that, B. Let's go. Keep it up, okay? 找他们 P 一下，不能卖他的。A 大还有，就是。
前一小，不是我单一小，别看一小，别看一小，
躲起来。A 小过了。Nice! Let's go. Let's go.
Swagzor.
I mean, he was so good. The confidence, just taking so much space. No fear. Even if he dies, you can be sure he's going to do it again the next round.
Well, he just knew that CV was behind him, and that's the thing, the double duelist kits that you pointed out. Whenever you get this level of composure, right, you know that someone's going to swing behind you, you know the setup's going to be there, and Swagzor, that was it. Swagzor very much was playing to sacrifice his life to get that space, and Kai was doing a similar sort of game plan, but he wasn't really getting the frags to back it up either. You know, if you were killing Swagzor, you were likely going down with him, either at his own hands or at the hands of a teammate standing right behind him. So while MVP deserved for him, we look at the stats here, it's not as if other people weren't showing up. I mean, Azir's on 18 and 9, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I mean, he had an absolutely unbelievable game as well. And, you know, to his credit, as much as he had a rough attack half, Kai did absolutely step it up in that defense half as well. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't quite enough to get through Nova's double duelist pushes, especially down 8-4. And you can just see the first kills, 4 more first kills for the side of Nova here. I mean, that is such a massive difference maker.
It really, really is. And I mean, we've seen the spike conversions there, 4 out of 5 for Trace and 5 out of 6 for Nova. But 4 out of 5, that's an 80% conversion rate. That's pretty damn good. That does just go to show that if Trace were more comfortable, if they played at the pace that we were both kind of talking about, that you in particular, Kets, had highlighted, that we maybe would have seen a completely different slash line. It just... whether it was just nerves, a little bit of lack of confidence, it wasn't there, and now you somehow have to rebuild that confidence after a 13-7, which isn't the worst scoreline, but on your own map pick, you would really hope to have a little bit more.
Yeah, you absolutely would. And again, going into Sunset, it's a map that Nova are gonna feel very, very comfortable playing. And on the other side, it's a map that Trace are not gonna feel very comfortable playing. The last 2 times they played it, they lost 3-13 and 5-13. Neither of which are particularly impressive scorelines. So it's something that they're gonna have to have fixed before they come against Nova here. But we're gonna have to see how that turns out in just a bit. But first, let's take a quick little break, and when we come back, we continue with Nova Esports versus Trace Esports.
Some things are meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side.
Alright, welcome back to Nova Esports versus Trace Esports here in Week 2 of VCT China Stage 2, where we saw Nova take a dominant win on Trace's map pick of Ascent 13-7, and now we're heading into Sunset. I'm still Cats, with me is still Madante. How are we feeling?
We are feeling, if we're Trace, we might be feeling a little bit nervous. If we are Nova, we might be feeling very confident. But if we are us in this side of the booth, we are feeling ecstatic to get into another map of this in just but a moment. If anyone did miss it, 13-7 on your opponent's map pick on Ascent. Trace going for the Ascent composition, and Nova rocking the double duelist really high. Well, double duelist with Guang on chamber as well. Aggression was the name of the game. Proactivity was the name of the game. And if there is one thing you can say about Sunset, it's proactivity wins you rounds. And Nova take the exact same composition right from Ascent and double it up.
Yeah, I mean, Nova look really good on this map, especially with this composition as well. And on the other side, Trace, you know, they look not so good on this map. Again, 13-3, 3-13, 5-13 the last two times they played it. Whereas Nova, the last time they played it against FPX, ended up winning 13-7 with this exact composition. So they're going to be feeling really confident coming into this.
Yeah, they absolutely are indeed. And we'll get to see what happens moving F Key over to the Sage. Sage basically does find her one home on this map. Personally, even as a dedicated main of the character, I don't think she gets enough value over all the res. Unless you are playing super aggressive, super confident, and basically baiting your teammate to get the value off the reses to make the slow orbs the most valuable piece of utility, like in the server, you do find yourself struggling with kind of controlling that pace and controlling that play. And I do lie a little bit. Autumn has moved over from the Sova to the KO, but that is literally the only change from them here. And we'll see if the change-ups from Trace a little bit more intense than Nova's, and they'll have to be the difference maker.
They did play that Sage before. It's just that, you know, Feng and FK have just changed roles as Kai gets that opening kill. He gets two there. These are the opening kills that were sorely missing in Ascent, as Trace now leaves Cheetah, the only member remaining on Nova to clutch this round with the spike dropped in the front of two members of Trace. That's a really good flash to kick things off, though. It's a 1v2 all of a sudden. Doesn't quite make it work as FK comes in from the other side to take the position left behind. And that's a really important pistol. The first one they've won.
Massive, massive work from Kai, and nothing complex there. Just good mechanics and good shooting. That's one, that's two. And as you said, Kets, had we seen those kind of frags from Kai, he really did start to show up on the defense round of it, on the defense half of Ascent, sorry. So maybe Trace starting on the defense side here, that might actually give them the space and the confidence. But the pistol opener is beautiful for them, and you can already see the buy-ups coming through. They are not going to stop at any they're not going to stop short of any possibility to get this converted as well. The Sage Wall goes up, and that's going to give a lot of information just from the classics echoing up. And the oil drone not dodged fully, but given at least a little bit less info, but the trades are even.
Till Delby comes through. Kai does hear the shrouded step from his ear there. He gets taken out by Guang. It's a 1v2, a gun able to be picked up, but it's not particularly going to be useful when you're surrounded on both sides by Lao King and Delby taking you out. That's 2 rounds on the board for Trace. It was an anti-eco, but if they can keep this up, this might be able, they might be able to bring this back.
It's possible here. It's very easy to count the eggs or count the chickens before they hatch, but we are seeing a different kind of side right now. Kai just looking a lot more comfortable taking these fights, getting the movement. Of course, it is a little bit easier with Neon getting these rotates, playing to the pace of the attackers and matching that a little bit easier. So who knows, maybe Trace, that's just what they struggled with. One less player in Kai, not being able to rotate as much, not be able to make his presence heard as much, and Neon certainly gives him the ability to do exactly that. The Phoenix Wall is going to go up. There's 3 players stacked up here. This is going to be a bloodbath.
The flash does come through, but LB gets into a really good spot that I think they don't expect. The timing is what got him there, but Swagso still is able to turn around and take him out. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Oh, that's a stunning shot, but Del B, why so impatient? You had all the time in the world. You had the bait from Kai. There was no way that Nova were going to predict that you got across with all of that utility down. That was just excellent start. And then a little bit too antsy trying to get the hero play just to get the guns offline for Nova. And now an empty B site. All things considered, it's going to be a lot less empty now by the time Nova execute onto it. But the guns are so much more better for the side of Nova, and the kills are continuing to go their way. They might be able to knock a flawless on for round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Lau King found a nice timing on that flank, but unbeknownst to him, Guan found an even better timing onto him.
Indeed. So now FK having to try and get the swing through. It's a beautiful shot from Kai, actually. Finds the timing onto Autumn, but Guang will find the exact same space, and now FK gonna show his elbow, gonna just show a little bit too much skin, and Swagzor going to shut that down. Any pixels that you show this team are going to get punished accordingly. The Odins aren't online just yet, Kets, but we've seen how dominant they can be.
Oh, I mean, once that Odin comes online, there needs to be a dedicated game plan to dealing with that Odin and that Op if that ever comes online as well. And if Trace are not able to come up with a game plan for that, that's going to be quite difficult for them. But for now, though, Trace are still ahead as we head into this first full buy round for both sides. This is going to be, as always, a very, very important round in the half. As Kai wants to take an early fight, he comes out, but this paranoia is perfectly timed, taken out by CB as Lau King. He's also pushed back all the way on the side alongside Fong Fong.
Oh, indeed, and we're going to hear... He's so pushed up. He's not being contested at all. I say that FK brings him down, and it's all green on the kill feed. Mostly CB, of course, not dead just yet. The ultimate has worked out, and suddenly the ultimate's worked out so well. It's one player standing from the side of Trace. If FK gets a frag, he gets the res. Suddenly a 1v2 becomes a 2 versus 1. But this is such an important engagement. Nova know how important it is. Swagzor and CB have started to double it up. They're not looking at the same angles, but that information's going to be enough. It's a slide, a double swing, but FK not going to give it away. But Nova immediately adapt. A double swing becomes a high-low, and FK not able to break the defense.
I mean, really, really well played in the latter parts of that round. A bit of a rough, a good start from Nova turned into a really nice stoppage of that execute from the side of Trace. But then when that plant came down, and when it came down to the last few minutes of that exec, Nova just found themselves up ahead again. And this is such a good high-low from Swagzor and CB to hold that angle. Really, really nice stuff.
It's beautiful stuff, and this is not an issue. This is not because of any sort of thing. This is not for any other reason other than the fact that, again, I do dedicate myself quite a lot to the Sage play. And this is the issue. Now that FK did not get that frag, wasn't able to get that res, that was a round that is built for Sage, a 2 versus 1, that you get a kill, you get the res, suddenly it's so much easier. And now we're going to have to really keep an eye on these ultimates. The res may not get much value. The neural theft, if LV and co aren't able to get kills, may not find much value. So the only ultimate really online at the moment for Trace is Kai's Overdrive. And that might not even be worth covering. Beautiful spot from Autumn. It's not as beautiful as a kill. In fact, it's a gorgeous kill from FK.
Really nice stuff from Trace. They're getting so much value out of this weaker buy. 2 kills now with just pistols, with just secondary weapons, leaving 3 members remaining for the side of Nova, who have a lot to do to equalize this to get this back. But Delby has picked up a Phantom and is making quick work of the remaining members as Lau King gets another one with the secondary weapon. And it's another Thrifty. We've seen 3 Thrifties now.
Oh, we've not seen a single flawless. I can tell you that for nothing. We have not seen a single flawless. I mean, beautiful double kill from FK, but why is that fight being taken on its own? Why are all of these split apart engagements? Why are all of these split apart executes? You can hear the excitement. Sit down. Tree is telling Nova, and that's exactly how you should feel. Thrifties are meant to be few and far between, and the utility's already bursting through. Swagzor following it up, but gets caught by the Cypher Trip. Not going to get killed just yet. Doesn't swing off his own relay vault, and Tree is punished accordingly.
Just devastating for Nova here. This is gonna be their last true buy before they have to buy and go save again. That Kai wants to make sure they get nothing for it. 3 kills, including 1 onto Swagzor with an overdrive.
This momentum is exactly what Trias thrive under, but they don't get to dictate the pace here. Beautiful shooting, absolutely, from Kai there. Certainly he has warmed up. But this is the pace that Trias thrive under. The moment that Nova slow down or that mid-rounding starts to become a factor, we've seen Trias struggle under that pressure beforehand, but again, cannot take it away from them. 4 rounds on the defense is certainly something, and they only need to build up that advantage even more. The Sage Wall from FK to do exactly that, to try and keep the site empty.
Backsaw gets taken out, and FK gets a second kill onto CB before Autumn takes him out. And now Fang Fang on back aside has the perfect timing to get a kill before that flash pops. There's only 2 members left. Make that 1, and Trace are looking indomitable on the defense half.
Nova are struggling to find themselves a gap in this armor. Indeed, it certainly looks to be the case. The Sage Wall just enough to slow the execute down. The rotates, what were a problem back in Ascent Kits, you highlighted, you know, there was a little bit of a eagerness to rotate and some sites being left alone, but the pace of the rotating is working really well for Trias. The timeout comes through from Nova to be expected, and if I'm the coaching staff, I do want to say Trias seem to be rotating really fast. We seem to be going against sites that are more stacked up, so a fake from Nova here might just be the trick to completely confuse and bewilder Trace's pretty ironclad defense.
Nova have to slow down. They're trying to go just way too fast onto these sites here. I mean, I think the XX started less than 10 seconds after barrier drop in that round. Even with a Sage Wall being put up, they broke it and they were immediately attempting to get themselves on site, and that over-eagerness is really punishing them so heavily. FK got 2 kills there before being taken out, and that should just never happen on your exec.
No, it really shouldn't, and this is a thing this is the aspect of the ultimates and the value. I mean, you know, FK, yes, that has charged up over half of a Sage-ult in the time that he's had this res online. He's not been able to get the space to really get the value off of, but if he's getting kills, he's playing in the right position to just shut down Nova's execute. FK doesn't need to play around the res. You don't want to be playing around that aspect if you are Nova, and I think that's maybe another aspect that they're potentially over-respecting here, that the defaulting is quite difficult if you're against a Sage, because if the trade comes through, then you've essentially won for none. And I say one for none, there's currently no one on the B site at all, and it's the oil drone up on mid for Trace just to try and gain an understanding of where Nova are. But there's actually going to be a disengage from the B site, just a single lurk from on.
This is a much better spread from Nova, though. They've gone for that default with a bit of lurking, with numbers on all 3 lanes of the map. And as Azir now pushes up, CB gets the first kill. Azir doesn't quite get it, but CB gets a second one as well. And this is what has been working for Nova on Ascent, and all they had to do was play this map the same way. CB gets a kill and then a headshot as well. Finishes him off. What a transfer.
Stunning shooting, stunning positioning, and stunning awareness. All of those angles were really tough for CB there. Oh, well, okay, 2 out of 3 of those angles were quite tough. We'll get to see the POV. I mean, having to look up is not the easiest feat in the world. You're not as ready for these angles, but CV certainly was there. 2 off the top of market, 2 off the top of mid, and a stand-up open arms. Autumn even giving him the finger wag, telling him how to be so cheeky. But if you're showing up performances like that, you are allowed to be cheeky. You're allowed to play with a little bit of cockiness in your stride. And if this shot goes the way, I thought it was going to be easier, but CB, it's his way or no way. And that's a brilliant opening frag.
It really was a small adjustment. Just stop trying to force yourselves as a pack into sights and just default a little bit. Get a little bit of... let Trace make those mistakes, and that's exactly what's been happening these last couple of rounds. But Kai, once again, caught out. These lurks, these slow pushers are exactly what Nova have been so good at, and they're just taking over at this point.
The proof is in the pudding. There is going to be a drop spike towards CB to get the run it back online, and look at what's happened here. FK, yes, okay, he's brought back one of his team from the dead, but it's just to save the Phantom. Eco Reses are very solid in terms of decision making. I do think they are disrespected quite heavily in terms of the impact that they can have. 2,900 credits can be the difference maker, especially in a tier like this, in a region like this. Hero rifles can make or break rounds, so it's not the end of the world. It's nice that FK at least gets some value out of this res, but it's now really up to Leo King to show what he can do with that gun that he's been given.
Does seem like they're gonna be saving for this round though, as a spike now takes away very fast, too fast to stop. I mean, Trace are still gonna be ahead. A buy is still gonna be possible for them. But if they continue to lose rounds like this, it's going to be difficult to have a good half. Thankfully though, unlike Ascent, this map is a bit easier to attack on than Ascent. So they're gonna be happy with 5 going into that, they're gonna be happy with 7 going into that attack half. They don't quite need 8. They really only need 7. They might even be able to do it with 6. But they still want to recover this, and they gotta be talking about this during this timeout as well.
Yeah, they have to be considering it. Again, the fact that Nova... What was difficult for Trace was Nova were doing fine on defense, and then when the attack came through, Trace's defense actually very much was a marked improvement on their attack, but Nova just had the composition, had the executes, and credit to Trace, they're surviving the composition a little bit more. Kai's getting those opening frags, he's putting Trace in positions of quite solid comfort to be able to then convert the rounds and carry them over. But in a similar vein, we just seen him get caught out by the flash from Autumn. We just seen him get killed on elbow and lose the entire A site while Leo King gets rezzed over onto the B site. And it is these small kind of gaps of just, if you're splitting up the team that heavily, you need to either be winning your gunfights or dragging them out to the point that it gives Trace time to rotate or to just make their presence heard or known in a different aspect of the map. Because Nova, when Nova aren't being overwhelmed and they have all this space and all this time in the world, we've said it multiple times, but it hasn't gotten any less true, that's when Trace start to struggle.
This is a huge round for both teams. Nova wanting to get themselves back into this map and to take the lead, and Trace wanting to keep what they've struggled so hard to build. And as Nova now head towards A, they're heading to a site that is relatively empty. You have to check this elbow here. They do. They're clearing it so diligently. Ooh, it comes through as well. The ult as Lauking only gets the ethereal form as Swagso takes him out. A revenge so sweet. Spotting out Fong as well. Takes out the Molly. Perfect. Azir taking him out. 3 members left on the side of Trace. A retake looking mighty difficult.
Mighty difficult is an understatement. Apologies. And that's exactly the case now as well. No flashes online. A fast lane to get Kai onto the side, but F-Key's on the operator, and as you highlighted on Ascent, it's hard to retake with a tour de force. It's equally hard to do it with the operator. And Trace, oh, this is not a good look. 3 defenders alive, all healthy, and it's another save despite all of that information, Kets.
I mean, it's devastating, and Nova are just getting such momentum off of these wins. The snowball, he's getting bigger and bigger as he rolls down the hill, and Trace don't want to be caught in this avalanche. That is a shut it off. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't, okay.
Oh, but that's a shot and a half from Guang. That's not a saved operator.
Oh my
That
God.
is an operator that has been taken out of the scenes, and that could be the difference maker. Yeah, a stunning shot from FK. Very excited to see that. But again, it's not a round that's converted. It's just a kill that was obtained. And we get to see it in slow-mo. This is a gorgeous shot no matter what speed you play it at. He's in the air, but he got taken out like he just don't care.
Oh my
and now...
God.
Trace, these 2 rounds, 7 and 5, please get this converted, even just for our sakes. We want a 3rd map, and that's another headshot. FK could be holding a Marshall right now.
I mean, that is a bit of a mistake from CB there, and Azir as well, just jumping out into the open with no utility. A curveball before peeking there could have been really worthwhile. But instead, this round may have been lost off of that initial fight.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Oh no, Swagzor, the full HP is the first swing. Swing 101. You put your 10 HP player in as the sacrificial lamb. You use them as a human recon drone just to get that information. And speaking of a recon drone, well, they're not really necessary at all. Trace have 2 members in a high and low. Luo King and Kai just set up, ready to go, staring at the spike. And yes, there's a Cypher cage for Guang if he wants to recover it, but 30 seconds in a 1v5, it would have to be everything. And I don't think that's quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, defaulting is good, and it is working for Nova, but you still need to use util to clear some of these common angles, especially if you know that they have used an op in the past and they like to use an op, and FK gets 3 that round, where he should have at the most gotten 1.
I would have to agree with you, Cats, and again, these are nice shots. This is good control, but that is really just major mistakes from Nova. They're not respecting the operator. I mean, once you've lost your smokes, once you've lost CB, it becomes a lot harder to deal with the operator, obviously. But either way, FK, instrumental, monumental into getting that 6th round for Trace. Ults on the board. A double kill would get the res online as well. So Trace could be poised to take this round, but Nova off the back of Swagzor already just walking into the backside. Beautiful paranoia. The setup is there from Del V. He gets 2, so it makes it life a little bit easier on this retake. But if anything, there are no guarantees just yet as CB pushes up through and gets the shot onto Fang Fang. That's good damage, but it's not a kill.
Chitan is just doing a bit too much there towards Marker taken out, and 2 members remaining on the side of Nova. But it is CB, it is Guang, it's not over until Trace retake and defuse the spike here, but taking out CB, Delp has made this a lot easier for them. Guang alone on side, the overdrive comes in, and that's all it would take. 7 rounds won on the defense side for Trace. It's actually a pretty even map so far.
It's been a good showcase from them here. Beautiful paranoia setup and Del B. Even more gorgeous shooting. When he needed to rock up, he more than showed up. And he has at least gotten at Trace this half comfortably for them. Confidently for them, I should say. 7 and 5. It's not been, of course, the most one-sided match at all, but the rounds that Trace have converted, the rounds that Trace have won, have all been pretty dominant, have all been 3 to 4 players alive. Yes, there's been a couple of rounds where they've saved and had 3 to 4 players still alive as well, so Nova may be able to find some solace in that fact, but for the minute, Trace able to take the defense half, and if the executes are half as good as their rotates and retakes, we might very well be seeing how this works on Breeze.
We might be getting that third map first for Trace. If they can bring themselves back on a map that they've been pretty bad at this stage, and against a team that has been pretty good at it, they're gonna feel so confident, like they can absolutely win this. And guess what? They can. If they win this map, they can absolutely win this series, because they would have shown that they are capable of adapting, that they're capable of learning and getting better and better with each game they play.
It's a hell of a statement one way or the other. Any map that you are losing 3 and 13 on, 5 and 13 on, you come back, especially you lose your own map pick, you in a pretty confident fashion. I mean, 13-7 is not a very competitive game. That is usually just one side is kind of doing more work, getting more effective jobs done. And if Trace can do this, the map that they have been struggling on quite heavily this stage, if on the back foot with everything against them, they've managed to convert this, it would be a statement and a half on its own. They won the first pistol round of this map. It was their first of the series. We'll just see if they can get the second as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got more rounds already in this half than they have in the last 2 times that they played Sunset. So, one more round and they've got it combined. They're gonna be feeling pretty good coming into this half, as Kai kind of going alone up towards mid here. It's a massive fight where everybody comes out on top. It's a 2v2 with Lau King down to 35 HP, but look at the spike, it's been dropped, and they don't really have a lot of utility to get this back out. The paranoia will help, but the headshot is clean from Guang. It's a 1v1. Bongfa comes from the other side. It's a headshot clean from Chitian. What a round from the IGL.
And we're trading sit downs now here, Ket. If we see Nova take the W, they're going to be standing up. It's Autumn telling the opposition to sit down. If we see it from Trace as well, it's likewise going to be said. And just as you said, everyone seemingly coming out on top. These fights just going one way, then the other. And it was a nice setup on tiles. It was a good teamwork and a good double swing off the back of it, but not enough in the end. Nova take the pistol round. So thus far, Trace are 2-for-3 on their pistol rounds thus far. 2-for-4, apologies. And now we'll see if the difference can be made. A beautiful setup. Fang with the classics. Guns are not needed.
We cannot be seeing another Thrifty across 2 maps. 4 Thrifties is simply... it's not good. It's too many. It's not okay to be seeing this many Thrifties, but we might just be getting that nonetheless, as 2 members of Trace pick up upgrades, a Spectre, a Bulldog. Those are good guns, even against the Phantom.
Can do the work, definitely. Autumn all of a sudden in a lot less of a secure place, holding that angle. Look, I think as anyone would know, if I'm holding mid, I want the people swinging into me to be holding classics or a Sheriff at most. I don't want them holding Bulldogs. I don't want them holding my team Spectre. I don't want any of that. So as you said, the guns have been bought up. The Spectre as well, really good on a tighter site map, which is exactly why the B pivot is coming through. It seems to have been read by Nova, and they do still have the gun advantage overall, but that's the only advantage they really have.
Spots out all 4 members though here, and there is a bit of a slowdown as the trip comes through and a lot of information comes through, but they only have 12 seconds. Time's ticking away. They may have had the opportunity, but they may be tossing it just as soon. The spike finally comes down. Delby gets a kill. He gets another one. Cheetah gets one as well. He has 1 HP, and it's Delby with 1 HP to close it out for Trace. It's another Thrifty.
This is absolutely ridiculous scenes. How does this happen? I mean, I know how it happens. Fung Fung with a beautiful double tap from the classic. But look at the rest of this. Del B is put down so low. Autumn gets the shot. He hits the body. And you can see the coach hands in his head. Or head in his hands, apologies. The other way around. Maybe hands in the head if another round goes as poorly for Nova. Only time will tell, but CB immediately going for the ult orb and giving his life away.
I mean, if Nova push out in an anti-eco again, his hands will be on somebody's head, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, well, if that is the case, maybe that's what is needed to get the message through that Nova cannot really afford to give away many more rounds. This is their lower buy, but kills are kills, economic damage is economic damage, and again, it's VCT China. Thrifties are thrifty.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Nova is shown to be just as capable as Trace at getting those thrifties. But this one, this is a tall order. I mean, the spike's down, retake's not really started yet. It's going to be quite difficult, if not impossible.
I think we're just going for the extra frags here. The economic damage, could find it through. Kai takes down his mirror reflection in Swagzor, but the spike is about to detonate here. Trace need to start to think about getting out before the spike takes away all these guns. And okay, they're going to be able to farm up ults. Del B on the better lurk than Guang was, and the spike does take down one, but it is only Luo King, and to be honest, one gun donated to the spike. For the rest of this map's outcome, or for the rest of this round's outcome, apologies, I do believe you're more than happy with that if you're Trace.
Oh, you're plenty happy with that if you're Trace. 9-3. 3 rounds, I always say, is not insurmountable, but at the same time, oh, it's a bit difficult.
Oh yeah, absolutely it is. But hey, Nova need 3, Trace need 3 to at least guarantee it overtime, but you cannot be thinking about guaranteeing overtimes here. You need to be thinking about taking these wins and guaranteeing, either if you're Trace a third map or Nova guaranteeing the exact opposite. Beautiful fight on mid, and Guang is a bit overzealous to try and take that on his own.
The confidence that has built up on Trace is making the confidence that we saw on Nova that won them so many rounds fall apart. They just keep fighting these alone now. And while that did work out on Ascent against a Trace that wasn't really sure of themselves, now that Trace have the confidence to fight back, these solo pushes, these fights in open areas is not going Nova's way. Oh my god.
And Kai hears you, Kat. Kai absolutely understands the assignment. You are right. It is not going their way, and we will keep making them fight for us. We will keep making them suffer under our own aggression, and that's exactly what is happening. This is suffocating for Nova, and they're trying their gasps for air. As you said, they are now taking fights that are not in their favor at all, trying to force their own agenda on towards Trace. And credit to Trace, they are weathering this storm and they're about to become double digits.
I mean, they look so much better than they did on Ascent. Whenever they lose space, they're not just kind of hanging out in the back trying to figure out what their next step is. They're taking that step. The moment they lost A main, they're in mid. They're taking that space towards mid-top and controlling a key part of the map. Whenever they lose a key part of the map, they're taking control of another. And that has allowed them to be so much more competitive, especially now in this attack half. Look at how together they are and how much space they're willing to take and how much they're willing to fight for that space instead of just giving it up and hoping for the best.
It's just night and day, and Kai as well. The confidence is there. The Neon pick suddenly completely different. Given the space, or given the ability to take this space, given the ability to get supported by the team, and we're even seeing a bit of a split buy now. CB, of course, being able to save the gun for from the previous round. Everyone else on the low guns. Swagzor potentially could clutch up something with the Marshall. If he gets headshots, he is holding an operator after all, but it's F key to get the first one, and the shots go wide.
The relay bolt does come in. Nothing off the back of that though, and Swagzo gets nothing as well. And look at Lao King!
Oh.
They were searching for him. He just absolutely broke their ankles, shattered them, slipped the net and got them from the back. What a moment for Lao King.
Stunning lurk from Lao King. Brilliant kills to make sure that the ult orbs are the least value that can be gained for the side of the opposition in Nova here. These frags, yeah, all of these gunfights, you can see it, a flawless does come through. And Nova having to burn the second timeout now, 2 rounds. And suddenly we go to Breeze unless the coaches have something to say about it. And again, the default's not really as confident anymore in their ability to take these fights. It's not going their way. They're very disjointed and they're very separated from what looked to be such a cohesive unit back on the side.
Yeah, I mean, they just are not capable on this map against this Trace at holding any real space. And Trace just seem to be on top of everything Nova wants to try. It's not that they're particularly not proactive. They do try to be proactive. We saw them push out of A main and try to catch the lurker off guard with those 2 people. You know, maybe that way, even if one of them dies, the other one can trade them out. But Trace are just on top of it. Trace are aware Lao King is able to use what he knows is going to happen against Nova. And that is what we were missing on Ascent and what we're seeing here on Sunset. And if they can keep this up on Breeze, they might win this.
Well, we did get to have a look at Nova. The coaches are looking very stressed, a little bit concerned, and if anything, that may only add to the mistakes being made. That may only add to these upsets here. Swagzor, yes, that's a difficult shot, and I'm not saying it's not, but it's a required one to land. That one does at least do a bit of damage on the Kai, but there is the heal online from FK. Should get him back online, do exactly that. Fang taking a little bit of damage as well. Meanwhile, the Amy and Nova learning from their mistakes. They're not pushing out anymore. Wait for Trace to come to you. Get themselves caught up in the spider's web that is the Cypher trips in very good angles as well. Trace need to make sure these are cleared. And that lurk from Fang, no value to be gained just yet as the pivot towards the A site and the execute about to come through.
Does FK don't want to heal his teammate? He does go down, unfortunately. Kai caught that tripwire. Guang gets a big opening kill, and Chitian is here for a second one as well. FK taken down. The spike is dropped in elbow, and they just keep walking into his crosshair. Lao King finally takes him out. It's still a 3v2. The spike is still dropped. The paranoia may help this kill on site, but Azir gets one before he's taken out. And as the From the Shadows comes in, he might just get caught out by CB, who's walking up, knowing that this plant has to come down, and it's a big round for Nova to pick up.
That is absolutely huge, and I don't hate the idea from Trace on the attack there. We've seen the Sage Wall actually curve to give a lot of space to actually push in towards the defender side spawn, right? Get the plant on the back of the Sage Wall, get the plant in a really awkward angle, and then actually completely pivot around towards the defender side spawn. But B wasn't really clear. Guang's still in that position towards that back site. It's too many angles, and while, yes, okay, don't hate the Sage Wall idea, you don't have the space really to make that work. You don't have the space to capitalize off of it. And now Nova, first round, not enough to say anything concerning yet for Trace, especially with the ultimates that they do have online. Again, essentially a 6 versus 6 here, but a res versus a run it back. There's one ultimate that gains far more value, far more consistently. We'll see if this operator can find any for itself.
Baxo is so bold here. He actually gets out with only a little bit of damage done to him. You cannot be letting him get away with that if you're Trace. He just walks out of a smoke. You have to be seeing that barrel way before you see him and taking him out. Fortunately for Swagzo, though, they don't quite get that done.
No, they don't, and this is a big thing. It's F key. I've been on that side before. All you have to do is say, just stay alive to res your teammate, and it's such a pivotal shot. That's essentially a 2-4. That's essentially a double kill on line for Nova. That's such a big deal, and Swagzor, as you said, still more than healthy enough with the operator online, and it's a split from Trace. 2 on each side. You're going to have to essentially flip a coin on where the spike's going to end up, and it looks like Nova, well, actually, the coin's landing on its side. They're not flipping.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Though it probably will be a B, as that's where the spike is sort of stationed towards. Unfortunately, though, there is a Cypher there. There is Swag, so they're still holding that operator. Holding it towards mid, which might get him a kill, at least onto one of these two members. He's not ready! He's unscoped! Why have you done that? It makes no sense! What a blunder from Swags after getting an incredible kill. Time now runs out. But as Lauking comes out, he only manages to get one. Azir gets one to trade him back out, but Lauking is there for a second. Absolutely incredible! He gets a third! CB, the only member left for Nova, and what started out as a round so well for Nova has just collapsed at the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, and here we go. Both curveballs are now thrown. Both players in B main. CB, yeah, the hot hands are there. You can clear out a corner if you wish, but you're not getting that spike diffused. CB accepts it, and he runs away. The operator could be saved if he wishes. Indeed, that's exactly what is going to happen. Probably just give it back to Swagzor, or even have a run at it himself if he wishes, but CB's not known for his operator, so highly doubt. And Trace, off the back of a 7-13 loss on your own map pick, going into what is statistically your worst performing map. Well, you wouldn't know it if you just looked at this game.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're about a 7-13 themselves. I mean, 7-13 the other way themselves, rather. And, I mean, you have to wonder what could have happened if that one op shot in mid wasn't whiffed, or if that one shot towards stairs in market wasn't whiffed. But these tiny mistakes keep compounding for Nova. It's not any one member, it's the entire team as a whole making the smallest mistakes, and Swagzo yet again not ready to fire off that shot, uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah, the nerves are shot. The nerves are honest and truly shot. And Trace, now the hard rounds have been done. You're against a Bucky. You're against a Guardian. You're walking into backside with no clear. You're just walking into CB's arms. The Guardian's there. The spike is in no man's land. Every frag here from Trace needs to be on point to make up for what is such a big blunder. FK again dies with Rez Kai. No overdrive. Hunter's Fury onto Autumn to try and stack a kill. Luo King on the flank. The distraction's perfect. He picks up the all, and they'll be the last one. Azir brings him down, makes him fall, and we do go to Breeze in the end.
Deja vu from that first map where the last round was decided by a lurk from Nova, where this map, the last round, was decided by a lurk from Trace. It looked like these teams had switched positions. Are we sure the labeling on the top of your screen wasn't just wrong or something? They look like the opposite side.
They truly did. It genuinely was just watching a symbiote take or harvest skills, harvest playstyles in real time. And Nova started out like this map just really wasn't going to be much of a problem. The pistol round goes Trace's way, and of course the follow-up round, but suddenly then Nova, they get the rounds online, they get the initial confidence, but the amount of frags, and credit to Trace because they were doing a lot with classics, let alone sheriffs and bandits. There were so many double tap headshots here on the weaker buys from Trace, and then Kai shooting like that, so warmed up from Ascent, and he's anything, the sun's gonna keep shining on his back when we get to Breeze.
Breeze is going to be a map of question marks. Which version of Nova are we getting? Which version of Trace are we getting? Because both of these teams on the maps that they won look significantly better than the other. So I guess overall they're pretty evenly matched.
if it goes decisive one way, decisive the other, then you could say it is equalized indeed. And yeah, this was the round here. Delby getting this 3K here, absolutely stunning. You knew that was the mental reset, and we'll hear exactly how the comms sounded too.
8,000点，别急，等我找。
你可以去市场吗？
下楼，抓一小了，
抓一小，
推一步，我可以黑。
That replay package ended mad early. It was like 8 and 7. Yeah, wow.
还有2个 pick， 那也是3打1，后面。开始扎刀的，不知道去哪。男女，我能过来男女，等一下。
没事，不急，中路。
对，幌子中路，晃，去上面，去上面晃。
我们去二步。
对面，正面。
上车。来，加油！
烟赛。接不了了，我被黑了。
准备受限。
我被震了，我收线。那你下一场。
Nice，
要不我能顶。来，我们过来，我马上飞机，飞机，快飞机！
我马上放要不
？2个，还有一个。
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that they were just feeling it. And look at the MVP here, Del B. He was so valuable even on Ascent, the map that they lost. And on this map, he was certainly doing so much work for Chase here.
Yeah, he wanted to make a statement, ironically enough, telling everyone to be quiet. And look at that. I think that might be the first time I have ever seen a complete hexagon. Every single vertex covered, every single angle covered from Delby. And every single player on the side of Nova told to sit down by Delby.
Yeah, the perfect player really is what the hexagon tells you that he was today. And look, if we get the best versions of Trace and we get the best version of Nova heading into Breeze, we might be looking at an overtime map 3 that really goes the distance here.
Look, the operators have came online now as well, and we've seen the shots have been coming through, especially from the Sage and FK there. The res, yeah, more than to be desired. Didn't really get any other than the one on the Low King, but other than that, stunning stuff. 21 and 8 from Del B, and I mean 14 and 12 from CB is not awful, but Azir, who was on that like 16 and 9, had just such a fall off for this map, which is a heartbreaking thing to say, but at the end of the day, these are all factors that matter, and we get to see the stats come through.
It's the exact opposite of map 1. It actually is the exact opposite. It's 12, it's 4 more first kills, 12-8, 5-6, 5-6. I mean, it is almost, there were 3 flawlesses on this map though, but it's almost the exact opposite of map 1. It really is. What an interesting game to have watched, because if you just watch map 1, you'd think Nova are just winning this 2-0. If this was map 1, you'd think Trace are just winning this 2-0. It's unbelievable what we've seen here today, and as we head into Breeze, we're going to be seeing some cool things, I hope.
Oh, I'm expecting the operator duels, Guang to be back on the chamber. There's going to be a lot of stuff that is worth sticking around for. And speaking of stick around, we are just going to cut to a short little break. Get yourselves fed, watered, hydrated, and such anything over in the UK like I am. It's too warm to be getting through this without any drinks. So get yourselves fed and watered. We'll be right back after this. We're going to Game 3, the showdown between Nova and Trace on Breeze. Back in a moment.
set the world on fire.
Welcome back. We've had two dominant maps from both teams, with Nova taking a set 13-7 Trace's map pick, and then Trace taking Nova's map pick of Sunset 13-7 as well. Both of these teams look pretty evenly matched when they're playing their best. And now as we head into Breeze, that's what we hope we'll get. I'm still Cats, with me still Madante. How are we feeling about map 3?
I'm seeing double up Harbor. I'm very excited about that. I can tell you that, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to be wasting any time at all. But some notable mentions here. Guang not opting for. I genuinely was expecting Guang to be rocking that chamber. Genuinely really good work on Ascent. Was doing quite solid damage, and Nova seemed to be pivoting more towards this aggressive style. So seeing the double wall in Viper and Harbor, an interesting combination, and I'm super excited to see how they capitalize it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, we've actually not seen Nova play Breeze in a very long time, except no, we just haven't seen them play in a very long time. They didn't even play it during their run through the CN Evo series, which they did win. They did play it against JDG, which they did win. But this is a pretty even map. This is a pretty even map because that's the only time we've seen them play it. And while Trace have looked a bit shaky in general, they didn't look shaky at all in that second map. So, you know, this could go either way. I'm just hoping that it goes the distance.
I'm hoping that as well. I'm sure both of these teams are hoping the exact opposite. A quick 13-0 would make them very, very happy indeed. But Trace now very much poised to surprise us all. Again, the region of upsets, the region of thrifties, the region of everything that you would not expect in Tier 1 Valorant could potentially be out in arms in full display here. And we're already seeing that shown off. Nova, an aggressive push to take the Amy North.
That's a big early kill from Autumn, but he does get traded out by FK there, and as Azir is pushed back, he is the only one left on this side. The remaining members of Nova are now expeditiously moving themselves towards that A side, but Trace, they're rotating, and Del B is in a position that Guang may not expect, absolutely does not expect, unless Lauking gets a kill, FK gets one as well, and Azir's on his own.
Oh, this is a different showing of Nova here. A very early calm to rotate, and to do it through mid, where you don't have any real space, you don't have any utility to keep you safe, and well, Trace are going to show exactly why you don't do that. And now a 3 versus 1, Fang's going to get the information in his ear. He doesn't die immediately, but that is a horror movie in waiting. 3 separate swings from 3 separate angles. And yeah, it seems to be an early rotate call from Nova, and it just sealed the deal for them here as everyone fell in mid.
Absolutely. This is a really good start for Trace here. If they can keep this up, they should be winning this next round. They should not be getting thrifty, though. Given the history of thrifty in this series, it's certainly impossible. But they shouldn't be getting thrifted here. And as we see the Trace Esports bundle up on the screen, they're looking to get this round and hopefully many more rounds yet in this map. Oh, look, they're so slow here. They're taking their time.
Oh, they're playing this patient. Trace now actually, over the course of Sunset, they were able to find themselves surviving the slower paces. They were able to find themselves a little bit more comfortable on the mid round. And well, Nova there again, a double or a triple commit from mid, and now a 4 stack on B after that first engagement on the pistol. And it's going to be the wrong choice yet again. The Harbor Cove goes up through mid just to kind of give a little bit more space. But of course, that's really just to support the lurk from Del B. The Harbor Wall goes up. Autumn just trying his best to find a clutch or a hero shot to come online. And I do actually notice very quickly, Autumn had gone for the Force Marshal himself over towards the B. And now it's a heavy rotate, or on towards the A. And now a heavy rotate from B to the A site. But with much weaker guns, Trace should find themselves comfortable enough to take this.
They absolutely should. The positions are good, and look at Nova all bunched up towards tunnel there. They're gonna try and get themselves out with that smoke. They are gonna be able to. But as they head into this cove, Lauking only manages to get one before he's taken out. Kai, on the other hand, has gotten one and still stays alive. Del B heading into the cove himself, gets the timing onto his ear, and Kai cleans it up. It's a relatively clean anti-eco.
Relatively clean indeed. Not much of a concern, not many notes indeed. And for anyone that really needs just a highlight of how big this is, Trace's last map win, let alone series win. It was at the same time. The last time they won a map, they won their series, but that was 3 months ago. That was all the way back in April. So the fact that Trace have taken a map, they've broken that curse. And I think we're seeing the frustration come out from the Nova coaches, and it's difficult to really blame them. If you're confident that the team you're against haven't won a map in 3 months, the fact that you're seeing them take a map off your team, that's stressful, and that can totally have a knock-on impact on the mental.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They're gonna want to win this one now, Nova. They want this round to go their way. They don't want to get a bonus, but if you look at the buy from the side of Trace, it's not bad. 2 full rifles, 2 vandals, and 2 bulldogs as well. That's essentially 4 rifles. That's a completely workable package to win this round with.
Oh, it absolutely is. One 3-round burst from a bulldog. I mean, these players know how to control that recoil, so that's not a problem for them. But Nova know how to control this map. CB walks down, takes 2. Guang just holding the mid here. We already hear the null command come through. FK's going to get punished for that pretty heavily. Luo King now having to get the cross onto this arch to save his teammate. And Harbor on Harbor action. Azir puts up the wall faster. And FK stuck in no man's land. The spike alongside him. And it's just Del B now to try and clutch it up.
This buy just did not go the way that Trace were hoping it did, and it all came down to CB just pushing out from main and getting 2 kills there. I'm glad to see that they're still confident. You know, the first map, their confidence got them so many kills that you wouldn't have expected them to get because they were so happy to take those fights early on into the rounds. And then in the second map, when they tried to do the same, they were shut down heavy by Trace. It's good to see that they haven't lost their confidence off the back of that, though.
It is good to see, and it's interesting, it's every round, every interaction is more notes for the coaches, more notes for the players. It's interesting to see that Trace caught unaware by CB's push here, the knife out from Kai. No one prepped and ready for it, and then FK a little bit potentially of a panic from the null command there. I mean, even actually getting himself caught up, cancelling the Viper Orb from Guang and putting himself in quite an open position now. 4-1 from FK, currently doing a lot of work for Trace, and that's a solid start, but it's never about how you start in Valorant. It's always about how you finish. If you get 12 rounds in a row, that is meaningless if you can't get the 13th.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a big fight here from Nova, though. The relay ball comes out, and Swagso does the same, but he's taken out instantly. The spacing just not as good as you would have liked it for it to be. Azir manages to get 1, but that's all he can do as Fong Fong gets a 3rd. He's actually kind of on for an ace here. He might have to do a bit more to get that, and I don't think he will risk it, but what was that from Nova? Just badly spaced push.
Yeah, whether it was trying to really force out the relay ball and a tight angle like that as well, just a couple of... Again, that issues, that confidence you were talking about, Kets, I think really was what we just seen there, but overconfidence, in this case, is not exactly as slow a killer, but it's certainly still insidious. And with Guang now falling as well, a beautiful flash set up. The KO flashes, by the way, that weren't working for Trace back on, all the way back in Ascent. Now the setups are there. Now the setups aren't as learned, aren't as storied from both teams. And we're already seeing Nova get caught out by these flashes. And that might be all that Trace need to take their first series in 3 months.
I mean, I know China is the land of upsets, but this doesn't even look like an upset if you ignore the history, if you ignore the context of the past results of these teams. Trace look to be, at least in these last 2 maps, the better team.
100%. Definitely agree with it. And I think even Nova might start to feel that pressure, that worry. Are they the better team? But the operator from Swagzor, oh, the flash isn't great from FK, but the shot is worse from Swagzor. And at this stage now, Nova, you cannot be giving up these frags. It was okay back on Sunset. You had the map advantage, but this may as well now be a best of one.
Uncharacteristic performance from Swagzor in these last two maps here, missing shots that he would have hit on any other day, it seems, as Guang takes a lot of space. That is the one thing Nova are still good at doing, which is taking this space back. Unfortunately, though, Trace are kind of ready for it, but how much will it matter when he can just do that? Kai finally puts him down, but not before he takes out two members of Trace, and as they head into B side here, Chitian is ready with those shock darts, with those recon darts. Delby does get a shot. Oh, he gets another one on his Swagzor as well. Comes in through mid. The lurk is good. He gets a third. CB finally able to do some damage, but how much more can you do? There's two members left to kill. A plant to defuse. Kai is down to just 1 HP. He gets taken down. Do you expect this in main? He's clearing out the entire side. He does have the time for it.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. That spike is only about 15 seconds ticked, but Fang now maybe giving away his position here. This timing. ZB just turns to the wrong side, but now Fang, he's shot. He knows he's there and he's repositioned perfectly. Fang falls and CB stands for curveball, and that's exactly what he's just thrown into this map.
A 1v3 to keep Nova competitive in this map. A great attempt from Guang as well here, getting two by pushing out mid and taking that space. But then Del B doing incredible stuff, getting 3 of his own. Unfortunately though, like you said, it doesn't matter how well you start, it's all about how you finish, and CB finishes spectacularly.
So strong, but I really just need to highlight that. Guang swings that he shouldn't have swung, gets 2, that's the Viper. Del B then just walks up mid and gets 3, and then CB has to answer back with his own 3. While a great round to watch from a spectator's point of view and from up here on the desk, from a player's perspective, rounds should not be going that volatile. You should not need to rely on a 2k from a Viper just because they swung at angle that they should have no right swinging, and then relying on other 3ks and other 2ks. And now we're starting to see the gaps that are forming, maybe for both of these teams, if they're being so reliant on hero plays like that.
Surely you expect that somebody could have pushed up. Even if you don't think they for sure have, you're gonna expect that somebody could have pushed up. They don't expect it, but CB doesn't quite land the first few shots. He does get the second one. The curveball goes out. It's a perfect flash. Brilliant from this guy coming online exactly when Nova need him to the most.
And he's not done yet. He's activated the run it back. A point that I had of contention back on Ascent was that CB seemed a little bit nervous to activate the run it back on defense. This time, he looks a lot more confident with it. It's a beautiful shot from Kai, a quick scope just to try and go through the harbor wall. Swagzor set up, poised to receive the op duel, and he will walk away victorious. One last player remains, and Fang has basically not moved from spawn.
He didn't really get a chance to. I mean, CB was so oppressive, and then behind him was a complete suite of members from his team just backing him up. And Swagzor, he's had a few misses, but he was not gonna miss that one.
Not at all. That would have been a moment, a pause for concern had he missed it. Everyone from Nova, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's later on today.
Wolves would have been surprised by that too.
It's very, very true, but everyone from Nova looking so locked in. I don't think anyone was fully expecting to get to map 3, except maybe Trace. But now, speaking of them, the timeout is called, and Trace have to be deciding how can they actually close this series out.
I wonder what flavor that Phoenix drink is. It looks kind of good. I mean, I know.
Oh, they look so good. They look so good. I really would, like, just for the brands and just for the beverages, because it's, Phoenix gives me, I don't know, Phoenix gives me like either like a pineapple for the yellow kind of flavor, or like, yeah, like that's kind of the vibe I would say. If anyone knows, or maybe like a melon flavor or something.
I don't know. I don't think Phoenix. Phoenix doesn't feel like a pineapple, you know?
No.
Maybe Breach would feel like a pineapple, but I don't know. Maybe orange.
Oh. Yeah, but a Breach. Yeah, Breach with the color scheme would be orange. I don't. You know what? Someone get back to us on that. Someone at Project Horizon and tell us what fruits you believe represent each of the agents, because you know what? I feel like that would be an interesting discussion to have.
Well, as we head back into the map here, hopefully both sides in that timeout, especially Trace, have talked about getting themselves a good lead here. This map, it's not particularly sided for either side, but in a particular favor for either side, but it really depends on your composition, and both of these teams want to get an early lead nonetheless. And Swagstore, he's ready for a push through that cove, takes it out, building that confidence more and more. He gets another one, Delby taken out as well. And Guang is ready and waiting. Look at Fangfang! He's gotten 2 with the Sheriff. Swagstore does finally miss, and Fangfang's gotten 3. He's picked up the Vandal. There's no way you're gonna make this work. Swagstore just can't get the shot to land. This guy is like Neo from the Matrix. He's just dodging every shot set his way. He's even managed to kill Swagstore. Can he ace and clutch this? It will be a 1v5.
Shock Darts and Hunter's Fury as well, kids. This is possible. That's a beautiful stun. Beautiful deafen. But Azir can't really push off the back of it. He does have the wall. He still has a Kova jump shot from Fangfang. It's so risky. But at this moment, with a performance that he's made, he may have just been given a gift from the Valorant gods. It's not going to be the case. The swing from his ear. And he needed to shut that down. Fangfang does not get the ace, but the economic damage is still a statement in and of itself.
Oh, Azir, you gotta just give that to him. I know you won't, because you're a professional. But come on, that was too good to end that way. Imagine he hits that jumping shot onto Azir. We would have lost our minds. Unfortunately, though, as hard as he did try, as good as he did look, the sighs of relief coming through from Nova as Azir clean up that round and get his team a lead.
Oh my day. And now we've got guns, we've got ults, Hunter's Furies are online, the Reckonings, Overdrives, everything you can think of here. Viper's Pits, just to either stop an attack or prevent a retake, whichever side you decide to pick. And the operator from Swagstore to try and stop an attack as well. He's been slowly but surely coming online. The shots have been leaving a little bit to be desired in times of incredible duress, but at moments like this, when he's not being as oppressed, when he's not being as pushed, the operator usually rings out with a frag for Nova. And if Nova can get this round converted, especially if Trace then decide to commit any ults to this, Trace might find themselves in an awkward position moving forward.
Swagstore is unmovable towards that door. Well, he's moved now by the orb here. It's an important one, but he's just right back onto that angle. But this is risky. They've gotten past him. He might not expect it. He still manages to get out. The relay bolt is good. And as much, he just goes back in for more. He has the overdrive out. He's not going to get anything for it. Fangfang with the Hunter's Fury takes him out. And as Delby takes out Chitian, Chitian's own shock dart takes out F-Key as well. 3 Kai down to 45 HP. The spike is gonna go down, but the retake has already begun.
Reckoning through the Viper wall to do a lot of displacement here. CB as well has now got onto it. Reckoning and everything. The Viper's pit them. Snake bite, but CB finds Delby. The timing's perfect. The curveball's even better. As I said before, I'll say it again. CB stands for that piece of utility. And Nova, off the back of it, will get another round on the board. Exactly as I believed would occur. Exactly as the prophecy seems to have been foretold.
This guy on Phoenix has been a sight to behold. Every piece of util he throws, except for the ult and ascent, has been so good, but now his ults are good too, and this guy is looking like one of the best Phoenix players in the world at the moment.
It's 10 and 6. Guang even with a 6 and 5, but don't forget 2 of those kills were just him standing out in the open in mid and getting away with absolute murder in both a literal and figurative sense. So we are seeing just these performances really show up, and I'm sorry that I called it so accurately. I feel like a caster cursed Trace, because that was a lot of utility put in the Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm, and the Viper's Pit for a round that they didn't even win. They've still got the economy. They're already on the site, and if you look at the minimap, just how much this site's been carved up. But Trace fully alive, 5v5 for the retake.
The retake is gonna be a bit delayed as everybody gets into position, gets themselves ready, and now as they come in with that Hunter's Fury, F-Key is the first to go down. Lauking uses the Cove and Orange here, the container to his advantage. Kai getting the kill onto Azir. This position is interesting. The curveball does hit, but he's not spotted out until a little bit later. Spaxor gets a kill, and CB still continues to terrorize Trace Esports. Sure, the running back gets taken out, but you still have 3 members to kill, and it's just not gonna happen.
See, this from CB is what you want. The Phoenix ultimate for me is very much an ultimate you basically want to be using on cooldown. The minute it comes online, you want to just be able to abuse it. It's so strong to be able to force these angles, get that information. A Sova drone with a gun is a terrifying prospect, and it's a Sova drone with a gun that even if you kill, you still have to deal with the actual pilot of the Sova drone. And now Trace, everything has been withstood for Nova. They've survived the ults, they've survived the economy, they've survived all of these impressive guns, and now the Stingers are all that Trace can really rely on.
If CB keeps this up, members of Trace are gonna be hearing those Phoenix voice lines in their sleep for a while. And he is here at this B site, which seems to be where Trace wants to go, and they want to go fast. He gets a lot of chip damage onto Kai. But look at how many kills Trace have gotten with just Stingers and Sheriffs.
Oh, I'm not sure if Nova maybe weren't keeping an eye on the economy for Trace. They didn't know to expect, you know, just a very quick execute, a very quick explosion onto the site. The Trace were doing so well. This is reminiscent of Ascent kits. Now they're looking confident. Now the pace is just fully up there. Kai close to Swagzor, gonna fall. But still, 3 players set up for this post-plant scenario. There is Del B. There is no movable Viper's Orb, the fast lane, just to create a little bit of space. The flashpoint's not great. It is a self-flash, but either way, it's enough for Trace to get the round.
It's good enough with 3 people in main. Even if a few of them get flashed, there's plenty of people to get the kill on to the enemy as well. And this, what an entry from Kai, turning around and getting a kill with that Stinger, and then Lauking getting one as well. I mean, these Stinger buys are always dangerous to go up against, because if you don't play well, if you get a little too close, you can't beat that gun with a Phantom at that range.
Yeah, if you're not getting the headshot on the first bullet, you are absolutely not. And, oh, Nova certainly feeling the pain in their heads either way after that. And just to very quickly highlight, Stinger buy is already risky enough on Breeze. Oh my days, different story as well. Okay, similar to like Abyss or Corrode, but risky business with the guns. Swagzor just having to take a clutch shot, try and make something happen, and Trace yet again playing this PSCB something to say this time.
He does manage to get out, puts that molly down to heal himself as well, but Azir goes out to Fang Fang. CB comes back out, gets one before he's taken out by F-Key. And now Lauking wants to get so much done back, so only able to get one. And it's a 2v1 somehow in favor of Nova.
Make it a 2v none, much like their overall series win rate right now, 2-0. Autumn pointing and speaking At this point, as much mental warfare as it is physical and server side, everyone trying their damnedest to get into the heads of their opponents, whether it is to just get them a bit offset, whether it is just to get them a little bit distracted. Either way, it's working out for the side of Nova here. Beautiful shots from Swagzor, and then Autumn happy to finish it, seal the deal. Another stand up, another sit down, and Trace Esports back to this tried and true B site.
Do want to go a little faster. The going fast has worked for them as they gather out. The smoke comes through, the flash comes through, and they do go through. But Swagzo is ready for that fight against FG. He jumps. Unfortunately, a mouse bug, it seems, as he's taken out by Fang Fang, and the site is given up to Trace.
See how the spike is now planted. Post-plant scenario. Swagzor taken down without the overdrive. CB, no overdrive either. The Hunter's Fury just to buy quite a bit of time to force the positions to be per from the side of Nova, from the side of the defender spawn, and that's exactly what it's going to do. It's the last round. These ults were use or lose, and Trace Esports have played them to perfection.
Wang has to do as much as he can here. There is no saving this gun at this point, but a 7-5 seems essentially inevitable at this point. Gonna do as much damage as he can, maybe even bolster his stats a little bit, but that's really all he can do. 7-5 is pretty even on this map.
From Ascent feels just so far away ago at this point now. It feels a mile away. Beautiful shot from Swagzor. That's the shots that we're accustomed to him hitting, and the shots that he had been missing earlier in this map, so very refreshing to see him back a little bit more poised. Kai, in the meantime, though, has had no such concern with the operator. The moment it's been in his hands, he's been doing damage with it, and now the final side swap of the entire series, a map that we did not expect to get to, and I believe a slash line even less expected at this stage. You said it was just a map of question marks at this time, Ket, and I still only have questions. I've not got any answers.
No, none at all. It seems like from round to round, these teams are revitalized and then down again and then back again, and it's just very difficult to figure out the trajectory of the game and to even make a judgment on which team you think by the end of this map will have won the series.
I believe our bets were all off at this stage, and a 7-5 half is a very, very equal scoreline. Nova still managing to kind of bridge that gap, but look at your scores. I mean, again, we're poised for potentially another 13-7 here on Breeze, and as you get to look at the stats of Fang Fang here, 92% KAST from your initiator, from your Silva, exactly what you want to be seeing from him.
Yeah, I mean, every member has been pulling their weight and has been doing so much in so many rounds, even with, you know, some uncharacteristic whiffs from people, with overextension, underextension, over-rotating. That's what I mean when I say every round is like a new game. The same people that whiff hit the craziest shots the next round and then whiff again the next. Those that overextend are patient and calm the next round and then overextend again. It's very difficult to figure out the direction of this game. But now as we head into the second map, both of these teams necessarily really want this pistol round.
Yeah, indeed, and it's a bit less. Oh, it's a bit less easy to call, but Luo King dying to Guang. I believe it's a little bit easier to call, at least for this pistol. But again, upsets are the name of the game, are the name of the region. And so far, even 1 for 1 for 1. Autumn has lost his life in a trade for 2, but there goes Guang, and suddenly that mid lurk has been dealt with. A 3 versus 3 retake, and it's basically only duelist utility online. A little bit of movement for Swagzor in the form of high gear, and one flash from CB. Azir on the flank watch, holding it down.
Oh, Del B gets the perfect timing, and he does not whiff. Of course he doesn't. This guy is unbelievable so far. And as Swagzor wants to get a kill, only CB is able to get it, and Fang Fang cleans up, and Trace win another pistol. Perhaps the most important one.
Yes, very much. This has become the most important pistol round here of the series, potentially, Keds. And credit to Fung Fung, by the way. That was a fast shot on the CB to get that kill without really needing anything else. And then, yeah, just... Oh, that's a bit of a shaky fight. Had it gone the other way, we would have seen a different scoreline, a different outcome towards the pistol round. The timeouts are still online. Nova, as you can see, still actually have both of theirs going into this attack half here. So plenty of time to adapt, plenty of time to improvise. And speaking of improvisation, Swagzor's holding a gun and a half to do exactly that.
He wants to get these early kills, and as Kai burns and goes down to 63 HP, he doesn't really get much for that.
Nah. Bit of errant damage here and there. CB's got the run it back. And again, Nova surviving to the attack rounds now means these ult orbs are far more farmable for them. Far more just dependable for them. And Trace playing these angles to try and force out these different positions. Playing these angles to try and make those ult orbs a little bit harder to get. Swagzor poised and positioned. Everyone bar Kai will be able to survive the outlaw shot. But will he even be able to get to fire?
Blauking is spotted out, but he's not killed. He just keeps spamming his Spectre. 1, 2, 3, and the round is just over.
Hey, well, that's it. Just blink and you will miss it. 2 outlaw shots were basically the only guns that got fired by Nova at all that round. I mean, keep an eye, it's 58 seconds by the time the engagement begins, and it's 55 by the time everyone is dead in mid, and 51 by the time the round is over. That's 4 kills in 3 seconds, 6 seconds for the entire round to end, and Swagzor, a risky buy up with the outlaw, still able to get the purchase through, but you can see Autumn stuck on a sheriff due to that risky play that did not pan out.
Autumn being a good IGL, a good leader, and handing his star duelist that Vandal instead of taking it for himself. Unfortunately for Guan, though, taken out by a Bulldog early on towards spawn, dropping the spike or keeping the spike stranded somewhat in a position that, if you're Nova, could be compromised.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a tight angle, a beautiful double swing. So it's not going to be too compromised just yet. Swagzor shooting. A little bit shaky, but Liu King not allowed to get away with his life. Spike has now been retrieved out of no man's land. Fang Fang the timing, but the harbor wall is just too good. He does get the timing. He finally manages it. Swagzor a quick 180 to deal with the fly on the wall. CB using the run it back to gain any information, but it's the site that's empty and all been expended. And these 2 players in Kai and FK, the position's not fully known, now been figured out.
Kai wants to use that outlaw and get the most out of it, and as FT gets a kill, it's a 2v2, and the HP is actually on the side of Trace here.
Oh, Swagzor timing is everything here, and it's perfect, it's stunning. Oh my days! Oh, he swings a little bit too fast, but that is why CB is there. The support is absolutely going to make sure that that round does not slip out of Nova's hands. I say the support, he's only been playing support role very, very rarely. If anyone has been on the form for Nova, it has been CB for the most part, but Swagzor here, not able to get the ace in the end, but a 4K to get the round, I'm sure you're going to be more than comfortable with either way.
I mean, an incredibly important and vital, crucial round for Nova to win there. You don't want to be giving up bonuses when when you're 7-7. But now that both sides essentially have a buy, Kai does still have that outlaw in hand against 2 members of Nova. That's going to be a body shot kill. But it is a full buy from both sides.
Yeah, pretty much. And we're not in the nerfed operator patch just yet. So that gun still fires incredibly fast. 2 bullets with basically 0 recoil. At the very least, minimal recoil at that. So a deadly, deadly gun, especially at a moment like this, as you highlighted. But there's full shields from everyone on the side of Trace here. There's the Guardian from Azir. It's going to have to be just that little bit more accurate as the utility basically trades 1 for 1. The first to fall is Swag.
Backsword does go down and Lauking comes to for a kill onto CB Ethan as both duelists are just quick and now Fang getting 2 and 3 on the board and Guang, I mean, how much can you do here? The spike is down on site against 4 remaining members of Trace. That's a tough thing to ask of Guang.
Yeah, 30 seconds and counting. Look at the mini map and tell me in what universe does Guang in what universe does Guang even save this rifle, let alone pick up the spike, get the plant? There is no universe if FP has anything to say about it. And now we are back a little bit towards early days of Ascent, a slugfest, round for round, push and pull, like you said, Kets. You mentioned OT right at the start, and it's only becoming more and more possible.
It does look possible, but at this point, given how the last few rounds have gone, even the bonus that Nova won, how competitive Trace have looked in that round, I think overtime is less possible than at the halftime.
Yeah, you're starting to now doubt it. Well, the timeout for Nova.
I think Trace may have converted me.
Well, I think they've converted a lot of believers. I'm sure a lot of people now look at the stats and, well, the ever immortal quote, never tell me the stats, never tell me the odds, just let me see on the day exactly how it's going to go. And right now, Trace, not paying attention to stats, not paying attention to odds, just paying attention to what they've learned, to what they've coached, to what they have dedicated themselves to. And with an 8-8 scoreline at the moment, and some rounds very confidently going the way of Trace that round as well, Nova really need to capitalize on both their timeouts remaining here.
They're gonna have a lot to do here. They're down to a eco here, just 1 sheriff, make that 2 sheriffs, a bandit in hand. We know that these teams can pull off some thrifties, but it's every single time they do it, it comes as a shock, and it's gonna have to come as a shock this time because look at the buy, look at the ults on the side of Trace, and look at the momentum that they've got coming into this round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Liu King, 1 frag gets the reckoning. There's already a lot of good utility out here. The stun comes through. There is the overdrive. There is the run it through for Swagzor, but the Hunter's Fury immediately going to stop any pivot on towards mid. Any aggression comes through. Little bit of a team damage done, but it is pretty minor, all things considered, especially if you look at the HP of Azir and CB. And now Nova in an awkward position, stuck in the same angle. They still have to aggress, but they've just had a lot of time killed.
Oh, he gets 2 with the shock dart. How have you done that, Fang Fang? Where did that even come from? Towards door, I'm sure, but what a mistake from Nova to gather up there, to collect yourselves in one's position, just waiting to be shot like fish in a barrel.
Oof. That's a beautiful shot from Fang Fang, and a very quick highlight to him. A name that was pretty quiet, all things considered. I mean, was definitely doing his job, but nothing more kind of impressive than that. 21 and 10, though certainly not the case this map. And I think we're really starting to see completely laid bare for all of us on this table that Nova and Trace Esports consistency is what they require, because Fang Fang has went from, you know, that kind of 13, 14, 12, 14 to 21 and 10. Kai went from, you know, 10 and 12 right now to, what, 21, I want to say, and like 12 on map number 2. It's just the consistency really seems to be what these teams are both needing in their utility belt.
Regardless of how, oh my god, what a perfectly timed shock dub, but regardless of how this map and this series ends up going, Trace must feel much better about themselves, and especially within the context of VCT China, because despite their struggles coming into this stage, despite not winning a map in 3 months, they've shown to be incredibly competitive. They've shown that they have the talent, the capacity, and the potential to be a very good team.
Maybe this is the thing, overcompensate sometimes, right? If you're going to have such a dry spell in maps, whenever you finally break that dry spell, you might as well commit to it fully, breaking that dry spell. Delby, though, it's a big frag. FK, though, a beautiful spray. Swagzor not there for the refrag immediately, but CB able to get the orb should he wish. He's not going to. He's going to follow his teammate onto the site, tap the spike, be there for the engagement, and Guang, his lurks were not working out as much over the course of the start of this map, but whenever you needed it most, that was a pivotal kill, and now the spike can basically go to the A site for free.
This really is going hit for hit here. Knockout for knockout. 9-9 is what this is most likely going to end up. Save something incredible from Fang that just will not be coming. They're just going 1 for 1 here. It is the game that we wanted.
We did speak at the start, Cats, about how this series was gonna go, and when we were saying we wanted to get to a map 3, I don't know about you, but I did very much believe that to be a pretty far-fetched dream, just with the performances that we have seen. But here we go. We are now, as you said, punch for punch, blow for blow, timeout for timeout, frag for frag. Everything is being tested here by both of these teams, and as you so eloquently pointed out, Cats, it means they're evenly matched.
I mean, when we started this map, we were talking about how, since Nova dominated in the first map and since Trace dominated in the second map, we will get an OT. But I thought we were joking. I thought we were just messing around with that. I didn't think that we were actually going to get to a position where these teams are going back and forth, winning round after round. And as Trace takes this timeout, they have to be talking about winning this next round and then winning the one after that as well.
If we see, I believe, a double round win for either of these teams at this point would lead to maybe not a completely broken economy at this stage, but certainly one that does not guarantee you to win rounds. Now, Trace took 3 stingers into B site and walked away with the round victorious, so by no means is that a guarantee of any sort of outcome, but you look at the ults, you look at the kits, you look at the technology that Nova has on their side, Reckoning and Viper's Pit, to get on site or to stop the retakes, and then CB, which is just a very casual ult into it, the suppress to come through. Gonna cut down this push by 3 seconds, but it's still gonna go through one way or the other.
It is a bit of a stacked side here. 3 people on site and a 4th just off of it. And as the ult comes through from the harbor, look at Fang, look at FK, look at Loki, look at Delphi! It's a complete shutdown. And as much as CB wants to take his backside, he does manage to get one. And he gets another one. Fang gets taken out as well. And now King in a position that might not be noted just yet. He gets a kill onto Guang, and it's all up to CB, the hero for this side of Nova. How much more do you expect him to do? How much more can he do? He spotted out his leg, noticed by Kai. He's repositioning to the other side. The plan goes down. It's a pretty safe spot. But how do you get out of this? A curveball goes out. He knows roughly where Kai was. But it's just a matter of who sees who first.
Oh, CB, if he just stays at this wall, if he just stays at the wall, he might be safe, but he risks it, and he gets the biscuit. Everything came down to that timing there, whether you swung and were facing down the barrel of the operator, or if you were given the space. Look, see what CB can do.
This guy has been everything for Nova. Wherever there's a gap in any part of the game plan, in any part of the read, in any part of your teammates, he's more than able to make up for it by just being the best player on the server in this map.
I mean, I will say at the very least, it certainly looked it from that round, but Fang giving him a run for his money. And Fang doesn't have a second body he can jump into. Fang doesn't have an ultimate that's basically low risk, insanely high reward. At the very least, CB there. Now, I say that. CB used his ult last round, and I don't know about you, Cats, but it looks like he's basically got it poised and ready to use again.
There's an anime battle going on here as Kai not misses one, but a second one. Swagso sliding in, sliding out as Zir gets a kill onto Fang Fang. And the A side looks difficult to hold as Guang has just taken such space from door. And the lurk is perfect. Swagso, they think he's left completely, but he just sticks around. Only gets one though. And the spike now heads towards B. CB clearing it. Oh, they're not gonna clear him. I promise he's not clearing him.
No, go
He's going back A!
What? Oh, okay. What? Okay, Nova. Okay.
What are we doing?
What was that? What do you mean? You danced around the site. You danced around the map so much that you caught 3 members of Trace, all on different points of the map, all with their knives out. What do you mean that Nova just did that?
They had A, and then they had B, and then they had A again. I mean,
And then we're at B.
And then they were at B again. If Trace weren't confused, I certainly am. And it did look like they were too. But now Nova, a 2-round lead, certainly not what Trace would have wanted.
No, definitely not. And at the very least, there is still the Viper's Pit online. Bladestorm, Null Command, basically everything. 1 ult point away for Trace. But that does also mean they've not been able to cycle the ults as well as Nova maybe have. They've not been able to get the value that Nova maybe have. And Swagzor takes Kai's head clean off.
What a nice shot. And as Guang gets into another advanced position, he just knows FK is there.
Oh. The oil drone to get the value, double door cleared out. Viper's wall is gonna fall down, but this space, as you pointed out, Kets, all already been cleared up. Guang has to be a consideration. He has to maybe consider getting back towards the team. The Viper's Pit to prevent the retake would be so pivotal, especially with this numbers advantage.
It's an incredible shot from Del B. It's another incredible shot on a sliding Swagzor. Even Util can't save you from his rat, and the Viper's Pit goes down to make recovering this spike incredibly difficult. But that's a nice molly to use though. How have you got that with the classic? You're unbelievable. You're joking. You're not real, Del B. Autumn gets out of sight with a no-scope operator shot, and CB gets one onto it. Fang Fang as well. Delby a 4th on the board and ace on the cards. Both the remaining members down to no HP, and it's Del B with the ace.
This is just cinema, and I don't know if it's a good movie. I don't know if I'm watching a horror, a thriller, an action. We have got all forms of genre right now in front of us. Del B, what is this? A double tap from the classic against his own mirror image. The classic, this gun alone has done so much damage on so many rounds. It's enough to force the final timeout in regulation, and Nova need to find a way to get these last 2 done and dusted.
You truly could not have asked for a better way to end this series that has been full of the most insane stuff I've seen in a very long time. And I mean, they just keep delivering, both sides going ban for ban on who can win the most outrageous rounds possible.
My days. 1v1s v. This is not a 5v5. This is a 1v1v1v1v1. Please continue that till the end, because yeah, we'll get sick of me saying it. But this is deathmatch. This is being played with very little refragging, with very little. I said it. There's plenty of refragging, but it's not off similar angles. It's not off of a double swing to go for the trades. It's very much hope one angle is being covered, hope that Del B is shooting someone from a mile away. The fact that Nova give him 2 kills on elbow with the Viper's Pit online for them. They just walk onto site, get the plant, and use the Viper's Pit, and instead Del B gets an ACE for TE to stay in it.
Unbelievable stuff we're seeing here in the penultimate rounds of what has been an incredible series, and Espaxo has that overdrive ready. It's a question of whether you're gonna pop it this round, and Kai is in such an interesting position up on this box.
I love it.
He might not still get cleared out. He doesn't, but Espaxo gets 2. The dash from Kai, he lands and lines up with Del B. An unfortunate turn of events, giving up the site, giving up the plan, and CB is in an all too familiar position. Surely you don't not clear it again. They don't, and it's as soon as the retake began, it's over. 12 rounds, match point, series point, Nova Esports.
And the lurk from Guang has been so feast or famine on towards that mid side. Let's see that. Oh my days! Oh my days!
Perfect.
How can you? Oh, that is a heartbreaking tailwind from Kai, donating his body for in the name of science. I guess, if you want to be kind about it, Del B falling alongside his brethren, and CB, just to point him out, 26 and 14. But he's died a lot more than that with the run it back. The overdrive has been popped. This should be the end. The null command to shut it down. The weaker buy from Trace. It's only going to get scrappier.
They'll be the only one here on B side capable of stopping this push. No, take that back. Kai is capable of trading him out. The judge doesn't get much, but Kai's Bladestorm does. But now he is alone on that side. 2 more members of Nova ready to take that space. Kai gets at least one of them. He gets both on the other side, and Lauki gets one on this side as well. It's another Thrifty. Perhaps coming through.
No.
How does this keep happening in this series?
And meanwhile, I say the lurk from Guang is feast or famine, and what's he doing? Sitting in mid, looking at nothing, holding nothing, dying to everything. And now 1 round away. There's the run it back. There's the, I believe, reckoning is 1 off. If you are the side of Nova as well, plenty of possibilities to close this round out, to close this map, this series out, but Trace refused to let go.
This has been the fight of the ages for both of these teams. OT now again. I mean, I keep flip-flopping. OT is possible. I don't think it's gonna go OT. Oh, never mind. It's going. It looks like it might go to OT yet. Still, Nova at match point. All it would take is 1 mistake from the side of Trace. But 1 mistake from the side of Nova could take us to OT, and that could be devastating as well, because everything resets when that happens.
Yes, indeed it does. Now, CB, run it back. Reckoning should be online for Azir. I believe the Alt Orb's still available. May be misguided. Maybe CB already used it to get the... No, there it is. There it is. Run it back online. Fast lane comes up. Harbor walls are going to just extremely go through each other right now. A completely empty site, all things considered, towards the pyramids. CB's gotten so much space online. Orange going to be completely cleared out. Swagsword does give up his life. Swings out a little bit too far. The spike ticking away. But Azir, no gun to work with. The Reckoning needs to get the value. Doesn't hit his teammate. The Sova Dart comes through. Kai shuts it down. He gets a second. Azir falls
2.
CB needs 3, but it's possible. It's not. FK shuts it down, and Kets, you called it in round 1.
We've got to OT.
Oh my days.
Unreal. How does this keep happening? Every round these teams play, every other round, it's like a different team. Both of these teams are turning it on and turning it off at will. Surely this is for the entertainment. These guys are entertaining us.
I will say, there is maybe some words to be used. We've seen the Nova coaches. We've already got the timeout as well already being called. So we did have 1 additional timeout left now for each of these teams outside of regulation. And I mean, yeah, Trace, they want this series. They need to take this. And we've seen back on Sunset, Nova's coaching staff, they were getting a little bit stressed. They looked like they were a little bit frustrated from the side of Alex R and Onbush. So we will see if that mentality has stayed alive or if they've been able to regain the composure, because Kets, you really hit the nail on the head. It's different teams every round. There's composed, there's panic, there's mechanic gods, there's angles that are being checked and cleared. It's every single thing on every single round is such a question mark, and that must be an impossible thing if you're the coach to really explain to the players and to really get a full handle on.
These two teams are, I mean, I guess we were right. These two teams are incredibly perfectly matched. I mean, there's no way. If you tell me now that you have some idea of who's going to end up winning the series, I would call you a liar, sir, because there is simply no way you have any idea how even the OT is going to look at this point. The chaos we've seen, I've played death matches less chaotic than some of these past few rounds.
Most of my death matches have been less chaotic than this. This has been just blow for blow, shot for shot, trade for trade. Some ridiculous scenes that we are seeing to really just highlight the difference here. Nova 28 and 16 from CB, and yet Autumn and Azir on 15 kills in total. Meanwhile, Trace a lot more even of a spread. It's a 9 kill difference between Fang Fang and between Luo King, the highest and lowest performer here. Swagzor, you need that shot.
Swagzor has been struggling to be consistent with those op shots today, and it's another missed one that gets Trace Esports the site and a lot of damage onto Swagzor as well.
Oh, and the spike tick and the utility now comes through. Harbor Wall is up, cuts away, deals with the operator, and the flash will certainly deal with the operator! FK for 3!
It's so good from him from the corner. He gets another one of 4. Kai cleans up, but my god, what a position to be in and what a series of kills to get. And they're 1 round away, Matante, from winning their first game in months.
Well, if you're gonna win the first map in 3 months, you may as well win your first series in 3 months. That flash from FK. What wasn't working out for him back on Ascent? I said that the longer the left click flashes with the longer fuse and the longer flash, it wasn't getting him the value that he needed, but the right clicks, playing off of his own flashes, he's caught up to Fang Fang, the player who I believe a couple of rounds ago we both would have said match server MVP, but now it's anyone's game, anyone's guess, and Nova has to make sure it's no one else's round.
FP wants to deny entry from that tunnel here, but unfortunately for him, Swagzor has just dashed past him, slipped past him, and he gets 2! Lauking, how much can you do to at least get yourself back into this? But it's nothing! Swagzor gets one onto Lauking, and Guang, elsewhere on the map, kills Kai, and we're gonna probably go again!
And this is the Guang has been sitting mid every round for the last like 7 rounds. Why are Trace still being caught out by this? Why was Kai surprised at that position at this stage in the game? It should not be that much of a shock. And similarly, on the other side, the 2k from Swagzor, we're going to look at it in the replays. This is a good double kill, but he's on his own. He's with no one here. CB's at the other side of the wall, not there to support him if things go wrong. And he's just fortunate that it doesn't. He's fortunate that he's able to get the 2 kills. And that's the name of the game. Nova and Trace Esports, take your 1v2, and whoever walks away the victor walks away with the round.
Swagzor going for that glass cannon up here. How much? Oh, he doesn't. He switched it
Never
out
mind.
at the very last second for the Vandal, changing the game plan right before the barriers dropped. But Azir does take space. Gives it up just as soon, though. Now, both of these teams have been better on this attack side than the opposite defense side. So if Nova can win this round, they're going to be feeling really good going into their own attack round in OT here as Kai dashes in with the help of his teammates, but he's taken out by Cheetah, and immediately as the wall goes down, Azir backside wants to deny this plan. Surely you don't go through. With the Cove though, you might be tempted to do so.
Oh, there's a flank as well, though, on the A-main.
Oh, it's perfect.
You did say it. Oh, there's a flank on the double doors, let alone the flank on A-main. And now Del B, the lurking Viper that Guang would try and be if he was on the attack, but just not the case. Spike now in an impossible corner. There's one snake bite to maybe steal a frag, but CB's holding the angle. Beautiful shot from Del B. 30 seconds and counting. He does use the snake bite for the corner. That's a second frag. That will be a second kill from Del B, and 3 players staring him down on the outside of this cove. If he gets 2, I will scream.
Ah, he doesn't even get one there. An incredible hold on that side from the side of Nova, and that's a defense round 1. They're gonna be feeling good about their attack side here. They're gonna be feeling good heading into this next round, and if they win it, they will close this out. It's gonna be... oh, it's gonna get messy.
Oh. And we are all out of timeouts, ladies and gentlemen. We have made it to the bitter end, just like I hoped we would. And while we've got this timeout, while we've got a lot of stuff to discuss very quickly, there is also a third party mega invested in the outcome of this series, because if Nova loses this, if Trace manage to break their curse, Tyloo get into playoffs off the back of Trace's performance. So not only do Trace want this to finally break their curse, Tyloo want this for them so they don't have to worry about Nova. And that alone is another aspect that just brings in a fully extra dimension here. One more round and it's Nova on the attack.
They're gonna have to make this round count. They don't want to keep dragging this out. The longer it goes, the more likely one of these teams is gonna make a crucial mistake, and you just want to win on your own terms rather than depending on luck and depending on yourself coming out of that chaos on top, which is how multi-overtimes tend to end up going. And as they head towards the B side here with the spike in hand, they just want to close this out.
Oh yes, they do. And now one more rush at it. CB has been doing so well at getting his team into the site, especially with the run it back this time. As I said, a little bit to be desired on defense, particularly on Ascent, but otherwise been very, very solid with it. And it's just a slow walk up here. He's going to see the elbow of FT. That could already be the end.
An incredible first kill from CB there. The star for this team in this map has shown yet again, and Guang on that lurk, still putting in that work. I guess this round we're feasting as he gets that kill onto top mid, and he takes that space in nest as well. The relay ball comes in, doesn't quite hit Del B. He might be ready for this. Oh, but gets two. Del B gets one as well. It's all down. Del B gets a second guy. Holding this mid area, but Guang is now alone in top mid in nest. What has happened here? How have they stopped that exec?
Oh, please. Okay, Delby's looking towards the attack. No, Delby, look back towards the defender side spawn for the love, for all that is holy, for all that is lovely in this world. The over-the-shoulder shot. I have yet to see this from production. This is kind of fire. Just to see exactly how it looks on the monitor here. 17 seconds and counting. It's not going to really be possible for him to also save the spike. That means, Ketch, you know what time it is. We are running this back yet again. He doesn't have time. He has time. He has time. He has time.
It's just enough time. It's not over yet. We got the shoulder cap back. He's going to look at the right place. He's going too far. He sees him. He spots him out. He knows where he is. He fights him and he wins! How have you done this, Guang? You are unbelievable! You are the greatest player the world has ever seen! How in the world did you clutch this out? And it's Nova that comes out on top in a map 3 that was unbelievable to witness.
Oh my days! How do you even begin to talk about not only the atmosphere, but how relieving that must be if you're Nova, how heartbreaking that must be if you're Trias, how insane the Guang is for just walking up mid yet again. A final feast, a buffet of frags, and everything falls into place for Nova, and off the back of that, Tyloo are not guaranteed the playoffs just yet. They still have a team to fear in their group.
This game has delivered above and beyond what I'm sure anybody expected of it, especially after the end of that first map. We thought it was gonna be a quick one, but instead we got 3 maps, with the third one being one of the best we've seen this entire year in VCT China.
Backs and forths and multi-kills and aces and everything that you could possibly hope for there. The improvements to the mid-rounding from both of these teams was something to really enjoy. Trace's mid-rounding back on Ascent was not great. Trace's mid-rounding even on Sunset wasn't the best. They just played at a pace that meant it was easy for them to convert rounds, that meant that Nova could not really breathe under the suffocating pressure. But when all is said and done, I believe, Ketch, you highlighted it, as soon as one of the teams were taking defense, they would take the round. But we'll cut to the interview to see exactly how Nova feel.
我是 Noah 的光。
恭喜你，因为刚才这张地图实在是太焦灼了，包括最后
We're
那
so
个
close
惨局
with
是
like
你
the
帮助
clutch
队伍
on
赢
the
下了
last
整
round.
场比赛的胜利，能不能先跟我们聊一下？
Yeah, do you want to talk about the clutch?
其实脑袋比较空白吧，就是尽量找人去拆成1打1。
Yeah, honestly, my mind was kind of blank. All I was splitting up
是
those
可以看到你
1v1s.
真的非常仔细的搜点，最后也是成功帮助队伍赢下了这场比赛。因为现在你们也拿下了3连胜嘛，
So now
想问一
you're
下之前有
3-0
意识到
in the
会
group.
是比较顺利的一个3连胜吗？现在拿下
Yeah,
3
how
连
do
胜
you
的心
feel?
情又是什么样的呢？
之前没有预计到吧，可能会想的过程比较艰难一
It's
点。
like we hadn't experienced this before. We thought it would be like kind of a bit more
是的，是非
difficult.
常开
But
心的一
it
件事
is
情，因为
fine.
我们会看到现在的 Nova 是更加的重道具轻信息。那你觉得现在 Nova 整体的默契？
Yeah, how do you think the team's getting along so far? How's the team cohesion?
当然也越来越好。
We've been
而且我注
improving.
意到，
It's been-
其实你们现在会经常选择霓虹和不死鸟的这套双决斗，这会是你们心中的一个
And do you
版本
think
答
like
案。
the Neon Phoenix
因为
is like
CV
kind of your
的
meta
火
answer
燃玩的
to
很好吧，然后
patch
Swaggy 的霓虹也玩的很好。
是的，非常肯定我们双决斗的能力。说到 CB， 因为前2天的采访的时候 ，CB 也有提到过，觉得你现在整个人都变得更加成熟
And
了。
the CB
无论
says
是
that
生
you've
活上还是
matured
游戏上，你自己会如何看待现在的成长呢？
人教人教不会，是教人一次就会吧。
He's just
是
like
的
it just comes from
很多的
experience. I
事
guess
情，
I've
包
kind
括
of
也
learned a
努力
lot
了
there.
很多，现在达到了这样的程度。那虽然说是非常顺利的3连胜，但是接下来的对手也不容小觑。
But
下一场
your
比
next
赛即将面
opponent
对
is
到
not
EDG，对于这
it's
场比
not
赛是什
to
么样
be
的想
taken.
法呢？
Any thoughts on that?
别说太难看嘛。
但我觉得其实无论怎么样，你们一定会呈现出一场非常精彩
And
的
he
比
says,
赛。
I hope like we
在
won't
这个
lose
选
too
手那
badly.
接下来让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y7
And
的新
that's
一
it
代
for
来
the
共
interview.
同
It's time
记
for a
录。
selfie and the pressure for the audience.
好，感谢光选手。那下面也进入到我们福能掉落的抽奖时刻，你可以喊开始3、2、1停来抽选一下现场的幸运观众。
开始。3、2、1停。
让我们恭喜2等座西 B 区的观众们，感谢大家来到现场观赛，也希望都可以在现场见到你们。接下来，让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Well, I mean, what a game it has been. He must be feeling so good having finished that out at the last few rounds there. I mean, I'm at a loss for words, Madante. What a game!
The only thing I can say is 1v3 clutches. I think just the stocks behind 1v3 clutches just jumped up about 1,000,000-fold because the amount of 1v3s that we were seeing. There's one from CB just there on the highlights reel. An absolute insanity back and forth here. Just players having rounds, having, as rude as it says, having life rounds, but having them like 5 times a game. Everyone at least had like 3 life rounds, it felt like, during this series. Oh my days.
I mean, it was unbelievable. You're right. It felt like even though all of them had moments where they looked individually not as, at their peak, they also had moments where they surpassed it. I don't know what you would say in general if somebody asked you, how well did this player do in this game? I have no idea how to answer that question because I would say, well, which round are you talking about? Because some of them, they looked unreal. It's just such a chaotic game where every round was like a fresh beginning to a game for both sides, for all players on both sides, where every round it felt like it was just different teams going crazy. Let's listen to some comms though.
Low Viper. -60 is Sova. -60.
我打40。
2枪死。
逼他。
玩死掉了。
这个。包点的。
有的。
CB.
Oh, and if there's one thing you can say, Autumn's desk probably has a palm print from him smacking it off the back there. What a performance. And I mean, you couldn't have really, the MVP, I mean, Guang, literally the reason that we're currently in the post-screen, CB, 30, drops the 30 bomb on Phoenix. I mean, yeah, what a performance and what a series.
Yeah, I mean, Guang took us home, took them home, took us home, took everybody home, but CB was probably the most important member of this Nova team, perhaps throughout the series as well. I mean, just consistent impact the entire game. Whenever you needed him to do well, to push, to take space, and to get those extremely impactful kills. Look at this. I mean, these curveballs have been incredible at that one, especially onto Lao King. If he doesn't get that kill onto Lao King is in a position to actually turn the tides of that round. And again, this one as well. Someone in the corner, he gets the most valuable kill. He even goes on to clutch it. In terms of impact throughout the entire series, especially this last map, you could not have given this to anyone but CB.
No, not really. I mean, Guang, again, the lurks were good, but again, feast or famine, either getting the most value, literally round ending, or round nothing, round completely irrelevanting. And we get to see the stats here. I mean, yeah, 30 and 19 for the side of CB. Fang though, 25 and 19, but look at Trace, everyone's quite equal and all love to them, but Autumn and Azir not having a game and still managing off the back of Swagzor, Guang and CB. They still managed to get the victory, and to not fully discredit them, the assists were big.
Yeah, and Trace, for what it's worth, is looking significantly better than they looked in their last 3 games in this stage. In the last 3 games, it never really looked like Trace had an opportunity to win it, to win those games, let alone win a map, except for maybe Ascent against EDG. But in this map, I mean, there were times, many times, where I thought Trace were actually going to win the series.
Oh, a million times over. I genuinely thought Tyloo were going to start the first ones to mention anything and say we're in playoffs because of Trace's mad performance. And I mean, look at the hexagon. I mean, this is good from Fang, but it is not the complete hexagon. It is not the point to point that we had seen previously. And for anyone that needed a just quick view of the maps, vetoes, the picks and bans, this is how we got here. And yeah, 13-7 into 15-3 sounds exactly like VCT China to me.
15 and 13, yeah. I mean, incredible finish to a game that looked really even. Going back and forth, first back and forth on maps, and then in the last map, back and forth on rounds. You just could not tell. You just could not tell at any point. You could not make a worthwhile prediction on who was going to come out on top. But it was, unfortunately for Trace, and fortunately for Nova, it was Nova that came out on top. 2-1 against Trace, continuing their unbeaten streak in VCT Stage 2.
So far, so good for them, but Trace breaking their own curse is hopefully that confidence builder for them. We can't really chat too much longer. We have a lot more Valorant still to do. Still 2 best of 3s here, ladies and gentlemen. That will be everything from myself and Ket. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. Big shout out and big love, everyone. And DRG and Wolves are up next, followed by EDG and JDG. When we're back from the slightly longer break, it will be the wonderful Charlotte and Joby to take you guys through both of those best of 3s. So keep them company, give them support, and from us, we shall see you the next time. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more games.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've
The roster was basically Spring, Yosemite, and Glacier, and we were doing tryouts. And we try out a lot of players, and I already saw the potential in Spring and the potential in Glacier and in Yosemite. Like every one of them were doing so good, so that was the time around where I treated that. And after this, we were searching a really long time for the next 2 players, and then we came up with Derek and Aluba after like 3 weeks or 4 weeks of tryouting, I think.
Amazing. And why were Darian and Aluba a good fit for that core of 3 in your opinion?
Derek I knew from DSG before, and I know how he is. I know his personality. I know that he can play like a lot of roles, and we needed someone who can play duelist, who can play smokes at the same time. So we found with him like the perfect fit for the team. He's also really easy to get along with, and I like him really much. And I think he's a great player, and he showed it in the last matches. And with Aluba, we were searching an in-game leader, and they all know him from the past. Yosemite was really convinced about him, and that's when we trialed him. And after the first days, he gave me like a really good. He gave me a really good look. Like every time he was in-game leading, he did it with passion. He wanted to win, and then we came up really fast with the conclusion that these 2 players are a good fit for the team.
其实过了2年之后，重新跟他当队友，我觉得有点感觉有点奇妙的感受吧。因为之前跟他当队友，他不是指挥，那时候指挥是小飞，对，在2024年的时候，然后现在过了2年，他回来狼队，然后并且担任了指挥，然后我觉得他从这2年也成长了很多吧。然后虽然在指挥上面的经验还是有些欠缺，但是我觉得他可以做得更好，然后也可以做得很好。
In Wolves, we have Derek, who can speak fluently Chinese and English at the same time because he comes from Singapore. So every time we have a language barrier, he can help me like pretty fast to make sure that everyone understands. Of course, sometimes there is still a language barrier, and I don't think it will change unless I learn good Chinese. And yeah, it's always the mix between having sometimes the problem of not everyone understanding, but at the same time making progress in terms of I see the understanding myself before I even need to ask Derek, hey, do they understand? No, I see it in the game that they are understanding what I want. So the barrier will never be gone unless I learn Chinese, and it's something I need to work with. It's something I need to improve, and I also think I did some mistakes in the past where I just think they understand, but in reality, my real point was not going through. So I need to improve on that to make sure that we are always on the same page. It's a process, and I'm trying to get better at it. It's not always perfect, but I think overall, in like 90% of the time, we are on the same page with the help of Derek and the translator in the team. But for the future, I will need to improve also on my Chinese maybe, and on understanding that everyone is always on the same page.
首先第一点感受就是因为之前教练飞的他是会中文嘛，然后现在换了 Alex 之后，我不能用中文跟 Alex 交流，所以我觉得这是我们之间的一个障碍吧。不过我觉得 Alex 是一个很好的人，然后他也非常的幽默，然后他也会给我们队员有非常大的信心，因为他平时也会鼓励我们，然后激励我们。对，所以我觉得教练他是一个非常好的人嘛。
I can read that. I see. I mean, I always joke about it because when I was in DRG, he left me to join Tier 1 in APAC. And I was always like, don't do it again, don't do it again. It's kind of a joke. No, but I think he did really great. And he's not really young anymore, but he's playing like he's really young. He's playing the game more than anyone I've ever seen. And that also makes him a good player. We can see it in the last 3 games. I don't know if it came, like if everyone knew, but he was really sick in the last game and he was still playing really, really good. And he can play every role I want him to play. If I tell him, go next game you play duelist, he will do it. If I tell him next game you play this or you play this, he will do it. And at the same time, he's always playing really good. He's doing good things for the team. He's really coachable, which I know from DSG. He's not really discussing much with me when we talk about things. So there's just really nothing bad to say. And yeah, the relation, I mean, the DRG time was not that long with him. So we didn't build like the biggest relationship, and that's why I pick him. It was just from the trials and how we all as a team saw him. It was like not because of me. So I don't think it was a factor why we picked him. But at the same time, I remember only positive things about him. So it was another reason like to pick him up. I mean, he's doing better. He was yesterday night one more time in hospital to check some things. I don't want to go in private details because I don't know if I can talk about what he has, if he wants it. So I will not comment much about what he has. And all we know is it needs to be treated. And he's doing better already. Today we're gonna practice with him. So yesterday we did the one off day because we also had media, and yeah, I focused also before in Nova when I had kind of same problem with Swexor once. I always focus on players' health first. I think we prioritize that he is not doing anything he should not do. So I always talk to him. How do you feel? How are you? Are you doing better? And he always gives me an honest answer. So I think it's going in the right direction, and maybe after stage 1 he needs to go for treatment for a bit longer. So right now we can continue practicing with him, and I hope that he will feel better in the next days. Yeah, and that's the current status, I would say. I mean, I was really honest to the players, and I was upset after both games, to be honest, because the BLG for me was not an easy win, but it was a 2-0. We threw the first map away. We lose a lot of situations, which we are not losing in practice. And if we win the first map, we probably win the second map and win this game. Against AG, Lotus was the same as before. I counted yesterday when we watched the VOD together. We lost 6 or 7 rounds with big advantage situations. And one day before we had scrims or practice against same comp, same playstyle where we did not do these mistakes. It's most likely pressure on stage, the feeling of not wanting to lose, which making them do more and more mistakes. I talked about this, and I can say this here as well. I told them we have 2 things we can look at. First of all, we are playing the best teams in VCT China right now, like AG and BLG are one of the best teams, and we can win if we are not doing these mistakes. And I think that's what we should focus on seeing the vision that we are good and not seeing the vision that we lose. On the second map, I also talked to the players. I think this is what I talked earlier about, where I admit that I do some mistakes sometimes in terms of communication. We had a clear plan, which I think was clear, but in the end was not 100% clear. It's something I said to them, I take this on me. We are experiencing a lot on the maps. It's the first team where I don't have any map where we feel like not comfy, and that's why I picked 3 different maps. It's also the team where I think we had the best practice results of all the teams I've ever coached. That's why I can pick any map anytime, and sadly we are not able right now to show how good we are from practice on the stage. I talked with Spring a lot about this. When we would say how we play against good teams in Scrim, I think a lot of teams would be really scared about us. For some reason we can't really show it, and that's some of my tasks I need to fix for the next matches. And the moment we can play like we play in practice, I think we have high chances to go deep, and that's what I try to make them go. What I try to make them do in the next matches, and that's some of my biggest tasks right now, I would say.
OK， 剩下2场的比赛，我知道这是2场非常可能会比较焦灼的比赛吧，因为他们也是非常有经验的队伍，他们也是上一次去伦敦大师赛的队伍，但是我还是有信心可以。觉得我们可以赢下这2场比赛，然后，我觉得我们能够顺利进到季后赛吧，对。
It's a action-packed day for VCTCN, and well, after that first match which went the distance, we'll see whether these 2 upcoming games have a lot in store for us as well. EDG versus JDG coming up later, but for now we have DRG versus Wolves, and Zobi, this one is looking like a bit like the previous game, actually, in terms of how close we expect it to potentially be.
Yeah, I feel like as the day goes on, it's like we think it's going to be like more one-sided, essentially. And if Nova versus obviously Trace was a 3-map affair, I think this could be like a very close like 2-0, maybe borderline 3-mapper as well. It just depends on what form of Wolves show up today and what form of Spirits Z1 and Vukushu show up for DRG essentially today.
Yeah, I think it will also depend on the map veto as well, which we will obviously discuss a little bit later on. For now, I guess let's just sort of give the broad strokes, the overview for these teams. And for me, what I'm looking at for the side of DRG is these roster changes. Flexin going out, so now you have Nick being the IGL and Verse coming in on that controller role.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Obviously, the calling itself has proven to be about on par, right? Only losing to XLG, still beating every other team that they've faced off against so far in their group. But I feel like individually, Verse to me hasn't really slotted in like super well individually to this roster, right? Isn't fragging out, is consistently like bottom of the scoreboard. And I feel like when you look at Flexin would have those pop-off moments. And so, again, I'm not convinced that this is still the full-strength Dragon Ranger gaming roster, and I'm waiting for that to be the case, right? Especially when they do go up against these opponents that are going to push them distance, like I could see all gamers of them doing after this matchup versus Wolves, and even Wolves doing today. So yeah, I still think there's question marks versus a team like Wolves, who kind of reinvented themselves around maybe not the most experienced individuals, but individuals that are hungry and that are motivated to do their best and make a Cinderella run towards champions.
Yeah, that is what they're going to have to be hoping for. And I mean, realistically, considering the state of the points table right now, you're looking at making the grand final, getting into that top 2. And they started out well, right? A win against Titan Esports Club. Darion looked incredible in that match. But they came up against some pretty tough opponents. Billy, who topped the group, All Gamers, who maybe have been struggling a little bit. That's AG's only win, actually, against Wolves, but a team that is looking to reinvent themselves and is looking really, really strong, especially keeping Yosemite, Spring, and Glacier in, and then just really bolstering the rest of the roster. Aluba coming in as a, I think, rookie IGL, right? And obviously Darion, who we've already talked about, but he's on the road to recovery right now.
Yeah, I actually got to talk with both Spring and Alexa, or the head coach from this roster, and it's really fun because Darion obviously played with Alex back in Disguised, right? And so he didn't even like come in necessarily as like, oh, I know this player, I want to pull him in. Like, he was trialed fairly like everyone else, and he's been a core part of the translation system for this team while also fragging out. And you put into context the fact that those last 2 matches that were super close, he wasn't feeling the greatest health-wise either, and is now getting back to like a healthy state. I think this is going to be all out. And hey, look at that, the skirmish we talked about versus having to prove himself, throw him on in for the map veto advantage. But as this unfolds, I did want to talk about the fact that to me, Wolves is the dark horses of Omega Group, much like Nova is for Alpha. Even though they haven't won a match just yet, again, it's been small mistakes that shouldn't be happening in their own eyes, and they know what's going wrong, and they know how to play against the comps. They're preparing accordingly in scrims, and they're just worrying about getting to translate on stage.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Wolves, it certainly seems like, well, 3-0 right now in the skirmish. Sorry,
he looks locked in.
They've skipped one there. Yeah, 5-0. We wanted Verse to prove himself. Maybe not the best showing. Can't let it affect him too much heading into the server, but that does mean that Wolves will get to pick whether they ban first or ban second. So let's talk a little bit about the map veto here, because realistically, both of these teams have a pretty clear permaban. For the side of Wolves, that's Breeze, and for DRG, they've been taking Summit out every single time.
Yeah, I think for me, I wish Wolves Instaban wasn't Breeze, because I feel like that's something they could have picked into, because it has been a rougher map for DRG. Even if they have won it once this stage, it was a pretty close call, right, against Titan Esports Club of all teams, right? And that was a 30-round game. But for me, I'm surprised to see that we have Sunset, Haven, and Lotus, because I really wanted to see Wolves, I think, push DRG to either Split or Ascent, maps they haven't seen this stage. And you can see those were the final 2 banned out, actually. So Wolves opting to go to Lotus, which they have played but lost twice over, again, a map like Ascent, where they played it and lost once pretty one-sidedly. So I guess they're just leaning into reps and comfort maybe for the players if we make it to that map 3. But how we feel about Sunset?
It's been a while since we've seen Sunset in the pool. Obviously, we've seen it a fair amount actually throughout the stage. It's my first on the return, but this is a map that, Wolves, they've taken a win on, but so have their opponents, DRG. So it does feel like we're starting off in fairly even ground. The only thing that I guess is a worry to me is the composition that we saw from DRG, because it was crazy. They did win 13-4, but they were running a Neon Yoru double duelist, which, I mean, we all know that Nathan D and DRG love to run their wacky comps. They picked Mix twice last stage. They've been doing a lot of Clove and Reyna stuff. Even at Masters, they were doing that sort of thing. They tried to make the Waylay work as well throughout Masters London. So, hey, Yoru's the latest agent to enter their pool. How I feel about that? Less confident, but, when patch 13.01 comes around, I'll be feeling better about it, that's for sure.
I mean, I want to put it in perspective, though, because this is a team that did experiment during London and before with flashed list compositions, right, on maps like Split, where they went for like a Waylay Neon, and it just wasn't their cup of tea. And so when you look for alternatives, I do think Life and the Duelist, and I think they've kind of keyed in on the flexibility with Spirit Z1, where one can be the primary entry, one can be that kind of fill duelist, and they could just flip that whenever they want. And I'm really liking how it's developed personally. So I think it's better to then run a double duelist with a Yoder than say like, oh, a Sky, or I don't even see a Breach really working with the speed of this team and this composition either. And so I do think that is going to be fine for them. On the flip side, I think I'm more interested by the Wolves composition, Charlotte. All right, Sova, Sage, Neon, Viper, and Omen. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Viper be like a go-to pick on Sunset, right? I feel like it is really, really good for taking deep space on some of these lurks on the attack side, and I feel like it's going to be really good defensively for shutting down a player like Vukashu, who is going to be perpetually trying to find those timings, find that space, and I think it's going to help them out a ton. Sage, I'm not too sure how that's going to plan out in terms of like sight hold against a double duelist, but that's where I'm really excited to see if they run the same thing and if it's going to square up accordingly.
I mean, across the global circuit, we've actually seen a fair amount of Sage being used on this map to mixed success, I will say. But you know, Wolves did they found a win here before. It's 13-5 against Titan Esports Club in their first game. So there are some positive signs, right? I think this first map is honestly a bit of a gamble from the side of DRG, just because it does feel like fairly even ground, and that does worry me that for the rest of the veto they might have just shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, hard to say for sure. I mean, Vukashu was 20-5 in that type. Wolves kind of needing to get their footing once again here for a chance to improve their standings, maybe dodge play-ins, and DRG, right, wanting to be the top of this group alongside XLG, right, are going up against All Gamers next. This is not one that they again want to drop, because it's again a lot easier, I would say, to beat Wolves than it would be to beat All Gamers.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a bit mean to say, but absolutely, All Gamers do seem like a bit of a different team right now. You can see that DRG is certainly feeling themselves on the walkouts, the sunglasses coming out, but I honestly think this is one of the most important matches of their group stage, because they've got so much to prove, and you want to keep yourself with maximum one loss, because any more than that, it's very unlikely that you're going to make it to the top 2 standing in the group. It's so pretty much guarantees that you're going to be having to fight through the play-ins. That's when the tier 2 teams get involved. And we've seen some fairly strong tier 2 teams actually coming in. Keep Best Gaming, with some players coming in from Tier 1, Ackerman, who was formerly of this DRG team. We've got Any Questions with Simon, who obviously won champs with EDG. There's a lot of talent down in Tier 2, and they will be hungry as well. So avoiding play-ins has to be the #1 priority.
Yeah, and I mean, Wolves rebuilt out of some of those tier 2 players, right? With Aluba, who was previous Wolves alumni, now returning in the IGL position, replacing Sweetfat Baby, and redefining this squad as kind of a hungry team that is here for redemption. And Spring's one of those players as well. It's like the meme where like every player gets grayed out as time passes on, and he's the last one standing. But yeah, all in all, again, I think this is a team that just... it is scary because they have nothing to lose, and I think that's where they've been able to find the most success, and I think they surprised everyone coming out of the gate swinging with that first victory, and have been trying to get back to that level of expectations.
Yeah, for Wolves, it is grand finals or bust, so that's quite a long road. You've basically got to take it one game at a time, and like we said, with 2 losses on the board, it's very likely they're going to have to fight through the play-ins. They have time to be able to set themselves up. They have time to experiment, time to find where they are comfortable. And maybe today is the first step on that, with a game against DRG where, again, the expectations are gone. The pressure is off against this Dragon Ranger Gaming side. They can try and play to their outs. Obviously, we will see whether it works. They've chosen to start on the defense here on map number 1, Sunset.
Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. I think for Wolves starting out on the defense, it leans into exactly what we mentioned, right? Those Viper walls are going to have to be very, very well oiled against those slows of the Sage, and you're going to have to shut down Vukushu on the lurks alongside the double dive. Again, there's just a lot of issues that you have to think of, and mentioning that the fact that you don't see Yoder too much on this map means there's not great odds they've played against it in their practices, in their scrims, and I do know that between their last match and this match, Wolves did have a decent number of days off as well, right? They had double media days, both for themselves and for the VCT China press, and then they got back into the swing of things after they made sure that everyone was healthy and ready to come back and just jump into things, back to crunch time, back to matches, back to chunks, and a chance to, go ahead and celebrate and make sure that you can get into the server on the same page as a team.
Yeah, their last match against All Gamers, in fact, was on Tuesday. So like I was saying, plenty of time. And a Lotus game against AG that went to 13-11. One that they did end up losing, but a very close affair. That's the decider here today. So we'll see. Good signs for the future. They've got to get there first, or, you know, ideally for them, win 2-0. A difficult task against Dragon Ranger Gaming, but anything is possible, particularly here in VCT CN. We've seen some crazy matches. We've seen some upsets already coming in. So let's jump into the agent select. And the broad strokes, this is the same.
Yeah, no surprises, no changes on either side. And yeah, I mean, we kind of laid out how we think both of these compositions are pretty much going to work, and it's just going to be a matter of who makes some slip up, who's making some mistakes. And I will say, I do remember watching back that DRG match. Who was it against? That was against Titan Esports Club, actually. And I don't know, DRG, I think they were a bit too relaxed is the best way to phrase it, right? Like, I think they were making mistakes they don't normally make, even on the global stage. And so as we're reaching, like we mentioned, these matches that you really can't lose, because if they lose here, then that All Gamers match is even more so important. Then it's gonna be really, really difficult for them to kind of pick up themselves, I guess, and be like, oh, we shouldn't have lost that, right? I think they would get in their heads just a little bit. So all in all, yeah, we'll just have to see what exactly their form looks like on the day of. But we mentioned this before the broadcast even began, Charlotte. They have a formula that works in VCT China, works domestically, independent of the changes from Flex and Diverse. And I think that's just what's going to be tested here again against Wolves, who have been kind of trying to defy other teams' formulas.
Yeah, a formula that works domestically, but they've never really been able to find success on the international stage. Obviously, Champs Shanghai is the target for DRG, but after a disappointing showing at London, potentially they will need to change some things up. But we are still in a domestic match, and already Wolves throwing some ideas into the mix. That triple high-low towards top mid, that cover does push them away from it.
Look at this, already set up with the trio stack to launch into mid off the paranoia. They are countering hard Vukushu's timing, and luckily it was just a spy cam, and in response DRG looked to scale up out of B main.
Yeah, there's so much control. The site's basically vacant for them, but Spirit C1 wants to try and push forwards in towards Boba. Does find the first kill, instant trade, Life pushing forwards as well, but that's to his detriment. Aluba, the new captain of Wolves, does take his first kill of the map. Now DRG, maybe a bit more settled in their positions, hunkering down. First up close, they've not cleared him. Nick finds 2 from Pillar, and it's up to Glacier, but he cannot do squat. It's Nick for 3, and DRG with their first.
And you saw real quick the learning curve that DRG was going to ensue, playing around that Viper's toxic screen, splintering those post plans on the B site. And I did really like the Spirit Z1 and Life group up here on market. And I think that's where there was some complications because of Wolves pathing on the retake, where DRG needed to restabilize. And it was really just that crossfire double swing out of Boba that gets completely obliterated, like you mentioned, by some individual heroics on the DRG side. So pistol goes their way. That 100% record of Wolves gets demolished. But this next eco round doesn't seem like it's phased them with how fast, how furious they're going in to deny the orb a main and try to challenge Life 1-on-4.
Does have a Marshall here, Life. So body shots will be fine to take down any of these Wolves players. No shields for anyone. Or creeping forwards, they should be able to get the trade, and they do. Weapon unrecoverable though. Vukashu now posted up with the Outlaw to try and catch him. DRG want to end B here again.
They're going to get it pretty much for free. Again, strength in numbers on the eco is going to be the name of the game here for Wolves. Once again, they'll have that toxic screen to play off of the retake, but once again, Vukashu is up to Vukashu things. The timing ticking through. Market should get a decent sightline on the entire squad, pull it on through, and even plays the trigger to splint Charlotte.
Oh, he's certainly spotted them, but there's a trade, a response. It's been going 1-for-1 for now, but the trading's still in favor of DRG. And the weapons in their hands as well. Spike starts to tick just a little bit faster. Oh, and Yosemite can't quite catch Spirit Z1 before his teammate falls. I just look to either go down to the Spike or save this Outlaw into the next. It's the former that Yosemite opts for, maybe looking for another exit towards the main angle, but DRG have Scarpered and they've got their second round, not without costs.
I don't know. I think Wolves did as good of a job as they could have. I think they're getting decent information on exactly where Vukashu's going to be playing in some of these late rounds, maybe how some of the early rounds on the anti-ecos are going to look like for DRG, just looking for picks where they can on the extremities. And we also saw those fundamentals just taking these team fights as easily as they could. And that's going to be super helpful as we get into these buy rounds. Now, we mentioned that bonus eventually getting demolished on the Dragon Ranger gaming side. So what are they going to do? They're just going to force up in its stead. It's a dangerous game, especially when you look at Vukashu without a shield even. We'll see if it pans out for them.
I feel like pretty much every match we see about 5 instances of Vukashu going for the hero rifle, no shields. The criticism that we've had before that it shouldn't keep working despite the fact that it does. That's his caliber as a player and goes for the aggressive fight towards mid.
Yeah, and you immediately heard that communication as well, or saw it, I should say, on the player cam as well, being like, hey, I saw 2 on top mid. We need to break that stage wall, maybe leave actually. And that's where I do think this early defense line from Darian's going to be everything if he calls off of that contact. And I hope that he just gets the infill and falls back. If he falls here, this retake's going to get so difficult for Wolves, knowing that all of those Viper smokes are pretty much committed B side.
They're gonna push him together, but I mean, he gets even more than he was bargaining for.
Perfect.
A frag on towards Life. How he's dipped away.
Now you have Aluba to support him. Surprised he's full committing into elbow. That's now put a hard pressure point onto Aluba here to buy more time for these rotations that are still coming slower than they should for Wolves.
Oh, so much utility. He's spotted. He's completely shut down. The flash coming in as well. There was not much to do. Yosemite trying to fight on forwards into red time here, but Glacier just a little bit too unaware on the site itself. Once more, DRG settle with a man to the goods. And Yosemite and Spring are having to fight back in here, both from the same angle, but they don't clear Nick. He's got information on the second. Spring, not long for this world. DRG still flawless here on map 1.
Yeah, converting that third round bonus, big air quotes around bonus. Yeah, I mean, it started out so strong for Wolves. Darien playing a textbook perfect, and then it completely stray from the material. They start making it up, winging it with that elbow re-engage, and that's where things started to fall apart, right? Numbers, space control, all go the way of DRG, and you're retaking in without a paranoia, without info. It was just really, really rough, and that's something you're going to see with this composition, right? There's no flashes with it. It's going to be really hard. It's only Glacier and that stun really that can get them space back. And so you need to hold on to it, these double controller anchors, or you need to fight for it together and get those numbers early, which is exactly what the Outlaw on the line is meant to deny.
Meanwhile, though, Yosemite with his Marshall has domed Vikashu down in mid. It is a 4-on-4.
Ooh.
Now Spring tucks close to this box. If DRG don't clear this, that could be a massive position.
Yeah, it'll be off the timing, right, of the toxic screen. Bobbing up and down. If they even re-clear it, it's just silent. Ooh, gun drop likely heard. So now this trio is going to continue clearing all the way into tiles. The regroup's going to come in with Spring. And without that true Senti online anymore, I don't think they're going to realize that the entire team is coming on the flank unless Spirit Z1 says, hey, I'm not seeing anyone Boba. I'm not seeing anyone Market. We need to start putting the red flags up. And that's exactly what Nick is now going back into main for.
Oh, he spotted a player as well.
They're gonna flip site.
Yeah, they absolutely are. But considering investing the Nightfall into this instead, Spirit C1 just sends in the flash. Nick able to capitalize, but Darien Spring, they're answering back. It's a 2-on-2. Potentially one of the more successful rounds we've seen from Wolves thus far. And now Aluba's creeping in through Market. He can't land the shots, however. And DRG, at the end of the round, squeak by for 4.
Did I just see somebody 7-0, and I think that was Nick on the DRG side. I'm gonna have to get a little scoreboard check there, but yeah, I think the defaulting here was really, really strong, just finding kills where they came on the DRG side. And this decision, instead of flipping side to get proactive and refight against the eco from Wolves, not even using the Nightfall that you mentioned, was huge. And yeah, you can see like trying to explain slowly, methodically to make sure that all the players are on the same page. Something he mentioned he learned from the Nova side is he might think he conveyed his plans properly, but then things can get lost in translation. So slowing things down just a bit as they take their first time out. And yeah, they need definitely a correction here really soon. And on the flip side, you can be pretty relaxed if you're Nathan T on the Dragon Ranger gaming side. Just like keep doing what you guys are doing, you know, clean up these small mistakes, and we're looking pretty good.
Yeah, because the rounds have been close. Despite the fact that we're currently sitting at a 4-0, Wolves have been making DRG sweat a little bit, and they've been keeping them honest.
Would you say that's been from the calling, though, or just from team fights making things scrappy? Because I think the calling's been fine on the DRG side.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just Wolves doing Wolves things.
It's scrappy. I think it's just really solid fundamentals in terms of the trades from Wolves, right? They've been very much on the mark with those fundamentals. You can tell it's definitely something that Alex has tried to work on with the Wolves side, is making sure those fundamentals come on through. And they have been, but it's been those fine margins at the end of rounds where it just hasn't quite worked.
Yeah. And I like the operator purchase. We just mentioned how this composition isn't really catered towards retakes on this defensive side of Sunset. So placing that on one side, placing your Sage on the other is a great deterrent. DRG out of the timeout played very defensively, expected an aggro push, haven't quite expected the operator, and it's still in the dark for the time being, but one Prowler and they have all of this B main space now.
I do feel like maybe you can infer something from the fact that there were no shots, but the Prowler still died, that someone may be hiding something. Whether you suspect it's an operator? Not entirely sure, but
ooh,
in the back of the minds.
This is interesting, right? They've had Vukushu conditioning that they're the solo lurking in mid, and they tag out and are going B main while the entire stack is filtering in through Market. This is going to eliminate a lot of that pressure the operator was hoping to achieve, and it also makes now the toxic screen work against them, where they can't necessarily get on the line unless they sacrifice it defensively.
Life is now making his way forwards into the site, sending in some shots. The operator through the legs of Life, and he takes down his opposing number. 5v4 now. DRG looking solid in this post plant. Spring Oh, he's just been able to creep his way forwards again. Trading, coming in for the side of Wolves, and now here's the Resurrection Spring, still uncleared. He finds a second. Aluba, another kill, and it's a 1-on-2. Verse has to do all he can. The time's starting to tick here, actually. Verse, he might just do enough, but instead it's the trades again, and Wolves have found the scoreboard.
I got a little bit shaky there as they just didn't quite have enough toxins to get a toxic screen up, and that's when those crossfires started delivering on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side once it dropped. But yeah, I think the Resurrection just coming through is what they needed. They get the dark cover on Spike, they get to play around that smoke, and that's how they get those trades. And Aluba, the finishing touch to get Wolves on the board. And my only concern is that they didn't necessarily flush out some of these big ticket ultimates for DRG, such as that Nightfall, where you have the overdrive as well. And that's where I think that plus the supplement economy you get from a 4-0 start means that DRG aren't deterred at all. And it's like, all right, we're just going to go pretty fast, it looks like, towards this A space, see if they can disrespect Yosemite on this hold. And that's what disrespect gets you.
Yeah, Yosemite is proven to be very effective when it comes to the anchoring here. Sends up the barrier orb as well towards that elbow space. Very quickly shot away, but it does still funnel DRG to a narrower angle. Gives some food for thought.
I like it again. This composition is designed for hard anchors, but once a Guardian up against Vukashu, it's not going to quite work out. Yosemite now defying the Nightfall, finds the timing inward so that he's not decayed, and now it's just going to be forcing Stronghead their way into the site.
Oh, he still found a kill. Aluba back sight as well, completing the full house. Disgusting shots from him, and Wolves are back on the charge.
And you just did not see enough utility to flush out that back corner. It's Vukashu taking a dry one. Everyone kind of for DRG taking a dry one, right? The only utility we saw was the Prowlers trying to get these players a little bit deeper into sight, but they just never were quite connecting. And again, I don't think they're capitulating off the full strength that this composition has on that DRG side. And part of that is because Yosemite was able to find life so early on. They didn't have the stun, didn't have the overdrive, that crosshair draw. That's where Spirit Z1 and that full Yoder kit needs to find efficacy. You need to be seasoned effectively into sites as well. So we'll see if they can fix that in terms of how they engage into a stacked site, because otherwise DRG need to lean into the defaults more than the death balls, which we saw them do earlier in this half, and we're ironically not seeing them do on this eco round. They only have that Vandal and that Guardian for Life and Nick.
Early pressure towards B main yet again. Just picking up the orbs. Going through the motions, really, for DRG on the default.
Okay. This is what we mentioned. Made a lot of noise from barrier drop in front of B main, even force at the Sage Wall, break the Sage Wall, get the orb, which is great, but that is not their end goal. Glacier here was tested last time, got completely domed by Life on and off angle. What will he achieve this time? This is the depth of the utility we want. Prowler in. Try to get him off the line. The fake out even reveals the position. Same said for the Haunt. And there once again is on an island, easily traded.
On again. The operator shot from Glacier doesn't quite hit his mark. Now he's been spotted by the Neural Theft. They know where he is. They're trying to send the shots through. Meanwhile, Spike being planted by Nick. DRG, despite the weaker weapons, they've got full control of the A site. Yosemite trying to wrest it back. Now entrance into the site. Darion uncleared. Vukashu through mid. These Sheriffs are doing the work they need. And now here comes the Guardian from Nick. Wolves had 2 in a row, were looking good. But DRG have shown them who's boss.
Wow, I mean, a bonus converted and an eco converted. These are rounds that Wolves cannot be losing, and that's something that Alex has tried to infer upon them after some of these early stage losses. And I think that's where we actually got to see DRG lock in some of these fundamentals, these trades, these timings, these off angles that just went unexpected. And speaking of unexpected, you always need to know where Vukashu is, and it's usually going to be behind you. So all in all, again, a lot of things that Wolves should have been prepared for, just not going their way, and that's how DRG get up to 5 and don't allow Wolves to make up lost ground. So, the time being on their map pick in this first half. Gonna stay ahead, gonna strengthen the buy-up, but we still haven't really seen, now, big picture ultimates from Wolves, and that's where Spring's finally gonna pull out his Viper's Pit. take some of these default options off the table. And I'm more surprised that with this 5% so deep into A that they weren't hard committing these players to earlier on to B, but players look like they're in position now for the reflood. And the early Hunter's Fury as well from Aluba.
Oh, he's been able to get value. Spiritsy 1 spots the 70 on top of the wall and does take him down. Looking to head further towards Boba, but instead Paranoia comes out and Aluba capitalizes again. He's been a massive player for Wolves so far in this map, not just the calling, but in the gunfights too. But now he's outdone by Nick. IGL v IGL. Wolves still a man to the good, but DRG start to feel a little bit more secure.
Yeah, I like them waiting for the regroup from Spring here so they can leverage these numbers, but I don't like the wall, and I'm glad they're waiting for it to dissipate because it gave DRG funneling effect that they tried to capitalize off of. That's how it's given them this 2v3.
Oh, looks away at the wrong time. Now, Nick, under pressure from the snake bite, Life has his back. And, well, now he's stunned himself. Darion trying to capitalize on the kill, and does. Wolves very quickly answer back, but Zobi, you're shaking your head.
I just don't know how I feel about that round. I think Wolves made some slip-ups, and then they waited out their mistakes, essentially, right? We talked about the Sage wall, and that's exactly where Nick re-engaged, right, on that jump-up side, and that's where they kind of got that chance. But I also wish they got a bit more active around that overdrive. Instead, it was used as a scare effect that Wolves just weren't afraid of, and they continued holding those fights and winning those fights. And again, we're seeing now, I think DRG try to improve the conversion off the util, and it's just not quite connecting. So now, once again, a semi-broken buy. Once again, Wolves an opportunity to close this gap up. And it's like, okay, are DRG going to do the unthinkable again? Or will Wolves finally give us a respectable counter? And with this confidence into the main fight, it might be the former.
Yeah, they are feeling themselves towards B main. DRG definitely seeing the controls, and what in the paper X is that? Going up onto the box. Yeah, get some information that no one is towards mid, and Aluba is anticipating something towards A, but Wolves are just happy to see that space at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure, considering we frame this as a composition that likes to anchor instead of play retake, but I think they're hinging on the DRG. That's where the most of their mistakes have been, is in these late posts. I think that's why they're changing up the tempo a little bit. Life looking prepared for an elbow refight. Early util as well into these chokes from Nick.
He's got his ult up now, though. From the plant, Nightfall coming in. Oh, overdrive on the other side, though. Glacier trying to run him down, mow him down. Yosemite, Aluba, get involved. Vikasu just has to dip away from this one. Save the rifle, Wolves. Don't lose a body on that. Well, sort of anti-eco, anti-half by, whatever you want to call it.
I think it's a round they needed to win, to say the least, right? Now 1 round trailing, probably going to force out Dragon Ranger Gaming his first time out as well. It's just the tempo change is nice. Now they're starting to utilize those ultimates as well as perfect counters, right? Nightfall for the overdrive. And that was what's key, I think, to them playing the retake and the early trap game that they did, was they aren't going to play like that every round, unfortunately. It was very catered to the ultimates, but that just shows intention and depth from their IGL from Aluba, which is great. And Aluba as well is fragging out. It's really funny. I feel like we're seeing Aluba be the follow-up to a lot of the paranoias, a lot of the relay bolts from the Neon, instead of him being the one to like redrone and dart in for those re-entry players. And I'm here for it. I mean, it's working.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. It's interesting to see as well that the IGLs are doing so much in the fragging department, because we talked about Nick earlier on as well. 7-0 he was at one point, I think. So, yeah. Leading from the front, as it were.
I still think individually he's doing pretty good as well, but I'm trying to think about what exactly Nathan D could be instilling upon DRG right now, because the defaults are getting them the empty sites. I think what we just need to see is something similar to how they countered, I think it was the 4th round eco, actually, or one of the eco rounds for Wolves, which was after they got the spike down, they collected and they refought where Wolves were trying to retake from. Now, that was on their own flank, obviously, and again, it was up against pistols. That's why they were so confident in that re-engagement. But I do think they need to get ahead of these retakes of Wolves in the post-plant. So I'm going to be looking towards like a market refight. I'm going to be looking towards like a Boba refight, considering they are ending B a lot of the time. But Wolves. trying to state that they are not going to go quietly, that it isn't just when they have ultimates that they're willing to take space here, and they make a lot of noise and fake the peel off here. This is interesting. There's still 4 players. DRG, I don't think they're going to be ready for this.
It feels like maybe they're trying to hold for it, but going off of the Prowler contact, Glacier gets ahead of it.
As
only gets one, and now here can come the Resurrection. Barrier Orb up in the way. Spam's coming through from DRG. They want to get the catch, but Glacier back up and thriving. Early skirmish goes the way of Wolves very heavily.
Yeah, that's once again life out of the picture super early on, but I think DRG should have gotten enough information that they should not be walking through B main, but running at this point, right? So much was invested from Wolves on that A main fight, and now they've missed the window opportunity, right? Spring can play contact, tell the players to rotate in the mid that they are in the right place at the right time, and now Wolves are once again in a position to reflood really early, and this is where DRG out of the timeout have to have made a change in the post, and we talked about it, it's getting aggressive. That should be the solution.
Yeah, it should be Verse looking to do exactly that. Meanwhile, Yosemite on the flank might see what he can try and do, but it's the players from Boba for the side of Wolves that are finding their mark. And now Yosemite, he's still creeping back forwards. He might not even be needed, but at the nick of time comes in to stop Vukashu's tear. Because he'd found a triple, but it wasn't enough. Wolves have tied the game.
And I'm gonna have to look if there was a tripwire, how Yosemite got into B main for one, but number 2, you saw the difference, right? A Shroud step fake out, so you could get the trade on that retake if you're Wolves. And on the flip side, when we see, right, Verse and Spirit Z1 trying to combat into Bobo, where was the util? It was all dry fights pretty much on their own. And I think that's where, when numbers are favoring Wolves, so are the trades and the outcomes. And now we're tied up 5-5, proving our point that this was going to be a competitive series, no matter the map. And me proving what you mentioned, that Sunset was a risk in the veto choice, and DRG now didn't convert the buy run out of the timeout, are thrown back into an eco with a Vukashu hero rifle. This is where he mentioned the formula's final calculation.
At least he's got shields this time, which is more than you can say in other instances.
Yeah, and he scaled in the mid so quick this round as well because he wanted to get that high tempo kill so he could get the information of the neural theft pretty early on. But yeah, I think Wolves, aside from the one round where it was like a backstab to cap off the round, have done a good job of pinpointing where he is and nullifying his impact in this matchup.
It does feel like we're waiting to see a big moment from Vukashu. He found a triple in the previous round. Again, didn't amount to anything because the rest of his team had fallen. Let's see what can happen this time on, though. Still high-low, yeah, absolutely. In towards elbow. Spotted out by Life, but he's going to pay for that. Meanwhile, the spike's coming towards B. Yosemite and Spring are waiting for this.
Again, the protocols right now for Wolves are so well fleshed out, right? And we mentioned how one of the faults early on for Wolves was Darian getting a bit too active too alone on some of these street holds, and that was fixed immediately. And now Glacier's fragging out on his own. It feels like the pairings have been cleaned up so much that you don't want to be giving ones away too easily, Spring. And I like the tuck to play a bit safer, but time is running out for DRG.
And where do they go here? They felt like they couldn't go B. They tried to go A. That didn't work out. Now they're attempting a market push. Spring's low on HP, but yeah, time becomes the all-convincing factor. Everyone will fall in the end of it as well. After a 4-0 start for DRG, it's Wolves now who have the lead in this game.
Yeah, it feels like things are going from bad to worse now for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Usually the defaulting was very well timed, very well identifying the weak sites, and here they lost double numbers on the A fake, couldn't even get through the Sage util on B, and then when they're re-hitting it's time working against them, and Aluba's repositioning is pristine on the market cross. So Wolves, no gaps this defense, have guaranteed at least a tied half, and after starting 0-4, might even get the lead.
Yeah. 6 of the last 7 rounds have gone in their favor, and well, the opening on this one does as well. Life again shut down by Glacier, who in these past few rounds has been winning that Neon head-to-head towards A main. Now DRG look to send themselves in towards market. It is just Spring here, looking to hold up against well, pretty much the entire DRG squad. Just Vikashu sat back in mid. He might be looking to cut off some of these rotations.
This is what we mentioned. This is the opportunities DRG aren't taking advantage of. If they fought while Plant is going down 2 into BOA, they would have had a 1v2 against Spring. Now it's the entire team here, and they are in such stark numbers as advantage that there's really no way other than heroics to pull this round back.
Yeah, DRG is a team that relies on heroics, relies on their gun skill, but right now it's Wolves who are finding the mark. Nick can only get one, and everyone else will topple. Goodness me, that is one way to answer back from Wolves. They have the lead heading into the switch.
Yeah, they definitely went from, a small bark to a howl by the end of the half. Again, just set up those protocols and those fundamentals so fast after they were making some of those warm-up mistakes early on. And that's something also Alex mentioned is kind of normal for this team, is the nerves on stage, the expectations to perform can get to them, but when they throw those out of the window, they can stabilize and really show what looked like an impenetrable form that ended off this half. So coming into the side swaps, yeah, I'm a bit worried for DRG. But I will say that it does give opportunities for some of those star players to shine a little bit because they can control their own tempo and their own refights more effectively than I think they were on their attack side, which is questionable to say, but it's still the case on a map like Sunset where you can send life a little bit earlier on one of these early round fights in main, right? You're going to also have Vukashu being a hard anchor, and he actually will get the fights he wants to take, the multi-kills he wants to take, and that's where we're getting to have to test, I think, Wolves' ability to stay as a pack and trade each other out.
So I got distracted by the meme cam. I will be honest. Not a lot of participation so far, I'll be honest.
I guess they're not very excited. Maybe their team isn't winning just yet, or maybe they're here for the EDG Shanghai qualification later today. But
yeah, that's it.
Oh, give us the power friend! This would be such a Q1 to do. Yeah! Come on!
No, come on!
No! Come on!
Come on! Oh.
Wait,
yeah! There we go.
Let's do it. That's like wait. It's like the Autumn Swagzor from Nova, right? That's what they've been doing on stage.
Yeah, they've been. It's a reference that I don't actually know.
Power friendship for sure, yeah. But do you believe in the power of skins is the real question. I'm a big Forsaken and Kuronami enjoyer, so Spirit Z1 and Life. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I don't know this. I don't know the name of the skins. That's my.
Dang. Gotta learn. Gotta quiz yourself. Get the Quizlet.
I just know Perch, and because that's what I have on my Phantom. That's the one with the little animated kitty cat sleeping on the wall on it. That's the only one I know, and it's adorable.
Well, DRG cannot be caught sleeping on this pistol. That's to say the least. Wanting to come up from this deficit real quick, and obviously both teams have only played Sunset once, and they both obviously won there. I'm trying to figure it out. They won different halves, I think, is what I was trying to take away from that win percentage on the pistols. But this time, Wolves just keeping it simple. Leaning into Glacier. The paranoia is perfect for the double.
Wow. Somehow hits those shots. Bandit coming alive, but Nick's Ghost does just as well. Netting a brace from him. There's a 3-on-3. Yosemite has the spike here, but yet to plant it. Wolves want a bit more security, and they found it with Spring. Taken out Verse, and now they're looking to head further in towards Boba. The spike still not planted, and they've ran down Nick. Rife is behind them, but Wolves are rotating to the A site. This pistol is absolutely balmy.
I mean, now the A rotate might be overkill, but how is it that what we asked DRG to do the entire attack half is what Wolves are able to do in their first pistol round, surely? We said they needed to make sure they had more security. They needed to get proactive and fight early on off of timing so that they couldn't play their retake how they wanted to. And that's exactly what DRG saw themselves staring down. And that was after a brilliant double kill opening from Glacier off of Darien support. And Nick got some nice timing before that dark cover could go up, sure. But it was not enough. And now Life, who's had a slow start, who has been victimized by Wolves time and time again, has to face off 1v3.
Oh, very nearly got the catch onto Spring there, actually. But yeah, Relay Bolt doesn't connect in time. Yosemite has his number. And Wolves, they keep on trucking here, actually. 8-5 now, extending their lead to 3. And
wow.
they're looking to win the follow-up as well.
Ooh, that second shot was nasty from Nick, and kind of reinforcing the fact that he's fragging out even if the team's performance isn't following. But look at that. That is 6 rounds in a row won by Wolves, uninterrupted by the side swap. Likely to be a 7th if nothing goes astray on their buy-up. And with 3 Bulldogs and a Guardian, this is giving like bonus potential as well. I'm not going to lie, but we'll have to see how clean they can keep it first and foremost. And they've assumed defensive positions, trying to bait out any DRG eco fight early on into mid space. That's where the double dark cover was invested. That might have even been an orb on market. It's hard to see. But now they've drawn numbers off of these hard anchor points. Wolves rescaling towards A, just contacting up, reserving a lot of this util for the pop, and it's gonna be pretty nice as long as DRG don't get the timing right on this re-clear, which they look like they are going to.
3 players now waiting. Vukashu also his way over. Wolves are going to be fighting into a lot of bodies here. Dark cover comes in, spotting at least one Paranoia, and here comes the Barrier Orb as well. Target-rich environment for Glacier, and he's hit his mark brilliantly, but again, another double kill to answer back from DRG. This time it's Vukashu before getting taken down. The Wolves have the spike plant, they have the sight, and they have the numbers.
Yeah, but no guns are coverable for Verse, and they're just playing this partnered up to see what they can find, and it's gonna be Yosemite with the Guardian, and yeah, now getting to hold these even longer sight lines. Nick, you've been impressive, but this Bandit has to connect. Wait a minute, this is getting dangerous.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Somehow the headshot there, the aim punch does just enough. Now Spring, the next player to step into the limelight. I think the time will be gone on this one, but Nick, just seeing what damage he can do. A lot of it done to Aluba, but not enough to get the kill. And he will be able to survive with that Guardian. It's a costly follow-up, though. Only 2 players surviving.
Yeah, and that's where I don't want to read into this too much, because it really was just heroics from Dragon Ranger Gaming to do that damage. And otherwise, perfectly executed macro round out of Wolves, right? I was a bit worried because I think DRG was doing a good job trying to conceal Spirit Z1, who had that one flash that was going to pop out of Jenny. And then you see the depth of that entry, right? Snakebite flushes both down. Glacier is perfect on the follow-up. The Sage Wall to counter the crossfire that's set up with Verse. Like, they did everything perfectly to deny any stacked fights, grouped fights from DRG. So that's what gets Wolves up to 9. And unlike the triple Vandal purchase of the bonus for DRG in the last half, they're just going to ride this one out and see what they can find with a very well-paced split into B.
Well, they go 1-for-1. Nick's in a lot of trouble here, actually. So many players surrounding him, taking him down. It's Yosemite to find that final bullet.
Okay, and they're not done. They're now trying to, again, fight even further, keep these deep lines of control so that a retake can't come through. I think the weakest part is definitely Darien. Just that Bandit on market, but that's all he does is play it and get out. They have info, now they go for the regroup.
Yeah, and Wolves can play themselves with the numbers here as well. It's a little bit weak, like you mentioned, but still looking to go forward for it. A brilliant shot from Spirit C1. But time is ticking. It's all up to Spring now. In the 1-on-3, time ticking away versus on the defuse, and just couldn't quite get up to it. DRG saved themselves around, but too close for comfort, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm more surprised that Darien didn't get that kill onto life. I thought he found the timing. I think it's just a teammate, maybe from the grave, comms that like, hey, you saw him pass into his smoke. But such a creative eco, right? Out of Wolves, the pacing is catching DRG off guard. But I do like that DRG controlled their own tempo on this retake, played their own game. They didn't let themselves get shaken up too much by Wolves just baring their teeth at them in their own spawn, essentially. So 3 rounds now trying. They've broken that Stark streak from Wolves that allowed them to secure the lead, and now they're getting that confidence behind them with some of these early, deeper pillars, such as Verse and Life into A main. That's where Wolves once again look to take advantage of this mid space. It's such a difference to the attack house where it was like Vukushu late taking it solo, right, for DRG. Here it's the main priority of Wolves on many of these attack rounds, and DRG look like they're gonna actually fight into it.
Well, Glacier finding that opening kill. He's got to try and escape, but doesn't quite. So instead, trading out, it's a 3-on-3 situation, and that remains with the Resurrection, but Verse finding Darion down towards A main. Oh, he's been able to get himself away from this, actually, so he is safe if a little bit injured.
I'm surprised that Wolves split up here, right? I think they're worried that they've left B main uncontrolled for too long. On the flip side, I do really like the regroup of Vukushu over towards Verse because he's such low HP, and that's where I think Wolves were expected to reclear to get that space back. Also, here the idea is that Nick plays the one and done angle, gets the Nightfall, and gets out. So that he's hard anchoring with the Cypher util is a bit concerning now.
Yeah, a lot of time being spent. Glacier, though, just runs him down. The overdrive coming in to gain complete control of the site. Now the Outlaw coming into play towards Boba. Vukushu dealing that damage. He's forced away from the angle. Healed up. Spammed away by Verse, who we wanted to see more from in this series. He's finding a lot of impact in this round, but still more to do. The 2-on-2 situation, Aluba and Yosemite trying to hold on, but the spike's not really planted for them. Vukushu round the side takes down the Wolves IGL, and now it's just Yosemite left to stand, left to do it all. He's now been spotted, he's now been cut down. DRG are fighting back.
Wow, and Wild diffusing his on his P. Probably heckling Wolves for not destroying his trips more than anything. That was the big difference maker defensively. And I questioned that front stairs smoke just a bit, I think, from Verse at first. Because you could see that Wolves were kind of posturing themselves instead on where they could take those engagements. But it allowed them, I think, to isolate that pretty well. And once again, DRG, we think the time's against them, but they play it out and win it out. And now the money finally reset for Wolves, and Wolves already having utilized a timeout. This is a bit too early to use one until that lead is gone as well. So it feels like a major opportunity that's going to be missed if they can't secure this next buy, but got to get through the eco first. And they're trying to sniff out what this A main looks like because it's a bit quieter than it has been the last few rounds when Verse and Life go launching their way in, and they're going to find out pretty quick that that's because Life and an Outlaw have buddied up on elbow.
Okay, well, I was about to be like, well, Life gets that kill, nothing doing, but the Bandit of Glacier again towards this A main position. Life is really having no luck. An upgrade collected as well. The Spirity one, now the next player to fight on in, he will meet a similar fate. Glacier on an absolute tear right now. Vukushu out of sight, Spring coming in from main, and here's the Hunter's Fury, Aluba getting involved, getting the answer that Wolves needed. It looked like DRG were on the charge back, but now they're staring down the barrel of a flawless eco against them, and that's exactly what it is. Nick unprepared, and Glacier gets the timing and a triple kill.
Yeah, I mean, this does not look like a new IGL in the server. That's all I can say, Charlotte. Like, that was such a creative eco, but still simple at its core. Just contacting into elbow, winning that engagement, and then following the protocols on the execution. And I like the paranoia setup from Verse for Spirits who want to swing, but it doesn't find its efficacy. And what did find its efficacy, honestly, was Yosemite's util. That slow, completely incapacitating Vukushu's ability to take one and get out, right? You saw him trying to jiggle away, and he just gets completely caught out in the open. So they're continuing to debilitate these win conditions for Dragon Ranger Gaming in this round now. Posted up, defaulted up to try and counter again. Some of these early refights DRG have gone for on the extremities, and with the broken by themselves and Vukushu with that hero rifle, I don't quite know if it's going to work out just yet, but I'm a bit concerned that Wolves they're so far like back holding that when they actually engage, it's gonna be a lot weaker.
this blast has still got this outlaw, and it doesn't hit its mark. He's got to escape. Escape he does, at least for the time being. Life investing that overdrive, finding one kill, not the second, but first is there instead. DRG have double the numbers.
Going eco for eco, I guess. Blow for blow. Yeah. Right? I feel like Wolves used theirs to close a round that was almost secured. Here, they used a trap opportunity between that neural theft and that overdrive. Just full confidence in Life to widen the numbers off of Ukashu's information. And that's where I do think Wolves, they should have 2 players in spawn, right? And cannot be doing that without full numbers. And we say that for now, but it's a 2v3 this round, far from over. Weapons not fully collected either by DRG in this mid space just yet. Verse picking one up on the way, but they're going to be able to play this post out. And the only thing that's going to be helping DRG in that regard is Spirit Z1 getting all the info and setting up the perfect flank from Vukashu.
We're going to have to see something massive from Spring here. The 1v3 situation, eyes on the spike, but Spirit Z1 has him all day of the week. That's an unbelievable shot, and one that gets DRG back within 2.
Yeah, again, when DRG can play their angles, play their reclears how they want, right, undeterred by utility, I think they would win that fight 9 times out of 10. And that's exactly kind of how that rest of that retake panned out for them. And when you lose these high util players early on, and when you invest the rest on reclears, not much is left in the tank, especially for a Viper player. So all in all, yeah, very, very well navigated. Nice investments on the eco to convert. And that's what's going to actually draw out that last time out from Wolves, thinking that if they get up toward double digits further than 10, that Dragon Energy Game will pull their last time out. So Alex finally stepping in here. And this is going to be a map that, if dropped, is going to be one that Alex also looks back on saying, we should have won this, Charlotte. Just because of the way that they've been able to effectively control, I think, the executions the way they want, the way they've been able to isolate players on DRG effectively. I think there's only been a few times where, again, it feels like DRG has pulled the curtain over them, right? And that eco round trap was one example. And so it's, again, when DRG get ahead of Wolves, they excel, but we haven't seen that a lot from DRG. So Wolves just need to continue playing confidently, continue, I think, just taking deep space on these XX, and they'll be pretty good to go. So I'm curious to see what Alex has called on top of Aluba coming in this next. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
They were going to get a really bloody B fight here. They have called on top of each other. They have countered each other, Charlotte.
But
like with an operator, I wish it didn't have the operator. I'm not going to lie. I wish it was like a stun and slide play.
Yeah, Phantom maybe would be something perfect for the job instead. Well,
right,
he does get a kill.
No rest to save you this time either. Glacier final taken out of the fight early on. Yeah, it was close to the overdrive as well, so that might have been the early idea, was let Spring Lurk farm the orbs and use that to catapult into a site. Now they're left falling towards a plan B that might not have necessarily existed. Dangerous position Springs found himself in. Really cannot get out. That's a lot of util though. When the protection comes from Yosemite down bottom mid.
Bailed out again by the teammates, but this is the thing. Wolves have been playing as a team so well. Spring.
Oh, versus timing!
Oh my gosh, that timing is unbelievable. Still sticking around here in mid. Somehow still survived all of it.
They're just contacting into elbow. And I think Vukashu does need to play hard anchor here because they don't have a decisive entry on that Wolves side. But I'm a bit worried that if the trades and numbers favoring Wolves just drop him again, or the Sage Wall combo comes in again, it's going to be a hard retake to navigate without flashes for DRG, and they're going to have to use this Nightfall effectively.
That they are. Information though coming from the Overdart as well.
They're so far away!
Shot out. They are so far away from this. They have the information from the Nightfall, but they just can't action on it. Instead, well, okay, Life, I guess, does. Yosemite will fall. Now Spring towards main. He's been spotted. He's been cut down. The walls are constricting here on the Wolf side. Darion can't quite land the 1-on-3. That was so unbelievably close, but life bails DRG out again.
We say you can't retake with an operator, so pull out the classic, I guess. The final trade that Dragon Ranger Gaming needed, and you see the disappointment on WOL's faces around that could have easily gone their way and was a pretty well bounce back on that execution. And I just want to go back to this kill right here off of a brilliant haunt from Nick, right? Yosemite still had a slow in his arsenal, and that was after the Nightfall had fully dissipated as well. Didn't even use it to counter the retake off of that, and I think that would have bought enough time in the late round from Elbow. So yeah, just unfortunately sitting on things too long, and that will definitely pull you out of it. But Glacier, all right, you lost the head-to-head with Life last round. Now you've the op to back up the fight. You don't need it!
Again, some silly things happening at the start of the rounds here. Need a moment to catch my breath. Look to reset and head forwards and further towards the safe space. Viper Wall drops Verse up on the box, cleared out. And now the A site's completely vacant.
Here comes the execute to the protocols that we mentioned. Could get disrupted though by this really well placed timing out of Vukushu and Nick on the flank. He missed the window.
Oh, still gives the game away. Now Vikashu coming in. He's found the first, needs 3 more.
What is he doing?
And gets a second, but in the end, not enough. Jumping into the entire team there.
He looks like he gave up. That or he was so confident he had a timing that was non-existent. I cannot tell, Charlotte, but it's crazy to say this opportunity missed for a DRG, but that's like a 1v3 that we've seen Vukushu win so many times, and I think it would have been possible. And now, like, that's a swing round you look back on, the having lost was an expensive one. So expensive, in fact, that DRG are going to take their final timeout. Want to get OT contention off the table. Want to keep Wolves from that point on DRG's map pick, by the way. And, yeah, again, we mentioned it prior, like, the fact that this isn't both sides are in compositions that you probably don't practice against too regularly, and that's where I think Wolves have done a better job in fixing their problems and adjusting on the fly than DRG have thus far. So, Nathan D, prove that statement wrong. Give us final stretch call, and I'll get these 2 rounds back and then some.
I'm worried for DRG now. Well, I was kind of throughout this entire half. We saw, I mean, how many rounds in a row from Wolves across the halftime break? Like maybe they've given themselves a bit too much to do. Yeah, 8.
Look at the broken buy as well. Little stinger. You have a glass cannon operator and Vukushu once again without a shield. Yeah, not even that, but he's at $0, right? They are putting all they can into this round. They lose this and they have no buy on Wolves map point. Dangerous.
I don't know how I feel about this operator, but the last time we said that, it did actually find value. So, you know, can't criticize too much, I guess, but it does still worry me, again, for DRG, that they are maybe slightly running out of ideas. Meanwhile,
this is nice.
Pushing mid again.
Yeah, this shows, though, that DRG has learned from the paciness, the possibility of these B splits, though, right? When they have double posted up in market between Nick and Omen, your 2 stall agents between that Paranoia and that Seize, but the pause from Wolves throws off that positions, and then they resume their regularly scheduled program.
Our drone does get a spot onto Nick. He's able to escape before that collection can come through, and a Seize does just delay things for now. Aluba first. That's a double from Boba, looking towards that market position, and now here comes Spirit C1. Aluba, as quickly as he's risen from the dead, gets sent straight back. DRG still with this advantage.
Oh, and Spring knows what's lying on the other side, and has somehow slipped the net and found the timing, but the cane cannot be said for Darian.
somehow still alive. Life's operator getting spammed away from this one. Now Yosemite's pushing Pillar. Spring's found the kill on site as well. Now he gets the second. That's Life going down. Viper's pit invested. Vukashu coming in from spawn, and now Boba has it all to do.
I think he spent 80% of the round in spawn, I'm not gonna lie, Charlotte. But these are the moments that Vukashu is known for. A must-win without a shield for the V-God.
He's so late to this, but now creeping round. Gotta clear these positions. He knows they're in the pit. There's the first kill. Darion falls the pit, still staying alive. Spring still out and kicking. Now sends in the snake bite. Mr. K doing so much. Time ticking away. Wolves are up to map point now.
Wow, and on his feet, right? This is a player that knows what it takes to beat Dragon Ranger Gaming and locks in when required. And that's after Verse put up a really nice double kill that felt like it completely obliterated this B end and this late post-plant market hold from Wolves. But then it's two players that step up, Spring and Yosemite. They take some risky fights, but ones that pay off. And this is what's so dangerous, I feel like, about the Wolves squad, is it's not one player that's been like the headliner for this team. It's the entire team, Charlotte. And DRG, this map in particular, I feel like everyone's about on par with each other, but that's not enough. That's not the formula that works for them. And now you can see that's what's led them to a suboptimal bye with Wolves and 3 opportunities to put this map to bed.
First decided to try and creep up early on with that judge. It's not worked out. He got spammed down, and now the Outlaw up close. It's enough to take him down. There's a follow-up as well on towards Life. Spirit C1 doing all he can towards that elbow position, but Darion shuts him down as well. Vukashu, the next challenger, to step up to the plate here on the site itself. Wolves give themselves a little bit of a second to breathe, to reset, but now the players have been spotted. Vukashu cut out the action here, but he's found an angle to jump up on. Doesn't quite connect on it. He's an absolute madman. And now it's just him on the site. Paranoia coming in. Wolves are hunting him down. There's nowhere to hide on that A site. 13-9. First blood in this series. It goes to the pack of Wolves.
I mean, they're jumping over their own wall, hunting down Vukashu, of all players, a player that's known for those heroic clutch moments. And I will say DRG just kind of pat themselves on each other's backs like, hey, it's okay, we'll get them on the next map as they walk off stage. But even this last round, right, I was just like, I think, so impressed by the creativity of this composition, right? Toxic Screen allows you safe passage to get the stage wall up, right? They have thought this through so much. And I agree now with your previous statement before the series started. I think DRG messed up by picking Sunset.
Yeah, it's again that common ground where both teams seemed like they had about an equal chance, and honestly I think that's what we saw throughout this game, even though I would maybe even say that Wolves are even a bit more favoured than this scoreline shows. We saw some crazy heroic moments from some of these DRG players, but in the end of things it felt fairly even, but Wolves just had that little bit extra in the locker. And I think you have to give credit, to Aluba when it comes to the calling, when it comes to the game plans coming in. Alex as well with those timeouts, very, very impactful.
Early
picking
too.
up the momentum when they needed it most. 8 in a row in the middle of the map to completely shift things on their head, because let's not forget, DRG started this off 4-0, but it's Wolves who came back. It's Wolves who had that fight in them to make this a winnable game and to actually capitalize on top of it. What a performance from them map 1, and then we look towards their own map pick in map 2. What a win. We'll hear how they did it.
Nice. 拉我一下，下一个，包点一个，来，包等，我可以烟刀，逼到跟包等，市场，抽，来跟我，等一下，我黑，可以进包，去拆啊，路吧，抵不了，一滴， ，nice。 8点有狙，等一下啊，飞机表哥，等一下我啊。好，切到这。来，点狙。哦，没出来。8点。能帮忙吗？帮他们，还有，出来了。3-3 ，nice， 3-3，兄弟们，可以吧？可以。3-3。
They don't even name an MVP because you can't, right? It feels like everybody was one on that Wolves side, right? 13-9 though, and yeah, I mean multiple players, right? Like whenever you're like one round with the kills within each other, and I'll say Darian 15 assists, he might as well have also been up there with them. Those paranoias, right? Like we're so good. And I mean, you can see in Wolves, right? Sometimes the comps were panicked, you know, yelling help, like really quick. But then they always got that support, and I think that clear, like, just knowing when they need to support each other is huge. And it's this right here we mentioned for DRG, they could not figure out how to navigate those post plants. Now Wolves are much better themselves, I will say, and I'm surprised actually to see that. But when they were getting first bloods, they weren't the ones who needed to pick up the slack in the late round like DRG required. And DRG, I think they figured out and that they needed to flip sides a bit too late in the half, and that's where I think Nathan D just couldn't really correct it for them. And I think Wolves, we mentioned it, they hit the ground running and knew that was a requirement from the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. This was a, like you say, when you look at the first kills, it is a performance that maybe you would expect Wolves to win this game quicker, but those heroic moments from DRG came in. But it wasn't enough to take down Wolves. It certainly wasn't enough to take down Glacier.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was just really good at those first bloods more than anything. That set Wolves apart, right? And he was shutting...
Life.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was shutting down Life more than anything. I think if Life comes online in map 2 when we head over to Haven, a map where I think he is going to be front and center as well on that Neon once again with Spirit Z1's Waylay, that's something that's going to have to get corrected. It's just him maybe just using this as a warm-up map, getting back to that confident fragging attitude. And I do think the Operator was part of him getting a second wind for Life just a little bit, and so they can, you know, start off the half with a pistol on their defense. If they can stabilize themselves a bit quicker, then they will be able to get that up monetarily more defended, I think. But this is something else to look at, right? Like, I think objectively, yeah, the majority of that, I'm counting sides, Hexagon is filled out, but I still think for Vukashu's standards, this was him underperforming.
Especially, I'm looking at the cast, right? Just a 73%, but when you look at the average of the lobby being 75, he was less impactful than the majority of other players. Despite when he was having impact, he was having a lot of impact. We see the ACS, we can see the number of multi-kills, but it just wasn't consistent enough, and that's what really DRG expect from him, is that consistency. He is their most consistent player throughout years of this Dragon Ranger gaming team, but just not quite able to fit it together.
Yeah, 100%. But we mentioned it, this series was going to be closer than it meets the eye. Even if DRG are global regulars, Wolves are looking to make that final stand to bring spring back, and Wolves back to champions Shanghai. Said it would take a top seed level of performance, and they are trying to claw their way towards that. We'll see if they can keep it up on their map pick of Haven after the break.
If you catch my drift. You know feet right next to me, come on. Feet right next to me, come on.
Welcome back. Map 1 that maybe didn't go the way the majority of people would expect, but it was Wolves who took the victory on Sunset, 13-9. Now we head to their own map pick of Haven, and this is a map that, again, both teams have a little bit of success on, but the key difference for me is I think that DRG have lost it twice as well this stage.
Yeah, and there's like 2 wolves in my mind right now. One of them not 4 wolves, ironically.
Is one of them a dragon?
Yeah, I know, right? Basically, it is. One of them is saying that for wolves, they're proving my dark horse agenda correct right now. Even if they lose the series, I think they've shown they can push like top teams in the VCT China region to the limit. The second is saying that I think DRG, this map on Haven, I think they can get away with winning duels while oppressed by utility a lot easier on Haven than you can on Sunset, if that makes sense. And so I think that wolves might not be as dominant, even if they are playing as textbook clean as they were on Sunset. And so I think that's my only level of concern. And then that's where I'm also like, but then again, wolves picked Haven, so then did wolves mess up picking Haven, or do they know what they're doing? It's like, again, that's why it's dueling wolves right now.
Yeah, again, it feels like I definitely think that DRG messed up picking Sunset. I feel a bit more confident and comfortable with this Haven pick, just because Wolves will have a lot of footage on this DRG Haven. I'm not the biggest fan of Waylay in the current day and age as well, so they've got a little bit of a sort of worry around that. And Wolves have shown that they can win on Haven as well. You know, they're sitting 1-0 so far through the stage. And that was against Titan Esports Club. It was a 13-10, so perhaps a bit closer than you would want, but they've still got that success. They can iterate and build.
And I'll take your they beat Titan Esports Club on Haven 13-10, and by the transitive property say that they should beat DRG on Haven, because Titan Esports Club beat DRG on Haven as well, 13-11. But that does...
Is it transitive, or do we get a rock paper scissors
Yeah, we're writing the mathematical proof as we go along, and we'll see if we get a little QED at the end or not, right? Basically, right? But I will say, when it is 13-10, 13-11, that does mean that a few swing rounds determine the outcome of the entire map. And I will say, I think DRG did drop the ball on the swing rounds in that Sunset series. right? And then they won the craziest, weirdest ecos, right? That they shouldn't have won. So then it's again like hard to call which way this Haven's gonna go.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's have a look at the agent select here then. It's again the same picture for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Spiritsy won on the Waylay Life, filling that Neon role again. You look at the other side, Glacier, that solo Neon duelist. One thing that's actually a really interesting point to me is in terms of the Sentinel picks here. Cypher versus Killjoy. It's a battle and a conversation as old as this game, pretty much. Where do you land on it in Stage 2 2026?
Do you want the analytical perspective or do you want the biased perspective?
Either, both. I don't
Bias is a Killjoy all the way, you know? I really do like the Killjoy pick, and I think because they couple it with the Viper, it replaces any of the weaknesses that it might have had over the Cypher pick, just because it does, I think, then become as hard to get onto a site that's being anchored. But, on the flip side, I'm not quite sure how the other's gonna pan out.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think compositionally we have a few questions like we did on map number 1 as well, potentially, but I'm expecting another close affair. I'm expecting an exciting match here.
Huh? We will see. Mention it being a balanced affair between these two. It even comes down to the pistols. 50-50. And jumping into this first round, it is going to be Dragon Ranger Gaming on the attack like every map this series, and Wolves on that defense. And slow start actually out of DRG here. Pretty silent, but still going for that C-Take simulator.
They are. Dark cover in the way though. Darion just providing that obfuscation, and now, oh dear. Found a brilliant angle, Yosemite. Finding the first kill. Cleared out though by Verse. You still have Glacier back sight, but that bandit doesn't quite hit its mark. It's DRG winning the fights on C site itself. Now you're just looking at Aluba, the IGL, to win a 1v4, and he's still on the B site.
And if anything, this just proves what we mentioned. Haven a little bit easier. The hard anchor. The death ball to get through this util pistol round or not. And like I mentioned, it's all down to Aluba. 1v4. Some players low HP to the Sheriff.
They are. Spiritsy one does fall, but trade there in time. DRG are again off to the races here with the first round won.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that all we want, like, for DRG, congrats on the pistol, but they were up 4-0 on Sunset, and then we saw how that went. But aside from that, I will say again, I feel like they were very hand-in-hand on the exec, right? They just strong-handed their way through the util. Again, we kind of checked all the things that we said were going to be laid out, and we're going to be right up their alley on Haven, right out the get-go. So, we'll see if that's a continuity factor or not. Little double scope and double bulldog coming into this. Perfect for the stacked-up Wolves down this A-long line.
It's the quadruple high-low at this point. Life, I think, wise to back away from that.
Okay. They are going to figure out if that Trailblazer, that C site, is completely deserted, so again, not falling victim to the full stack on A, and Life is farming up those orbs towards the overdrive, but trade eventually comes, weapon collected, and it does feel like Wolves are taking this so slow that they're going to be playing more for exits, playing to, deny a few of these extra ult orbs.
And Denial feels like the name of the game right now for Wolves. Things costly. With the spike still ticking and getting ever closer to detonation.
Yeah, and you can see they spent Spirit Z1 hunting, and he is not going to find anything. There they go.
soon.
Might be able to scoop up the sniper rifle he had turned around and hightailed it back towards the perimeter, the radius, but all in all, that's 2-0 now for DRG. And I'm curious, right? Because last time on Sunset, obviously, they lost a bunch of guns in their second round, attributed to, again, the trades, the fundamentals of Wolves. This round, they just bought lighter and are still going to be buying up those additional Vandals. So this is just their kind of standard economic plan and something Wolves should be pretty prepared for. And we're getting to see what we mentioned and why I defended it is that classic Viper KJ util stacked on top of each other. But DRG just not scared of this C site like at all right now. And in the meantime, you can see Wolves doing all they can to push this team, push Dragon Ranger Gaming towards the C site with Glacier taking deep A space. The drone to try and bait out that he's tucked in this corner as well, but it's not going to get spotted out. Instead, Nick actually should get the re-clear off of his own dog.
Yeah, you can see Glacier trying to escape. Does do so in time, double dipping actually towards the angle. Spots life out, but no damage dealt in either direction. Now DRG turn their focus to the middle of the map, actually. That B site, Nano Swarm's up in response, and at very least for now, they've been battened down to gates, apart from Verse, who gets up on top of the box, takes down one. You do sit 4-on-4 somehow.
Oh, and somehow the Paranoid's not going to find too much. TPing right into the den of the dragon, and you are going to get burned. It's down to Aluba with the Guardian in hand, and look at this. They're regrouping to quadruple, triple swing, and you're out of bullets, you're out of chances. Once again, DRG have converted their third.
It feels like a round they shouldn't be converting either. You had that stall from Wolves, sorry, on their entrance to that B site, but first TP's up, Yosemite caught unawares. Despite these trades coming in, I mean, yeah, it's certainly a ambitious play from Glacier, and to that point the dominoes start to fall. For the second map in a row, it's DRG who kick things off with 3 in a row.
Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like they weren't using util where they should have. They weren't responsive enough, reactive enough either. Right? I looked towards Aluba and a dart, and you're playing out of a smoke. Like, that would have been perfect. The paranoia was late, and so all of that just kind of snowballed into DRG converting off that. Really well defaulted into B end. So now another eco means get a little silly. This feels like more of an activated trap, right? You might be able to paranoia through from short into grass, right? You might be able to have somebody swing off of. I was gonna hope for a B Glacier's contact, but he's just a little lamb to the slaughter, and DRG sticking with what they know, right? These grassy starts and springing. This is dangerous.
Going to be bearing the full brunt of this DRG push, but trying to play on a bit of an off angle. Swings into the sightlines though. Pash's Outlaw more than good enough for the task there.
Alright, and yeah. Now you're even closer to players getting these ults online, so are we dying to the spike again? Yeah, let's see if that's the call. Play for some exits maybe as well. Either way, DRG sending the Trailblazer out. Crazy that they can have it online this late as well, but surprised to see so many players so enclosed on the site here. See them on their exit strategy.
One. Again, hunting for the exit frags just to bolster up the ultimate there. Aluba, okay, he's found a double for himself. Sort of been padding his stats. Hunter's Fury online.
And that's gonna ideally lead to another kind of eco snowball. And I'm trying to remember, Charlotte, in map 1, didn't Wolves win their eco? No, I think I wasn't an eco to get their first round on the board, was it? It was after this timeout they definitely converted, though. I do remember that.
Yeah.
I think it was a buy, though.
We're on track for a repeat of history. That's for sure.
Alright. See if it clicks in that same fashion. I feel like the rounds, though, are very, very different, right? I feel like these first 4 have been so one-sided versus the thing we mentioned on Sunset, right? They were very close. They were costly for DRG, and DRG still managed to win them. And so I feel like there's a lot more to course correct this time for Wolves, just having a very, very hard time anchoring against this double dive composition, and that's where I do think the util is a lot more proactive, it's a lot more in check for DRG. It looks very, very well fleshed out, just pathing and protocol wise, as compared to Sunset. And I think that just speaks to the fact that Haven has been in the pool for so long, and it's such a consistency in this game versus Sunset's just returning. And it's funny to be defending that when that was DRG's pick, but it still, I think, holds true from based on what we saw.
I mean, right now, map 3 seems pretty inevitable, but we've been in this situation before, and that's what scares me. That's what worries me, is that DRG always seem to find a way, even when they're looking good.
Oh?
Find a way to throw the spanner in the works. Now Glacier's operator coming in. And again, Glacier's got a slow start, but he ended up being the MVP on map 1. So
this is the issue. They designed everything out of that timeout to counter the C exec, and then DRG, like they normally do, have a really good read on what that stabilization effort's going to be. That's why they targeted A from the get-go. They delayed it too low, and the Wolves are here. Snakebite is out. Glacier's on the deep sea line, so they can keep numbers here. Vukashu. He thought he slipped the timing.
He wanted to get something done, but Alupa in the corner just a bit too sharp with it. Now Dragon Ranger Gaming, they've been forced away from this one. I mean, where do they go?
I mean, I don't think you can go anywhere. Look at where Glacier's at. I think front B is your only option, and that's where we're going to go towards Nick to see if he can pinpoint it. For now, it looks like they want to go for the fake re-entry, make noise, hide that B pivot, that C garage pivot. They both now look like options realistically when we stare at the mini-map. The detriment of that KJ, right, cannot have the full breadth of her utility online.
Gracias now force his way forwards, but DRG still fighting on towards this A site, completely catching Wolves unaware, but there's no time. And Glacier is gonna be able to hear this on towards the B site. Doesn't quite get the catch in time. Hunter's Fury from Aluba also doesn't catch anything out. And Nick is still a problem on the A side. He's just slowly wrapping round. It feels like DRG have exactly what they need, but they don't have the numbers. Darion finds the kill, answering back. Here comes Nick behind. He's got to go massive. First kill found, Yosemite falls, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Not planted for Nick here, but Verse TPing out towards main. He's been shut down, and it's just the IGL left to stand. He's spotted by that recon. He's finding kills, keeping Wolves honest, but they do have the round.
Yeah, I think just a comm comes through that, hey, someone could have a timing on window. We need to plant not for front site, and that's why they plant for C-Link. But then there was that questionable decision, I think, from Verse to TP back onto site to group up there. And that's where it kind of then fell into awkward positions where you're getting closed in around from all sides and can't really hold on to where you are. You get pigeonholed into Gong, and that's where I think Wolves start tipping those scales back in their favor. And yeah, Nick, the timing there was great on the backstab, but only getting the one transfer, and then they understand and have all the answers of where these players for DRG are posted up. So Wolves on the board first. Now, looks like they have a very different ideology for this C-site hold. Instead of putting the operator here, because they lost it, it's going to be very disconnected hold, play retake style with full numbers. So I don't think we've seen like a full-fledged retake either out of Wolves, right? Full strength, full numbers. And so I do like that swap up here. Same with the toxic screen being now BNA-centric instead of dividing the C-site. So, once again, I want to see if Wolves can strike up a consistent turnaround. Because if they can, I think they're the most malleable team we've seen in VCT China thus far.
Yeah, they certainly showed that resilience on the first map. Yosemite definitely going to be aware of this incoming pressure towards the C site. Able to escape, but Convergent pass sent towards that defense side spawn position.
They're not getting active off of it, and that, again, I don't know how I feel about that, because now it's like, what did it accomplish? You didn't even play yet, and there's 25 seconds!
Yeah, a bit of stall, but yeah, when you haven't planted, there's not really a lot to go. Glacier find the opening kill, but DRG finding their form. That's a triple kill from the duelist. Vikashu completes the full house, and DRG straight back in it.
I just need a little replay to see why exactly no one can secure those trades for Wolves, because that's what they're known for. And again, this is what we mentioned, where DRG will get these multis if they're not oppressed by utility. I think if they just dodge that pair ever so slightly, that's where Spirit Z1 can get a bit more activated. And I do want to see, I think, Wolves run back that C retake in similar fashion with guns, with full 5v5, because I don't think it would go the same exact way. But for now, just back to Flashy, back to Fragging, and that is the DRG way. And now they're going to try and carry that momentum even further. Quick little pop out towards a lobby. Oluba is kind of crazy for that one, not going to lie, but it's an eco, so anything goes, I suppose. And Glacier now would have the overdrive a little bit later on, but and DRG are so cautious on these defaults. I don't think they've gotten like a call wrong to be running into a stacked site, but hey, there's a first time for everything. Look at this cross.
Approaching the Lion's Den.
Danger zone.
Darion. Yeah, okay, well, the Trailblazer would have spotted out something for it. Here comes the overdrive from Glacier. Does take down one, but 2 kills in response from DRG. They've doubled up the man count here now.
Like the attempt there from Glacier. In the meantime, though, life has been just taking it one step at a time into the A site. No longer have to worry about that toxic screen. Doesn't want to just hand a Phantom over in the 1v2 affair, but should be able to pretty much solidify this hold, and maybe even the round before the plant even goes down, right? Look at where Darian is. Wait a minute, that's Spike. There's 20 seconds left. He could have tried to play for survival, but tunnel vision's in on the weapon upgrade, and just like that, DRG deny the eco.
Again, not much really to say here, given the eco round sort of situation. A couple of nice positions. Glacier maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself towards that B main angle, and now the overdrive isn't available to use in future rounds until he can bring that back up to charge again. Look at the ultimates for the rest of Wolves. Yosemite's 1 away from lockdown, Spring 2 away from the Viper's Pit. And now Yosemite does have that ultimate online because he's stolen away that A main orb, and it was actually the dark cover from his opposition that enabled him to get that.
Yeah, that's huge. I was about to say, like, I feel like it's difficult to get those kind of orbs on Haven to begin with, and that's not structured the entire idea here. Glacier does a one and done, gets out the op, and they play retake off the lockdown. And in the meantime, you double stack with the paranoia on C, and everything is now falling into place, one domino after the other. You have somebody now in position, and I like the handoff as well, because it's difficult to retake with an operator, so let your duelist get active. Speaking of getting active, that's crazy.
That's unbelievable. Now he's fighting for more, using the cyber cages to just dance around it.
You can't safely ult anymore is the concern, right? This lockdown, you're still going to invest it, but you're so concerned about what timing Vukashu's going to be able to find. So you can't dedicate the entire full force of 4 into this C choke.
At the very least, you keep Yosemite behind with that operator to try and handle things. Oh, the stun into the corner. They know the pocket. Glacier's found 3. The spray down with the Phantom, absolutely perfect. They know one player's on the flank, Vikashu, but here's first as well. There's that information. And while Vikashu can get one from Heaven, there's still plenty of time for Wolves to get the defusal. Now back on the scoreboard.
I was so worried when Yosemite unscoped there on CT. It's like, just gotta trust in the call, trust in the gut feeling. And I mean, Vikashu coming out of Heaven, if that spike had not been halved, that round would have been stolen away by DRG. But you laid it out, Charlotte, the ults were there. The timing, they planned around it. And that's where I think Wolves in the calling has been especially fleshed out. And I feel like that feels like a team effort more than just Aluba at this point. And it's something that I would want to ask about later. But for the time being, it's still 6-2. DRG are sitting 6-6. If they can just hold on, I mean, even if they anything more, you ideally want 1 to 2 more just because it is a Haven 3-site map, all that umbo gumbo. But for the time being, I think Wolves have realized that they just cannot anchor against this double dive, and that's really what's helped them out more than anything, is playing the retake a bit more. This round, though, is a full example of why you can't anchor them.
Spiritsy One now is jumping round. Live deals with Spring as well up in heaven.
What did I just say, Charlotte? What did I just say? You cannot anchor versus this composition, right? Saturate, Paranoia, all invested, even a flash to set up Spirit Z1. And I think this is a composition where I'm okay with the Sky replacing the Sova, right? And you want that flash, you want that oppression to set up that paciness. And well, it may rob them information-wise. They don't care about the information, where they're taking every fight, every brawl as fast as humanly possible. And now they're taking that a step further, trying to steal away these weapons, including the operator, which is playing a bit close for comfort, but you're on a neon, I guess. So quick little escape for the time being. Fall back into the KJ's util of a shield, and Vukushu, what can you do?
Get shot, apparently. And Wolves are doing a good job at holding on to these weapons. I don't think economically it's going to matter too much for DRG. They got plenty in the coffers to reinvest. But confidence building, I guess, for those Wolves players, just to still back themselves in the gunfights there, because, like you said, anchoring against this composition makes it so damn difficult. But potentially a bit of a lucky kill there from Life onto Spring, but I mean, Spiritsy One did such a good job to just dismantle the hold, and Alex Zara is using his second timeout, his final timeout, unless we get to OT. The final 3 rounds of the first half.
Yeah, you really don't want like a 9-3 or worse here, for sure. And I do think that we just kind of got done with saying like them playing retakes fine. I think they've been looking great or decent at it compared to the anchors. I feel like this time it was taken because it felt like communication broke down that round. I can't quite tell if Alubo was trying to get off site to play that retake or if he was trying to play anti-flash. That's how like not on the same page some of these players looked on that A side of the map as that really well fleshed out procedural DRG take was coming through. But all in all, that's when you know you're doing something right. If you're Dragon Ranger gaming, is when that second timeout has been forced by Wolves. And as I mentioned, DRG are very, very good at, I think, reading into what the timeout adjustments are. So big credit to Nathan D there. So let's see if they can do it again.
Again, it feels like DRG going back to what worked at the beginning of the half, these C pushes. Glacier is up close with this operator. He's been able to take down Life, but body blocked by Yacerity at just the wrong moment. 4 on 4 now as the trade comes in.
Alright. Just like that, they've identified the adjustments from the timeout was a stronger seaside presence. So DRG once again looking for alternative paths, approaches, and that's going to be pathing right into Darion as a result.
There's the information. They know that there's players waiting for them on the B side, so here comes the Convergent Paths. Yosemite in a lot of trouble, but Spiritsy One hasn't cleared him first. Called into action instead. Springs back sight for 2. Now he needs 2 more. There's the first one. And Vast is on 37 HP. This is incredibly winnable for Spring. And just before the dark cover blooms, he nails the shot.
And what is he so focused on before standing up, right? I don't think there wasn't anything to defuse you, was there? I don't know if he just got him. Maybe he did at the last second, but yeah, Spring just becoming so dependable for this Wolf squad, and as the most experienced one there, I mean, that's exactly what you do need. And did he get the plant down? No, he didn't. Yeah, he was so locked in before getting up. I have no clue why, but all in all. Yeah, that's very reminiscent of the Viper's Pit round that he got, that clutch on Sunset versus Vukushu. Right, that's what kind of kickstarted the rest of the system, allowed them to start closing things down, and might be what allows them to start closing down this half, or at least advancing towards that optimal outcome of a 7-5. But all in all, DRG like this from DRG. If something fails, they try to do it again correctly the round right afterwards. I feel like this happens more often than not, and might be exactly why they're holding a grudge with this B site, and we're starting there front and center.
Right.
Fake.
It's like heading towards garage here, though. It's just a fake, but hello, there's the alarm bot, there's the information. Turret comes back online, and Yosemite's online as well! Unbelievable shots from him.
He just holding his dash out. Like, what was Spirit Z1 doing? And Yosemite had full intention not to anchor that side, just to hold it, play jiggle, and fall back, I think. They wanted to play the C-side retake, and this round they might not even need to step foot on the site to get all these retake kills through.
Yeah, Vakashi called out on the lurk. Now DRG on that double exploration back towards that garage side. Yosemite still good for another, but now you're looking at Verse in the 1-on-4 situation. Spring just found an insane clutch, and now Verse is looking to do the same. Oh, they're lining up for him, but Darion is there. Oh, it's so shaky yet again, but Wolves keep themselves fighting.
I think that's one of the scrappiest rounds we have seen. This is what I mentioned, when DRG underestimate their opponent, when they're up so far, that's when the mistakes come through. And that's exactly what we just saw happen, right? Not full investment of util on the site. They truly thought they had completely duped Wolves. And in reality, Wolves had 3 players already on towards that C side of the map.
Oh. I need to take a breath after that. That was scary, honestly. A scary situation, but again, some individual firepower from Wolves gets them across the line.
Acer back with the operator. Have gotten the deposit of Spirit Z1 into Cubby for the time being, but I don't know, it feels like DRG, now that they've started losing rounds, have just started spreading themselves thinner and thinner and thinner, looking for an opening instead of the death ball approach. And I think Wolves are favored in those sort of one-on-ones right now.
Spike is getting collected now for the side of DRG. Making the way towards the A site itself. Where the Killjoy setup is, though, so they can afford to potentially just leave Glacier here. Oh, but he does get out. That's crucial.
Yeah, it's like a copy-paste, and then they're going to swap guns again. Like, this is their set protocol when they have the lockdown online, and now they're just going to full retake the site. That's exactly why Spirit Z1, I think, is going to get front and center and try to fight forward. No! They're second-guessing themselves! They can't be doing this! This is going to give all the space, and I think that's why Life is instead holding the CT line for the time being.
Oh, Yosemite, hello, he's found the kill with the operator. There's a second as well on the players trying to fight on through mid, and it's a double with the overdrive from Glacier. He's hindered up, but still lands the third. Spirit C1 takes down his captain, but Glacier's there for revenge. The half ends 7-5 in favor of DRG.
That just doesn't feel like a victory anymore, Charlotte.
No.
Right? It's even though it's not them full stop coming back with numbers, it's still very similar to how the previous Sunset went, where momentum shifts at the end of the half and gets carried over by Wolves. And if they win this next pistol, I am fully convinced of that exact continuity. And again, DRG, I hate to say this, but they're disrespecting Wolves when it doesn't matter, and playing right into their hands when they should be disrespecting them. That is the easiest way to put how this map and how Sunset went. And it's frustrating to see, because we know DRG can be that kind of disrespectful squad that's fighting you head on, that's getting a bit scrappy and leaning into these heroic individuals like Spirit Z1. That's how I think they snowballed the first 2 rounds, right? I'll go back to that 3K Spirit Z1 also got, just dry onto the CT players, and is exactly what comes to mind.
Again, I'm getting similar vibes to Sunset again. Of the fact that Wolves charged back towards the end of the first half, and here's the question that's on the screen right now for us, Sobi. What prompts you to buy skins? The skins that pros use, which I'm guessing is the top one, versus personal preference.
I have never bought a skin because I saw a pro player use it, I don't think. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I'm gonna be real upset if the top one wins. I'm not gonna lie.
I also think, I mean, I don't buy skins. I just see if I like the battle pass. Like, all of my skins are battle pass skins.
Mine are mostly like, aside from a few of them, most of them are the night market skins. And I've gotten pretty decent like night market things. I think there's only a few skins that if I, you know you want a skin when like it's the one you're consistently picking up if you have a choice in the server. Like if there's multiple guns down, like you always go back to one skin. That's the skin that I might buy if it crops back up on like a buyback bundle or something. But I will say, I'll be the hater for this. I think Recon, that Glacier using this Phantom, overrated.
Yeah.
Overrated.
I tend to agree. But now that we've got our skin opinions down for the second map in a row, let's jump back into this. Wolves winning 50% of their attack side pistols on this map, but it's not a good start for them so far, and it just continues to get worse. 2 players falling early on. Spring at least answers back, but he too quickly needs your knife. That is a disgusting shot from Spirit C1. Double pistol now for DRG on this map, and maybe, just maybe, that could be what brings them across the line.
What did we say? We needed to see DRG disrespecting Wolves. That's exactly what they do between these two duelists. The ping-ponging, the close flash, the sheriffs, just one after another. And that's where I do think Wolves just throwing more and more bodies into DRG has never been the solution, right? Wasn't last half, is not going to be this half either. So all in all, that means the buy goes DRG's way. We know they like to snowball these buys, so Wolves better be ready. And Spirit Z1, this is crazy. Yosemite, Limbo's under it, but still cannot escape far.
Again, they're just falling one by one. Spring, the sole player to find that impact, but I mean, Spirit C1 is just sitting inside of that snake bite.
Why is he planting out in the open like this? Sure, I guess. It's an ego. That's great.
Bonkers, but I mean, you still expect DRG to land the kills. Oh my good god. That was a bit labored.
I don't know if I'm like more saddened that Aluba couldn't get one more kill on the life, or still like, oh my gosh, how did they not get that? And I think Life just hit his funny bone. Tech pause, medical pause. I've never seen a player actually hit their funny bone like live before. That's really funny. Hit it on the desk.
Wow, lives up to the name.
After flicking with the sniper rifle like that, I think yeah, that can happen.
I'm so glad we're not in EMEA, because that would have been slowed down and replayed about 2 or 3 times.
Embarrass the players like that, especially if they just won that round.
Honestly, Andy Powers is a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, the buy up, that's standard now for DRG comes through. And the disrespect continues. Wolves this time read into a counter and come away with numbers. A little +1 there, but the refight imminent. What?
Well, they're just going for it, but it just doesn't work out for them. Spring, another big double kill. 6-9 the scoreline goes. Wolves don't let DRG get that run on this time around.
This cannot be what we fall into on the side swap. It's just barrier drop fight after barrier drop fight to determine the course of the round. Like, we've got to see more depth of the strat book. Wolves I don't blame for right now, aside from maybe the pistol round being that way. Because you've got to respond to it if that's how DRG are going to play their defense. But, yeah. I don't know. I want to see things slow down a little bit. And this round, I don't think we're going to. With an overdrive in tow. With, again, a flash to set up life on the deep line. Like, Wolves are even just going so fast between showing aggro and pivoting. Like, we are not pushing those brakes anytime soon. Gotta find the right trip.
Difficult to keep up with anything that's going on. But now, finally, a moment of respite. Chance to breathe, and slowly creeping towards the C site. Cypher set up here. Spirit C1 also in attendance, and spotted a couple of players. I think Glacier can't quite get the fast lane up in time. The anchor job is looking clean. Vikashu's getting involved to help out
Whoa.
his duelist player. But Luba answers back, 4 on 3. Wolves still at a deficit, still have to do something. With that spike cap information, Aluba looking like he's in trouble. Spike drop front sight. Spring can only get 1. DRG claim double digits.
Wow, just the double flashes there. Like, yeah, Spirit Z1 gets shut down on the plat rejump, but it was set up and supported by the team. And that secondary one as well there, just utter perfection. So it's funny, like, this is now the second time where I think we've seen Wolves get punished by not just spraying the Cypher utility. Namely, I think it was Aluba getting pinged up by a spy cam and cannot remove the dart. But then also just the consistent pressure that DRG was able to apply showed a lot more depth, I think, to how their defensive half functions. And I think the fast pivots there, maybe if, again, Wolves played a stronger default, could take advantage of. And I hope that's something that they've keyed into, because for now, it's still just looking very death ball-y.
Yeah, it's the same story, the same tempo that we've seen throughout the majority of this half. Again, Wolves do put a little bit of brakes on things, but Fritzy one knows he has that refract to dip back to, gets the information. Convergent paths coming in as well. Darion, that's brazen, bold, going for the fight. Nick answers back onto Yosemite, sorry, in short. Again, it's just so chaotic on the entrance towards A, and Spikes drop down here on towards the ramp. What can Darion do with 5 health, 4 players to find? It's a brilliant start, but now they're watching for him.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're now just falling into DRG traps. And reminder, they took 2 timeouts in that first half, so nothing Wolves, nothing Alex can do about this. And it seems we're still having some repercussions from Life hitting his elbow or something there, and he's trying to affirm his teammates he's okay, he'll make it through the end of this map as long as they win it. That might also be why DRG's in a rush to wrap up this map as well. Maybe we'll hear more about it in the team comms. That'd be really funny, and that would be very VCT CN. Oh, they're showing it there. Alright, we'll get our translators on that one. Stat, I think that's gonna be really fun. His health is not important. I was correct. They said just his ult is not important. Oh, his ult's not important. So frustrated. Oh, he popped his ult. Oh, fat fingered the ult. Well, it might be important now. Look at how fast Wolves are into this B site.
Oh my good lord, and Glacier Spring, they found the kills. That snakebite is absolutely humongous. Nick does at least bring something back. And Vikashu, that's a double kill? Somehow he's found that. Unbelievably so. Darion, okay. Yeah, collects upon that, and Wolves do make their way towards the C site. Life 1v2.
Worried always when you see only one player with a collected rifle, and it's the lower HP player in this situation. So, single shock dart and a full paranoia. We're gonna group up down long. And the fast lane in tow for Life is still, let's say, a very winnable situation.
I don't know how I feel about the rifle being in the hands of the low HP player, but hopefully Wolves do swing together. Life watching towards main. There's the first tap. Recon bolt comes out. And now the ultimate actually coming in from Darion. It's a brazen play, but Aluba just nails the shot anyway.
It's called a show of respect for Life's wasted ultimate in the previous round. No, joking. Yeah, it was definitely more, again, they knew it was a round they couldn't lose. Very similar position to what DRG was in the last half. Or the last map, sorry. Maybe less so since this was kind of a pseudo-eco converted because of how pacey the beat take was, but finally catching DRG off guard, but still 4 rounds trailing. Still have to get past the hump that's going to be the next ult cycle as well for DRG with their Neural Theft online. 2 off from the Seekers as well for Nick, and all it takes right now for DRG is one opening fight going their way, and with the double duelists here fighting A main, it seems like that's what we're shaping up for.
Yeah, Glacier, I don't think he even saw Life there. Slights in for more. Punished for his hubris there. Verse 13 and 10 right now, having a better performance than we've seen throughout the rest of the stage. Meanwhile, Wolves are egressing onto that C site. Spycam spots them out, but Cypher setup now dealt with. They'll be very comfy in these post-plant positions.
Okay, and look at the full flank.
CT is a crazy one with everyone actually on the flank. I don't think Wolves would expect this, but it doesn't matter because they've spotted them. They've killed them dead. I just don't necessarily know. It's chaos. It's absolutely wild. And Darion collects on a hat trick to get Wolves just 3 behind.
And just like my alarm was going off, I think the alarm for DRG has to start ringing, right? They've been sitting on those timeouts, and I think we're getting back into Wolves claiming some momentum, and I think we're going to have to see them stepping in here pretty soon. And not at 8-11! You have 2 timeouts, Nathan, and you're not calling one now? Wow. That's kind of crazy, but hey. Wolves then a huge opportunity to continue closing this gap, and alright DRG, this is why the time wasn't taken, I guess. You had a very clear plan in mind, which was the quadruple high-low. Wolves, though, this time not fighting into it, and they've identified where the one man with a plan, aka a hero rifle and no shield, lies, and that's Avukashu seaside.
And so often with that hero rifle, but he's actually heading towards the A site. What information, I'm not entirely sure, but now the Aldrone has been spotted. He turns tail, heading back. Poison Cloud in the way, and an overdrive will force DRG away from this. You can probably guarantee that Wolves should be able to get the spike planted here, and Glacier posted up on the line with an Outlaw. With the information, first shot misses, second shot lands. And now Aluba getting involved, Darion as well, Yosemite in on the action. Verse has to do it all. Those sheriff shots are really nice. But in the end, he's shut down, and his damage only limited to 2.
Alright, so do we take the time out now, Nathan D? Yeah. A little bit of concern mounting here. It's a nice try. Once again, the flash setting up the re-entry for Spirit Z1, and same with the verse double sheriff kill, but yeah, there we go, finally. I'm gonna probably use one now here, and then right before OT year 12 for Wolves will be the game plan, but I don't know, I feel like also DRG is one of those teams, we even saw it in the Tiny Sports Club, or sorry, Trace match? Trace? I'm getting my teams mixed up, guys, give me a second.
It's like, you know, the names are very similar.
It's like TE, TEC, yeah. I'm pretty sure
it's the same problem in Pacific, right? As well, Gen G, GEN, and then Global Esports, GE. Like... Yeah,
sorry, it was the Tiny Sports Club one. I'm correct. Wow. Where again, like you have OTs, right? You have double-digit games, and then when it went to map 3, we had this callback where we're like, oh, if it goes to map 3, we could see DRG just stomping, right, or getting stomped, because that's kind of what has happened to both these teams. But all in all, we'll have to see if we get that far. Begin with. Wolves look like they were taking a little breather before coming into the next. Little fist bumps all around as they lock in for what again is going to be swing around. And we mentioned this, didn't we? We said that last time it was going to come down to, we said this map was going to come down to the swing round to see if that's what was it? What property was it? The transitive property would hold or not, right? And we said that DRG wasn't winning those swing rounds on Sunset, and right now they haven't won those swing rounds here on Haven either, at least in the second half. So testing that right here, right now with Life and the Operator. Also the Seekers for Nick.
We did see 11-9 for Wolves on Sunset, so at the very least, DRG doing a bit of a better job in terms of those swing rounds. Lockdown invested though very early on towards Sewer. Glacier plays ahead of it slightly, and that allows Life to capitalize with the Operator. Spike still making its way towards the side, actually. Wolves a little bit slower than you might expect off this.
Yeah, and they're just gonna go Seekers, probably a little hinder retake, right? This is the full effect of DRG's util and swing, and we'll see how it collects. Aluba playing front and center instead of for the Hunter's Fury is such a choice, too.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that as well. Now the Paranoia comes in. Spirit Z1 quite far away from this, and, well, Spiritsy1, he's found that double kill. Now Verse comes into the site. It's just on Spring. He's trying to escape. He's inside the dark cover. Verse has provided him the cover that he needed. But the shot just doesn't quite land. That's DRG up to 12.
And the frustration there on Spring as he pushed away from the desk, knowing that he's been called upon for clutch moments like that, and this time cannot pull through. Cannot get the transfer. Verse just too quick on the uptake there to ping pong off of Vukushu. That's after Life found a brilliant opening, and they understood exactly what that round that site take was going to look like, and what their game plan to retake after respecting the lockdown was going to look like when they don't have Sova to counter it. And oh my goodness, that one a full Quake moment. Yeah.
I guess his name is pretty similar, to be fair.
No, I tell you so. I was trying to look up Alex interviews, and Alex interviews kept coming up. Like, I'm not gonna lie, so it's so true. But that means 3 rounds needed to OT. DRG back on their confident arc, both with Life and the Operator scaling down C long, down to the alarm bot radius, to the answers already being gathered from Spiritsy1 also venturing down grass, right? They are so sure right now that this is going to be an A end for Wolves that they have 4 players, or had 4 players there. Trailblazer, I think, might have spotted out 1 before the talker screen came up as well. So, I'm a bit wary that we are about to fast track that map 3 here, Charlotte.
Yeah, DRG certainly seem to have the reads.
Wolves are walking right into the trap.
They are, and they've seen so much utility here as well. That paranoia doesn't catch on to anyone. Hunter's Fury sent towards the site, try and disrupt these positions. It's an operator kill from Glacier, actually, to get the first. But Nick, Spiritsy1, they're still standing, still surviving. Spiritsy1 has the convergent paths to play around as well. And that means Zaluba's dead to rights. A 2-on-2 situation here on the A site. No position safe.
Don't even know about
Life
Life.
has been flipped. Life coming up short. They've got no idea about it. Darion, 1-on-2. This operator seals the deal. A 13-9 into a 13-9, but it's to either side. Going the distance here. Lotus coming up.
Wow, and we said we wanted to see Life step up and start winning a lot more of those open engagements. I do think the first blood differential came down to him, number 1, stepping up, and number 2, again, DRG felt like they were inside the head of Wolves, and Wolves just didn't look as fleshed out game plan wise. Like, some of the site takes themselves were good, some of the defensive adjustments were good, but yeah, the attack side, they really just never got their footing under them. And again, it feels like DRG are now warmed up and rearing and ready to go. And with map 3 being Lotus, another, again, early space, early round engagement determining map, I do think I'm a bit worried for what that spells for Wolves, but I will say that Alex is very confident in their Lotus. Like, it's a map they have the most reps on. They have learned so much from their 2 losses that I think it's gonna be a great map to end this series on.
Yeah, I mean, again, it feels like another map where anything goes. DRG sitting 1-1 so far this stage, but Wolves actually 2 losses and not a single win. They're going to have to rewrite history on the decider if they do want to find it. But here on Haven, it was a similar situation for DRG. They had a losing record on this map. Now they've brought it even. And again, I think Wolves just gave themselves a little bit too much to do with the start coming in to this game. On Sunset, they were able to claw their way back, but here on Haven, not quite.
Yeah, just fundamentals aren't enough. Mentioned again that Spiritsy1 and the rest of DRG were going to be that much cleaner in some of their aim battles. And honestly, I'm going to say it, I think Nick, he fragged out on his own on Sunset. Here he was more that support role to let others shine. And that's exactly what happened between Life and Spiritsy1. So all in all, a huge, huge victory for DRG. And we'll take a listen in now to what exactly made that possible.
如果你们感受到压力的，及时跟我讲，因为站在我的视角，我是没有什么压力的，对吧？我觉得对面打的其实很艰难，真的就很简单。你们能感受到吗？很简单，对吧？是的，对吧？来福，你感受到吗？ 没有人也没有人会怪你，其实无所谓他的，就一张图而已。我们哪次不是让1追2的？但是我们现在开始要想这把的事情，这把我相信你能杀回来。我们现在这场输了，零别输给他，那又怎么样？
是的，
我们还是能打季后赛啊，无所谓啊。
我觉得我们打的还不够松弛，你知道吗？跟我们这场比赛下来，我感觉我们不够放松，对吧？
这把我能告诉我自己，我不紧张，我也没有感受压力，我很开心，享受比赛，兄弟们，享受比赛。I can't go some 牛逼，好枪，
帮我吗？
可以打包，可以打包。
我黑了，
好枪，CT 丢的剑，CT 丢的剑4打1，我打1，
看 CT， 我帮你补枪
，4打1，
我下包了，
好，
我出来架了，想超过，那我就吃，超过我能补，我就看左边，你看右边。
你就把车库看好就好。
对，我在看车库。
Yeah, you watch pick on it. Yeah, you hold it, 挂住，直接架。
好。剑要上了，我看左边没有，我在跟你。
有吗？他是不是能走7大，大哥
？Really bro， 我去了兄弟，我就把。CD nice shots bro, let's go.
Spirit. Brilliant map coming through for Spirit C1, 292 ACS, and I'm assuming that's 7 multi-kills coming in as well. An incredible performance on, again, I wasn't necessarily so sure about the Waylay, but he was making it work here.
Yeah, it was just comboing that with all of the other oppressive utility. Like every single agent, aside from maybe the Cypher here, it has scary util that you have to deal with. You have to worry about when it's going to get utilized if you're a member of the Wolf squad. And I think we saw them just really cooking with that util. Yeah, some team flashes along the way, but that's bound to happen. And I think that just allowed to kind of punish all these reclear utilities that you expect to see from Wolves, and even just how they were on Sunset utilizing that Viper as well to contact to get space for free. I think DRG did a good job punishing that, and so all in all, yeah, a huge MVP to be well deserved for Spirit C1.
Yeah, again, we see Glacier at the top of the standings for the side of Wolves, but this time just wasn't quite enough and didn't quite have the support from the teammates really to bring back that fight.
Wow.
Even still, again, Wolves were winning out the opening picks. It's those heroic moments from DRG to fight on back. When you look at the post plant, Wolves were only able to plant 5 times in their attack in half. Meanwhile, DRG 11. So that just goes to show, I think, the struggles that Wolves were having on their attacks.
I mean, it wasn't even just that they got the spike down so many times, it was that they were converting those post plants, right? That was the big difference, because they were getting their foot in the door more often with those first bloods coming in from Spirit C1 or coming in from Life. And I mean, taking a look at Glacier and his consistent performance there, it was kind of quite skewed, right? Like, yeah, he was finding early impact, but then couldn't find that consistent closure, where I think he was getting traded actually pretty steadily by someone else on the DRG team. So I think, again, those are very, very hard things to manage.
For sure. 7 first kills for Glacier as well in that map. It's a crazy one, but a performance that wasn't quite enough to take it 2-0. So Lotus is the battleground for our decider. It all comes down to this, a must-win game realistically for both teams. So we'll see what happens after this.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high-stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. the demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Well, welcome back to Project Horizon, everyone. VCT CN is popping off right now. We have a very, very exciting match between DRG and Wolves. I'm Charlotte, still joined by Zobi. And Zobi, we're going to a decider of Lotus.
Absolutely, and after a mighty pep talk mid-haven out of the newer IGL 2 DRG, at least in Nick, I do think that their mental is in the right place to try and bounce back coming in to this map 3, or even just in general in this group and proceeding in VCT China Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some of the highlights from, well, we've got the full translation of that pep talk. I'm just going to look through some of the highlights of saying we just got to think about this map. I believe we can get the kills. Even if we lose this map, then what? We can still play playoffs. It doesn't matter. Making sure that the players know that there's no pressure. Just chill out. Get into your groove, find your zone, and find your kills. And that's exactly what we saw happening, right? This DRG team certainly looked like they were playing with a lot less pressure, a lot less stress as we head into Lotus and we take a look at the agent select.
Yeah, I mean, from what meets the eye, I will say it doesn't look like it's a map that's going to be the best for Wolves, considering they've lost it twice, 5-13 to Bilibili and 11-13 to All Gamers. But that growth between the Bilibili and the All Gamers match, to me, is what I lock in on. And again, that's that map that Alex says they should not have lost to All Gamers, and they know they can push these top tier teams to the distance. But I do look back towards, again, that Lotus composition for then DRG, and we get to see number 1 the Waylace back, and we also get to see Spirit Z back Spirit Z1 on the Yoru and Nick on the Sky. So it's like flashes, and we talked about how when all of this util is super oppressive compositionally speaking, Wolves had a very hard time on map 1. Sorry, map 2.
Yeah, that they did. And, you know, we had a bit of a lengthy conversation in the pre-match about our thoughts and feelings on the Yoru. But, again, it feels like the same thing with the Waylay, right? Where it's like, maybe it's not the most, like, optimal pick, but DRG make it work. And that's consistently what we've seen throughout this organization in VCT China, and I think it's something that you can give a lot of credit to Nathan D for, the coach, right, in terms of having some wacky compositions, even when he was on FPX as well. Some wacky compositions, but somehow still making them work, getting those successes. As we head into Lotus, the 3rd and final map for this series between DRG and Wolves. 2 teams with a lot to prove, but not much to lose.
And this is once again the third time. DRG starting out on the attack, Wolves on that defense, and we had to see a huge identity shift for Wolves into this map, starting with how they would address space on this map early on. Little C's nade combo will keep DRG at the doorway. They don't even re-clear it either. They don't even call the bluff for the time being. Continue poking and prodding towards C site, and now we'll finally backpedal once that smoke dissipates.
Wolves have only won a single pistol round in the match so far. That was in the second half of Sunset, and in both maps as well, they've gone down 4-0. We'll have to hope that they can avoid that similar fate here. But it is just one player waiting for them. Yosemite on this A site will be bearing the full brunt of the DRG push and very quickly shut down. A disgusting shot from Spirit Z1 opens things up and gets them that A site control.
Yeah, it doesn't even pop the arcros on the retreat. A little difficult there, to say the least. Now the close to Trapwire does get out timinged by Glacier, and they only spot the raise, so not necessarily the protocol called just yet for DRG to full flip the site, but two players have now scaled up rope, and it looks like Nick is soon to follow since they've taken so much time without seeing another player.
Yeah, and you have Verts and Spirit C1 now making their way around towards the defender spawn, and that's exactly where they capitalize. Now a 2-on-4 for Wolves. They're trying to fight through from this tree position, but the site's been flipped, and this is a tricky one to take. Aluba can only get one. Same old story, DRG up 1-0.
Yeah, just the pistol around retake strategy, looking a bit one-dimensional from that Wolves side. Like, yeah, it's great you get the Vukushu kill, but then don't accelerate fast enough behind it, and that's after you don't even get enough time to lay. That is a crazy shutout. We get to see that replay as well. Like, honestly, somebody was done dirty. That's not even on him. He was, like, fully behind the wall from our POV. Like, that wasn't even a wall bang, it didn't seem like, but all in all, coming into the eco, looks like they are going to try and just see if they can once again challenge a head-on sniper rifle here. Life forced out by the molly. Orb gets yoinked away for Glacier, and they're going to commit off this haunt.
Yeah, encountering a lot of pressure towards that A main space, so immediately turn tail, head towards C. But there's an Arcros just to stall them out a little bit further, and now these rotations from Wolves come in.
Oh, I like this little revolving door play in the making if they can time it right. Yosemite needs to add some distraction, some time delay, so they're not all fire line staring down B main though.
He's been able to get the timing for now, but the kills come in for DRG. Now Yosemite strikes.
Too late.
In the end, yeah, a little bit too late. 3 casualties though, and this has also been, again, the repeat of history. Wolves take down 3 players in the follow-up round, but it's not enough to get things done. This is where we need to see them break from that past and actually convert a bonus round.
Yeah, I will say, that was a very creative idea there from Wolves. Very, very nice. But again, I wish somebody had swung a little bit sooner, or if that was the plan from the get-go, then somebody shouldn't have had the flash out for delay like he did on Mound. It should have been for that exact trap, but all in all, into the next. Very intentional util once again. Get Darren into position, leave him there, and pivot. Right? You don't even have a grouped up double hold on C. It's just Thorns and Spring to buy enough time for Yosemite on the regroup. And this is where also that Yoru is the perfect counter with this double dive.
Heading in, Life, all good for the first. Spring up close on the pillar. Not expecting Spirit C1 to be so close to it. So again, DRG setting themselves up with the advantage. They've got control of the C site, and now they're planting the spike.
Wow. DRG are on for 100% third round conversion in the first half rate this series, and Glacier is trying to put a stop to it, but you still have Vukushu, you still have Verse with Vandals in hand, and Nick holding an Aggro-line Waterfall with the Outlaw.
Doesn't land the shot. Darion tries to swing into it. Aluba takes down Fukashi, one of the star players for DRG. Yet to find impact so far in this game, and now there's information coming across. They know these players from DRG are towards the front of sight, but it's so difficult. Glacier, that's the first kill. Showstopper taken away, but Aluba just about saves things and has time to defuse the spike. That 100% record now taken away, but my god, that was close.
Yeah, by milliseconds and one player, right? Like, economically speaking, the damage has been done. Dragon Ranger Gaming, just, again, this composition, so unorthodox, but so well suited to counter the Vice. And, I mean, even forced Glacier to pull out the showstopper because they knew that that round was slipping, and it wasn't even what made the difference. It was enough of just the satchels to draw the eye and allow Darien kind of be that finisher. So, all in all, now jumping into things, sees Nate. Even that gets outpaced, but not without cost. Half HP on the Refract, and with that, it is now going to be backpedaling or cutting noise and re-accelerating. DRG have pulled a fast one over Wolves, but Wolves have elected to take a different pathing. Vukushu better be ready. This is what they did on the second round eco as well.
Feels like maybe he's anticipating something, but tucked close to the corner in Pillar. Glacier staying hidden. Aluba not quite so much, but somehow the Cashew still staying alive. That one could have gone costly. The body shot on towards Glacier, now just 10 HP. Darion smoked off of this angle by the dark cover. Trying to figure out where he wants to place one of his own. On life. Does he know about it?
That'd be a crazy shot to hit, but now there's two targets.
Yeah. Oh dear. That's unfortunate. Spring wants to get away from there, but he's still been caught by life. This feels like a save angle, if I'm honest with you, Zobi. Glacier and Yosemite seem to agree. Backing away. Trying to escape with their lives.
Yeah, very, very difficult round. And again, DRG, I think when they slow things down, they just look very, very promising. And that was one of the issues that I think allowed Wolves to come back on that Haven, was because DRG weren't willing to slow down. So this round's looking pretty clean. Aside from Glacier at 10 HP, somehow finding two more before getting finally shut down. So it will only be one rifle carried into the next. So, yeah, just trying to prevent, I think, DRG from snowballing in more grandiose fashion than they have on the first two first halves. But yeah, if Vukushu doesn't get one there before the refrag comes through and the second shot in Glacier, this round goes entirely different. But these grouped up refights, I feel like that's been the best look, and why I really do like Life on the Duelist is because of what he accomplishes alongside Spirit C1. I feel like they lift each other up so well. Coming now into the next. And a broken by, aside from Glacier and that hero rifle that's been passed along to him from Yosemite.
The Cashew's expecting some kind of aggressive A play. He's correct for it, but Glacier absolutely nails him. Bullet to the dome, and again, it's the body shot with the Outlaw that has been his undoing. 140 damage now. Sight control, though, on the other side of the map for DRG. They've got C completely under wraps.
They don't have time to flip the sight. They're here, like you mentioned.
3 players in halls already. Spirit C1 in Waterfall does catch Aluba.
Oh, taking down the before he can invest in Nightfall. It's now Life with this Convergent Pass. There's no counter. There's no way for Wolves to get back in. And now it's probably the exact opportunity for Spirit C1 to flip and crunch on through halls. Even though somebody can hold on. Time has been stripped away. Yeah, and Spring has been further delayed.
Got to try and find this. 2 players from 2 different angles against him. It means he might be able to isolate the ones, but Yosemite outdoes him on the fight. That's one for DRG that you should never be losing.
That's just a frustrating one as well, Charlotte. Like, does Life have to be re-engaged in there? Yes, it's a 1v2, but Spike is playing it for you off-site. I guess you're worried maybe about the Viper Orb that could be there. Like, there's not much util left either for Yosemite to work with. And oh no, it fumbles, and now this is the closest start we've had to a map. Money once again for DRG. Reset, perpetual exit kills, survival kills, even that Wolves have been able to find. Making that Mid-stage impact, and wow, Glacier actually pulling out the operator is from B for the eco. This is very dangerous. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get away effectively.
Yeah, well, okay.
Oh.
He's
No one was ready
found
to
the
back
kill.
Spirit Z1 up. That's rough.
Yeah, that operator is lethal. Now you're looking towards the rest of DRG that finding themselves over towards the east of the map.
There are 4 players here for Wolves.
Yeah, Trailblazer goes in through tree. Should be able to spot that, but well, somehow Nixoxia doesn't connect that shot on towards Nick. I'm surprised.
And this is a huge call, the perfect call for DRG to pivot B, right? You know now that the operator's given up the B line that got that opening kill on a Spirit Z1. So for an eco round, this is a thievery of a plan. Successful. And now they have outward lines of positioning as well.
With that, 2 Vandals actually on side. Verse looking towards B main. A pivotal fight coming in, but the showstopper from Glacier still hits its mark. Nick with a bandit on site, good for 1. And now Verse comes to back him up. Meanwhile, Darion continuing to creep on forwards. It's the paint shells to get the collection. We're tied up early on here on Lotus, 3 rounds apiece.
Reminder, guys, this is the second game of the day. There is a full best of 3 after this one, and we're shaping up. Have a competitive second Super Day in VCT China groups. I mean, this is exactly what we needed to see. Very, very proactive planning, very good counters. Wolves not getting caught off guard by what DRG's doing anymore. I feel like that was the case over on Haven, and they just never could get their feet under them. Here, they've stabilized super early. I think that's why DRG have now been forced to take a timeout super early. And hey, that means this is the first time Alex R gets to also hold on to his for a while, right? Both map 1 and map 2, 0-4 had to pull the first one. Down 2-7 had to take the second one as well in that first half of Haven. So those are going to be super useful later down the line when you know this is a map 3. There is no map 4 to rely upon.
Do or die situation, but still plenty of Lotus left to play. It does, like you're saying though, feel like it's more in Wolves' favour because it's DRG taking this first time out. While we have this little break, we should also acknowledge both Sliggy and Shobra raiding us. So again, thank you everyone for the support, because this is a super day, as we've been saying. 3 best of 3s, and currently we're on 6 maps of 6. First match came through between Nova and Trace, 13-7, 7-13, and then an overtime banger. Maybe we'll be granted a similar fortune here on the second, because the second series in a row, the scorelines of the first 2 maps have been mirrored. Meanwhile, DRG looking to take control of Rubble very quickly. Life dashing up towards the top of it and sending some shots through to stairs.
Yeah, ever since they picked up the operator, they're not going for these super aggro traps with the Seize Nade combos. Instead, it's refloods really early off of things such as Yosemite's Steel Guarded, and now Spirit Z1. It's going to be huge having had a Dimensional Drift. Will keep his gun, will consistently apply that pressure to this A site.
Yeah, he's found a fairly deep position as well, all the way through. 2 players up in heaven, Yosemite down towards drop, but Aluma just jumps down, takes out Spirit somehow. Life is answering back, but now he's in the ground. You're looking at Verse, you're looking at Nick, and now it is just the captain. In a 1v3 situation, a pop flash is perfect! He gets 2! And now the Seeker's invested to get the information. Opens up the door, now sends a Trailblazer in, but knows that the Boombot's going to reveal his position. Information being dealt both ways. Glacier just sitting back, looking to try and get some sort of catch. Instead, Nick's just waiting.
Operator relinquished. The handle in hand. Acts away to a safe angle, so he's not vulnerable to both. He knows he has the time advantage and is going to wait for the tap instead.
10 seconds. left on the clock, and now here comes the plant from Nick. Glacier just goes all the way round forwards. That shot's unreal from Glacier to claim the lead for Wolves Esports, and through the wall as well. I mean, come on, man.
And immediately the team hyping him up as well, high fives and all. Understanding that that was a huge round to have won, right? Ults invested left, right, and center.
What is that kill?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm more, again, just like concerned that DRG, right? It's okay that Spears Z1's very deep committed to A side, right? He's the duelist, he has to be the entry, he was Dimensional Drift, still had a gun. But the fact that after he falls, the team just doubles down and continues fighting instead of rotating like they did on the eco, that made that a respectable eco despite not winning, is where we need that depth of calling from DRG. Instead, don't need depth if you get fragged, I guess. Opening kill goes their way, quick little heal, and it is all systems go, Charlotte, towards this C site. For now.
Yeah.
Depends on what the info will tell them.
Well, coming in, like you say, we'll give them the information. Spirit Z1 is just going in. Snakebite at his feet, Life now double dash forward with the light speed. He is in there like swimwear, and he's finding the frags. He's going to need to find more because Spirit Z1 has fallen. Aluba, that's a double kill. Make it 3 from the IGL. Inside a waterfall, coming up with the goods for his side. Vakashu planting the spike. And it is just him and Life. And unusually, it's Life the one who's really finding impact in the kills department. Vakashu's fallen again. Another round, another Life 1-on-2 inside of C, but this time he finds the first. Glacier already playing ahead of that convergent pass, but 2 bullets in the chamber. Life is 20 HP and gets shut down. Glacier saving Wolves again.
And that's 2 1v2s. Life has to play out in the post plan on C, and neither goes his way. And he plays them the same exact way. Gets aggro, looks for the first, and then falls back. And again, inching closer, but no dice, like you mentioned, Glacier with the back-to-back clutches. And that's after Aluba does brilliance here. And this is frustrating because DRG finally learned what they have to do to remedy their mistakes in these post plants compared to Sunset, right? Sunset, they never got active, and when Wolves could play the retake how they saw fit, they always converted, or nearly always converted, right? It was that low post plant convergence rate we observed. And here, they try to get active, right? Life finds his, Spirit Z1 finds his, and it's still no dice. And now you also invested that convergent paths with no conversion. So you're not going to find stability, probably ult-wise, for the rest of this half, Charlotte. Maybe right before the end of it.
Maybe.
Depends how good your orb management is.
We've seen DRG be fairly decent at the orb maxing, as the youths are saying. Meanwhile, for DRG, again, it's that look towards the C site, but Glacier on such a deep line on B. They should know that it's going towards the extremities. Spring is fairly passive on the west, so you are looking at Aluba to come up with the good. Spirit Z1 falling early. Yosemite creeping round from halls. He's also getting involved in Darion's front sight. He's up there. Personal with them in their space, in their face. And finding a double.
And what are these timings? Wolves just encroach even further now to completely cancel out the execution altogether. There's no more respect. There's no more retake. It is snuff out the fire before the sparks catch and burn with that Dragon's Flame. And, whew. I mean, full paranoia, the thorns get popped. Like, that was each teammate supporting themselves here as well on this full stop anchor. And they couldn't have done this. They couldn't have set this up, Charlotte, out without, as you mentioned, that deep space position from Glacier. 16-5, by the way.
Unreal.
We talked about it being team effort for Wolves across the board. Right now, it is the Glacier show, and he's front and center with a showstopper into the stack.
Oh, this should be absolutely massive. He's found 2. Damage done to Spirit Z1 as well. Now sends in the paint shells. He's got the catch onto Spirit Z1. The operator shot, absolutely unbelievable. This is a crazy round. I mean, DRG have no hope at re-hitting into A here, surely. But, I mean, it looks like they're trying it. It looks like they're attempting that. Verse, I swear to God. Behave yourself, man. Okay. A Sheriff shot, fair enough. But Wolves should still be here to catch. There's Aluba with one and the second. Wolves are on that warpath.
Yeah, I am so okay with Glacier investing that ult on the eco as well. Right? We talked about how on Sunset they had no right winning the ecos that they were able to achieve. It gets the numbers at the half on defense, Lotus, by the way. And yeah, I don't know. I think, honestly, this is the moment where if you are Nathan D, you might contemplate taking DRG second timeout. Like,
yep, there it is.
No, I promise I didn't know, guys. I promise I didn't know. Like, it's just because I feel like they don't have a direction to them right now, right? Like, after that impassioned speech from Nick, right, on Haven, I was like so hopeful for what that would entail for their map 3. And it looks like now they're too chillaxed, right? They aren't coming up with the adjustments. They're falling into very repetitive motions. And Wolves are, again, much like Sunset, the team that is better adapting to what their opponent is throwing at them.
I can't believe right now that this is a Wolves team that have not won on Lotus this stage. They're looking so damn good here right now. They look so clean. Like, yeah, sure, the pistol didn't go their way. Didn't really matter on Sunset. They won the bonus this time out and have pretty much ever since looked unstoppable. It's such an impressive performance so far. And they're now sitting in a similar position that DRG were on Haven.
And this is exactly why I said that even though they hadn't got a win on Lotus, I think you going from losing 5-13 to 11-13 from Billy Gaming to All Gamers shows immense growth on this map. And like the coach, if they're instilling confidence in this map, they know that you're making small mistakes that shouldn't be made, that aren't translating from practice. And once they actually find that translation, then it was going to be a perfect storm. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. And now DRG, a must-win rifle round. You can see why they're playing so far back, right? It's just going to be a full retake from Wolves, ideally, from Aluba and this Nightfall. That's where I'm a bit concerned about how committed Spring was. Might not have gotten the memo, but it's fine for now.
Yeah, the fake out doesn't actually fake him out at all. He's still taken down life from drop, and Aluba up on Heaven gets another follow-up kill. Nick's answering back. He's doing what he can to at least make the site secure for DRG, but Darion's just sat on stairs, just waiting for Vikashu to swing him. Scary timing with the smoke in his hands. Now here comes Glacier as well. Operator, quick scope in for him. Unbelievable shot coming through. And now they have information. Verse inside a tree, pressured from 2 angles. Nick on the side itself. He's going to have to go big with a pop flash going round the corner, round the side. Verse gets a kill, but even still, it's now just up to him. And there's players swinging him from every single angle. Wolves up to 8 rounds now. DRG are getting left in the dust.
Again, you can just see from barrier drop what the Wolves' game plan is, and they are executing it perfectly. DRG are unwilling to waver, unwilling to rotate, and that lack of adjustment is what is putting them in such uncomfortable positions where Wolves can just contact out. They can break a trip and bait you into that re-engagement, and DRG, yeah, they sometimes just win those fights head on, but oh my goodness, Charlotte Vukashu is 1-10.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on his KD throughout this half, and it's not been looking good.
I just noticed that.
Again, a player that you usually expect to be near the upper echelons for his team.
You called him what, consistent?
Yeah, very consistently up at the top. This time around, not coming to fruition. Darion's actually in a spot of bother towards C mouth. He put the door open. It's cut out by Vikashu. Doubled his KD across the map. That's positive.
The caster effect. You know how it is. Note that comes out as well. Last round and a half might as well. Might even set them up to then group up and refight Yosemite since he's alone. Instead, it's just chip damage found. Yosemite trying to find the timing, and he slipped through net. That's the Steel Garden. That's going to be a final will testament to Glacier in this 1v3 attempt.
Oh, and still the players coming around the side. They double up perfectly. There was a world where he was able to spray down both, but in the end, the dust settles here for the opening 12 of Lotus. And it's Wolves Esports who have double the number of rounds of their opposition, 8-4. As we head into the switch, DRG have a lot of work to do on their defensive side, especially when you consider that Lotus generally tends to favor the attack.
Yeah. And I do like that we saw some signs of life for DRG at the end of that half as well. Very little creative denial through the revolving door. That's the kind of on-the-fly adaptation adjustment that we needed to see. But this map, yeah, we just haven't seen that util be as oppressive. I do think on the defense, it's going to help them out a little bit more if they get some of these traps activated. I will say, to me, the entire day, no matter what map it was, Wolves have had the stronger fixes, I guess, is the best way to phrase it, to their defensive problems, not their attack side problems, Charlotte. So I will say if there's a half for that slack to be made up with, it would be this next half for DRG. And DRG have a pretty good pistol record right now in the series, backing up that agenda.
Yeah, they do. Must win pistol round, though, coming up. Very, very pivotal when you look at the momentum for the series. It's the difference between DRG potentially getting back within 2 or Wolves starting to get out of sight. Look at this performance from Glacier. 271 damage per round, by the way. 21 kills and, yeah, 459 ACS through that first half. He's been popping off for Wolves today. And,
he's about to drop. He's gonna drop 30 before the map's over.
Well,
unless it's too much of a stomp. Unless it's too much of a stomp, Charlotte, then it might get snuffed out.
True. The damage graph was looking very clean as well, but you've said it now, so he's going to be stuck on 29 for the rest of play here. Didn't know you were a secret DRG agent. Coming in though.
I mean, he's trying to disrupt that agenda, but the saturate's too good. Oh, there he goes!
There he is, getting the kill on the entrance towards the B site, but now Wolves through the door converge onto C instead. They've got the man advantage here. You're looking towards Nick back site, but Vakashu's come in from the B site. Glacier's low, 20 HP.
Gonna leave.
But Nick is left alone now, and Luba with a perfect kill to bail out. And you'd think Wolves are going to leave, but actually they're just pausing. They want to re-hit here.
Had to skip with a spike. And now Nick might not be holding the right angle as he walks out. And even if he had the trade, even at 3 HP, no collateral means no round 1. The pivotal pistol that DRG had been counting on spirals into disaster. And again, it's from Wolves' reactivity. Anything. If this was a beautiful trap, Charlotte, not once but twice by Dragon Ranger Gaming.
And 3 HP was enough for Glacier to stay alive and claim that final kill. 9 rounds to 4. That's a 5-round deficit for the side of DRG, and they're not feeling the need to force up just yet. A bandit and a sheriff, but classics for the rest of the side. So with the buy from Wolves, you're looking likely that they're going to extend that lead to 6 and find double digits early on. But DRG are always dangerous with these secondary weapons.
Yeah. It's definitely unfamiliar territory. Like, we've only had that one pistol where we got to see like what the buy up and what the conversion looks like for Wolves, and I'm getting flashbacks. It never goes well for Wolves when they run into the stack without proper information, and it's not very helpful that Luba's one of the last people to the site.
Yeah, Glacier now just jumping, and he's got a Marshall here, not necessarily known for its capability in the close-range engagements, but even from afar, it's just not going well. Nick's found a double, make it 3. Now you're looking at Yosemite in a 1 versus 3. 30 seconds left, potentially a chance, but actually the flash hasn't caught him. Nick with that peek, I think, should get the information now, but DRG haven't even picked up the upgrades. They're still just rocking it with these secondaries, and the Marshall maybe not done for the job, but that headshot's unreal. We're looking towards Nick, now with the Bulldog in hand, but Yosemite spotted him. Oh, shoots just a bit too early. Too trigger happy, perhaps. DRG, they're back in the game.
Ah, and the frustration as DRG taunt them for a round that they should not have lost, and that's one that you're going to have to find yourself mentally getting out of as a team less experienced on the stage up against global veterans, right? And that's where we're going to have to see Aluba take charge and getting information for this team instead of full blindly trusting Glacier on these entries. And I mean, you're entering with that sniper rifle as well, right? Like, that is not enough. And now, I mean, look at that buy for DRG. They bonus some as trophies and the rest they complement. And now they're up in the tempo as well to meet that confidence standard.
Oh, it's just an absolutely brutal takedown here. 2 kills for Life, 2 kills for Verse. And yet again, it's Yosemite, the final player. This time, he won't even have a snowball's chance in hell. Vukashu closes things out. And yet again, it's DRG cutting back that lead.
Yeah, if Vukashu comes online, this is going to be a very, very different game. We'll just put it that way. But it's again Life, I think that's that big difference maker, right? He's online, he's finding openings around his teammates, and it's just a very different looking squad. So, all in all, we'll now get into the nitty gritty. The buy rounds coming on through. Rifles versus rifles. Wolves. This is where they have to re-establish their baseline, and that is not a very good start. At least it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Vukashu trying to scoop up that rifle. I do like that Wolves decide to speed up here.
They are still trying to fight in towards this Outlaw with both of those shots used up. I think that's probably the go signal. Darion in such a deep position. The double TP play is absolutely perfect. That double kill is just sublime. And it's got Wolves that site control. They can plant the spike wherever they wish. And now all they need to do is hold on to the post in a 4v2 situation.
And I mean, Darion playing off his own one-way. Flash doesn't really connect either. Paranoia in toast. They have defense upon defense upon defense. They even got a little one-way on Waterfall. Like, I'm loving, again, in the most random times we see Wolves and that extra preparation shine on through. And it's moments like that where, okay, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, guys. Time's not necessarily just gone yet.
He's found a double kill. Now Nyx called into action.
Just don't die, he's fine.
Time is just not for him. And Darion gets the kill he needs. So it is that double digits for the side of Wolves. 10 rounds to 6, the scoreline goes.
Wow, and the way that we somehow have Wolves stabilized after losing their entry duelist as well. Because Darion says, fine, I'll do it by myself. Just Shroud steps in, finds 2. And it's also, again, just once they get onto site, they know what their util should look like. And I think I'm really impressed how they've worked the Viper into multiple maps, right? They have played every map today. And Spring's had his moments. Here he's more the support role, not also having the greatest time, but it doesn't matter if your team is winning. Now, for now, it might matter. You're the one picking up the slack for Glacier, who just got operated into oblivion. Shouldn't be alive, but sure.
Me. That's quite scary. Completely disrespecting the operator from Life. Verse up in the corner. Still takes down 1, but Wolves have been able to trade things out into 3 versus 3. Now Nick, yet again, one of the players to really start shining for the side of DRG. Again, we sit even. That spike getting planted.
Dimensional Drift gonna kickstart this retake here. Confirm both players tucked away in Bend. Question mark is there even a weapon for Life to find, or will the ball bangs be enough? Spiritsy one on the lower. Gets the timing, the fake out doesn't work, the transfer is there! And just like that, both Spring and Aluba find their own, and the duo gets the job done. Wolves up 2-11.
What? What the hell just happened? I mean, that's a lovely trade from Aluba. I assume maybe with the minimap information. This was oh, the fake out nearly works actually in Spiritsy one's favor, but it's just not quite enough.
He's like, why do I see 2 Yoders on my screen?
That's quite stupid. That's incredibly silly.
It's gotta hurt though. Forcing up once again. DRG are all in. And speaking of all in, Life in a very precarious position. I don't even think he had the anchor. Just has to invest the full dash out. And immediate rotates come through for DRG. I think they're realizing they're having a very hard time retaking this C site, so they need the players on the site anchoring, even Bukashu. And that's where the showstopper can come through, outpaces the gate crash, and just like that, the anchors are getting decimated and pulled from the water.
Oh, Nick and Bukashu, though, they're answering in kind. Oh my god, Nick. A triple kill with a Guardian from that spot? You're joking.
How does it slip so fast, Charlotte? Right? It looked like Wolves were steamrolling in off that showstopper entry, and then Nick disrespects the Thorns, and ew! The multi-kills with the Guardians,
unreal.
yeah, they're always the flashiest, and that's after, again, I feel like his bodyguard gene just activated. He's like, I'm the IGL. 21 assists, by the way, and steps up to protect Vukashu. So that's one, that's signs of life, but 4 more needed to tie us up. And for now, Wolves evade the A main massacre. Yosemite though, no weapon in hand means no conversion on that B main control. This is a round that should go DRG's way.
Yeah, and they are just looking to take it without really any risk at all. Nick,
ew!
Again with a 4-piece this time.
Seekers online.
Couple players lined up there, and yeah, there's the ultimate too. Oh, again, you look at DRG. They always just seem to have a little bit left in the locker that they can come back to when needed. Oh, yeah, you know.
All right. It's like Nick trying to shut down Glaciers.
I mean, Glacier's not had any impact till you said he was gonna find 30 kills.
Hey, I said that if he became close, he would get up there. He just needs 5 more kills, all right?
He's only found
Showstopper can get 2, bro. Shh, it's fine. This is gonna be the hard round, though. I'm kind of surprised that Wolves didn't take a timeout before it, considering, I don't know, there's 4 ultimates for DRG. And this is the exact snowball momentum that DRG is known for when these maps, these series start to slip. It's how they come back. And Seekers go out to further confirm where this endpoint is, since Wolves have shaken things up just a bit in their split presence, but they are trying to outpace that intel, outpace those rotations, and even sell a fake out. But because Spirit Z1's on such a deep line route, I don't think it's going to work out how Wolves aim for it too.
Toxic screen up should be a bit of a clue. But now with the shots coming in, Spirit Z1 will definitely be aware.
Ooh, he spotted all 3.
Yeah, gate crash away, but now Wolves ping-ponging back and forth. They're heading towards the C site here, but DRG still has numbers.
Yeah, DRG's reads are so good. In the mid-round, time and time again, they're running into a stack site with 30 seconds, Charlotte.
Oh, it's that sloping forward. There's the Cypher setup. Trap wires coming into play perfectly. And despite the Steel Garden, it's just not enough. Seekers coming in as well, potentially, but no. Instead, just regrowth. Yosemite on the site. Spring as well. Okay, Wolves have made this possible. They've made this doable with a chance. The 2-on-2. Spike being planted.
Cypress put down.
Yosemite.
Why is Yosemite playing out of it?
You got to pay attention here.
Okay!
He just finds the kills. For a moment, I thought he'd be looking away at just the wrong time, but no, snaps back to reality and absolutely nails the shots.
Wow. Wow. That's one of those rounds where it's like, well, shouldn't win it, but then they just lock in. Yosemite in particular, finding both of those after your Viper's Pit was just popped by Spring, and oh no, the frown at the end of the desk wallbang. They know that was their swing round. They utilized the big picture ultimates. They had a perfect trap on that execute as well, right? Coming from Life, and now, I mean, not saying it's desperate, but they are going for the full-out spawn crunch play, right? 2 players scaling A main, 2 players scaling a C mount, and on the line with now the operator. This is very risky.
It does seem like that for at least Life's sake, Darion's position up on the boxes forced him away from that, and that spawn crunch is thoroughly cancelled out.
Yeah. But it was. I like this though, Vukushu also playing for close denial so the operator can stay on the line, but in the meantime, Spring on that lurk, find Spirit Z1, and now it feels like Aluba has a lot more he can call around if he wants. You can go back towards A, you can let Spring go for a backstab through B.
Yeah, and look at the B players as well. They're now turning their attention entirely to the breakable door because Spirit C1 was lost, and that gives Spring the timing to just come on through. Now Wolves entry onto the site itself here on C, looking to try and spray the shots. Nick does take down Spring towards B, so numbers evened out, but control in the hands of Wolves.
And look at this, they're expecting Glacier to fight on forward. You wait temporarily until Spike Plant is confirmed. Now the Nightfall comes through. Is probably not going to find too much connecting impact. In the meantime, the Neural Theft should tell exactly what this post-plant idea is for Wolves.
Wolves looking to hold on to take the map, take the series. And they found the first kill. That snap is unreal from Yosemite. As everything starts to come to a head, the C site becoming such a problem for DRG. It's just life left to stand to save his team in this game with the operator. Now switches to the rifle, light speed, double dash in. But it's all for naught as Wolves Esports bare their teeth, take the game 2-1. And now still in such a good position within this group.
They've shut down Global Giants Dragon Ranger Gaming, who were on track again to be one of those top seeds of the group, depending on the outcome of their next match versus All Gamers, which now, who knows how that one's gonna go since Wolves have bested them. And Alex can say all he wants about thinking that they should have beat these top contending opponents, but now they have the results to back it up, proving they are the true underdogs, the true dark horses right now of this group Omega. And my gosh, if they beat XLG, I think there's a world where they would steal their top 2 seeding, right? It's gonna come down to how dominant it is. It'll be like a round differential kind of thing, but that makes this end of the stage that much more competitive, right? Like, there were so many like possibilities of players like locking in playoffs contention. We have obviously EDG later locking in champs, and it's these teams that have nothing to lose that are keeping everything in contention.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you look at the rest of this group, and it feels like a bit of a group alpha situation from stage 1, where we had 3 teams go 3-2, 3 teams go 2-3 at the end of things, and it feels like we're gearing up for something similar here. At least a lot of teams and a lot of tiebreakers needed to actually separate the wheat from the chaff. But at the end of the day, you can look at this for what it is, a very, very strong performance from Wolves, and a much-needed victory for the confidence more than anything. And you can see the coaching staff there comforting the players, talking about how well they did, and you can just tell the vibes are high right now.
Yeah, and you can see like Aluba's just like ahead of himself. But let's go down into the interview to learn a little bit more.
大家好，我是狼队的 Glacier。
欢迎，恭喜你们今天赢下了这场比赛，面对比较强大、非常强大的敌人赢了下来。先聊一聊现在感受怎么样
？How do you feel right now？
挺开心的吧，因为我觉得我有发挥出来。
Pretty happy。今天你图3的发挥真的非常的爆炸，发挥的非常的好啊。那今天其实面对到的也是比较独特的体系，对吧？可能面对到夜路体系，你们今天化解的是非常不错的。
It's like they've DRGs have always played kind of peculiar comps, especially the Euro. How do you think you guys adjusted and dealt with it?
我觉得我们其实就是当正常的阵容在打，我们就是打我们训练赛打的东西。
Yeah, he says that we just treat it like normal, just play like how we play in scrims.
内容嘛，并且现在其实可以说是双决斗比较流行的版本了，但是你们仍然坚持着单决斗体系。作为队内
It's like with all the double duels, why are you guys still playing single duels? And what are your responsibilities in the team like?
可能的去突破吧，因为后面有我的队友们帮我兜着。
And he said, "I will just try my best entry every time."
也不用担心。
It's like even if I make mistakes, I know my teammates have my back, so I don't worry. And anything to say it to your teammates.
教导我一些东西，然后
He says he really thanks his teammates for teaching him a lot, like from mental to like technique, and they always like encourage me to do well as well.
你说到你其实今天对于自己的发挥还是比较满意的。今天图3你上半场就拿到了21个击杀，整体来到27。
So you got 21 kills on the first half of Lotus today. Yeah, why do you think you played so well? What do you think?
怎么说？
可能比较适应场上的环境，然后可以去。
He says maybe I got used to the arena a bit more.
打的内容。
现在适应赛场的能力也是越来越强了。那 Spring 选手作为哥哥，私底下有没有怎么帮助你
？Yeah, as a cousin, like Spring, how do he help you?
跟我讲，心态上面就算逆风了也不用担心。
And he says that Spring talked to him a lot about like game experience and mental.
那来到长沙也有一段时间了嘛？对于这座城市，你有什么样的印象呢？
And what are your first impressions of Changsha now that we're here?
没有了。
He says that the food's all great.
那有没有什么话想要对粉丝说
？And anything to say to the fans?
我会继续努力的。
对，希望我们的
And thank you for your support. I'll continue work hard.
狼队能够越打越好。那我们接下来用联想拯救者手机 Y7。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and a prize draw for the audience.
It's always nice to hear from the main man himself, Glacier, with an incredible performance all series long, topping the scoreboard for Wolves in every single map. Even Haven, where they did not end up taking the victory. Zobi, though, I fear you did curse him. I'm pretty sure he didn't reach 30.
Well, we'll see when we get to the post-match stats, but I also think I did. But I didn't curse them in terms of the outcome, at least. And I echo a lot of what he said. I think, again, Alex said that a big thing he wanted to instill was them converting those results from scrims, what they now have done. And second to that, I think, again, it was this team's just coordination and how they were able to trade Glacier out effectively and each other that set them apart, because normally, again, that's what DRG thrives in that inability for teams to trade, right? When they get these multi-kills. That's what happened on Haven a lot, right? Spirits E1 could get these multi-kills, Vukushu could get these multi-kills, Life even, like, and that just was not the case, at least catastrophically here on Lotus, right? You saw some like nice Sheriff multis from players like Verse, but again, I think just you cannot rely upon heroics, and I think that's where when DRG got complacent and got stuck in some of these calls, that's when Nyx maybe stepping into the IGL role showed a little bit more. And comparing that to Aluba, who's also then a new IGL, and it's like night and day difference.
Yeah, I do think that maybe some of the fundamentals were a little bit lacking when you compare it to how good Wolves looked on Sunset. But even still, this is a performance to be proud of from the side of Wolves Esports, and one that they can really look to double down on with their last match of the group stage against XLG, which is obviously going to be a tricky opponent, but we've already seen them get taken down by Titan Esports Club. So, you know, there's always a chance, no matter what is happening. And I think for Wolves, this was just, again, a standout performance in terms of just, like we said, the fundamentals. A brilliant showing from Aluba and the IGL and Glacier as well to, you know, show that it's not just nepotism that got him here, right? Spring's cousin, that he is capable of performing exactly like the rest of the team and showed up in a massive way. So we'll hear how it all happened in the team comms.
我去反到了，一个左边听到，一个左边的下播，一个左边的下播。8点，北京8点，北下8点半我有探明，还在传水肉，2发，80，一发。Nice！ 我太爱你了，阿凯。哥，现在我脸上，阿凯。好，我打，帮我打，拿帮我打。你们走外边，我走2楼。来，我加黑。别急，两个包顶，两个。好，别急。好。等你们到了，我给眼落位。阿凯冲，你开门。来，树里面，来，给你做一个，给眼了。包后一个，来，帮我跳阿凯。树里的没了。来，15个包顶。这个，还有一个，没进去，叫好，来，他没黑了，3、2、1，走 ，nice， 打得太好了，打得太好了 ，CT 一个 CT，我猜到，会不会的，没猜到， 小欧有 CT 现在，
自己玩。
底下还有，
我看我右边了，好枪。
老外站起来 ，nice， 缩下 ，nice。
Wow, I mean, that just reaffirmed everything that we knew was already going on in the Wolves camp, right? You hear just the communication, Darion saying, I have flash for you, and Glacier swinging right afterwards, to then the countdown after the communication that the last player's in tree, right? The fundamentals are strong. And obviously, like, it was the interview was popping crazy numbers. It's not the 459 he was at halftime, but a very, very respectable 354 ACS on a closing map against global regulars Dragon Ranger Gaming. As a newer player, like, that is gotta feel great, especially as you're coming into crunch time, grind times, trying to punch your ticket to Champion Shanghai.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit rough, actually, that we didn't see this version of Wolves coming through in maybe an earlier stage, right, where it's potentially a little bit easier to qualify to Masters than it is to Champs. With having a real dearth of Champs points, you have to make it to the top 2 of the region, because this does seem like a squad right now that could absolutely be challenging teams at internationals, like we saw from Wolves when they went on that run at Masters Toronto.
Yeah, 100%. Much like XLG even did at Masters London, right? If they beat them, then to me, they are in that higher bucket echelon. And again, it's players who are hungry, who are united by the same goal. I think, like, again, like, this is a team that knows what they're going for, are aligned in that common goal. And again, it's a mix of players who've never been internationals and those who want to get back to it. And I mean, 4 out of 4 post plans, they didn't need any more of them. And again, it's DRG and their lack of converting those post plans that was an issue consistently across this series. Obviously, it was less so over on Haven, mainly because they got opening first kills, so they went into post already bolstered. And after that, you had Spirit Z1 just winning 1v3s anyways on the chokes without much support from the team. So again, macro-wise, I think Wolves really, really outplayed them. The only thing I can credit DRG on the macro was out of timeouts and some of those mid rounds, at least where they were stacking, was really, really strong on the defensive half.
Yeah, I do think this is maybe the first map of the series where we actually see Wolves winning more rounds than they had first kills, because I think even on Haven, they were excelling in that statistic compared to DRG, but again, not winning out the rounds. We've got to talk about Nick, though, as well. The IGL for DRG, it still put up an incredible performance on that map. I think, what is it, 340 ACS, which is still pretty darn good, and certainly challenging up against Glacier as well.
It's giving flashbacks to like Jay Kudro and JDG, who also on Lotus like popped off as an IGL, and we'll have to see if he does it later today up against EDG as well. But for now, this series comes to a close where Wolves take the series 2-1, and we said it was going to come down to that veto. You mentioned the risk of sunset, we mentioned how Lotus was going to be a coin toss, but the work for Wolves paid off. And now, honestly, I think people are not going to be underestimating them when it comes to that Shilai Gaming match.
Yeah, for sure. We still have another match to go. We've seen 6 out of 6 maps already across 2 games, but still more to come. EDG taking on JDG coming up.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling for a good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. Hey, you're my obsession. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay
We're back! It's still us, Charlotte and Sophie, with you for the third best of 3 of today. EDG taking on JDG. Sophie, this one feels a little bit like David versus Goliath.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Like, you look at the names that are on the JDG roster, and it feels like there was a lot of potential, but they haven't won a series yet this stage, and they're up against EDG, who, despite an early loss right up against Tyler that came out of left field, have since stabilized, right? They were probably tired from international competition and a very packed schedule, and now they have the most motivation you can have to win the game today, which is their victory will guarantee their spot at Champions Shanghai. They would be our second team after PRX in London to lock that in, and again, it's home turf, so you know that they want that just locked in, and then they can just sit pretty for the rest of this tournament if they really want to.
Yeah, something makes me think the EDG are gonna be gunning for the first place anyway, because look at this roster. It is a team of champions. Kang, Nobody, Smoggy, and Chichu, all from that roster that secured the champs win in Seoul back in 2024. Jenny coming in as well. He's had a bit of an in-out, shake it all about situation with the CDG team, but now here in stage 2, in stage 1 as well, he is looking like a really, really solid piece of this roster.
Absolutely, and I'll say that's a very similar idea for Smoggy as well, right? Was MVP a previous stage, and has since been a little quiet, both at Masters London and now that he's not on the duelist role in so many of the compositions for EDG and getting kind of initiator locked. So all in all, I think, yeah, this is a team to be trifled with, and this is a squad that they're up against, right? You have G, YU, Berlin, Crownfisher, and J Kuro, so a good mix of experienced players that have been in internationals and new, fresh blood that really wants to get there, backed by these international attendees. And despite their recent loss as well, I do think, or to Nova, right? I do think that both G and J Kurosh stepped up immensely.
Yeah, they have. You're looking at YU and Berlin especially, but here is that road to champions, and you can see EDG, all they need is just one more point. 19 is the magic number, and that will mean that even if all gamers get the maximum amount of points, and DRG as well, even if both those teams get the maximum amount of points they can, they will not be able to overtake that EDG squad, and that's really the important thing, is that they cannot get overtaken, and that's what it would mean. That's how you qualify to champs. But again, you can also get to the grand finals. And something makes me think that EDG are gonna get to the grand finals, right? This is a team that is the current champions. They've been world champions in the past. They have been far and away the best team that China has had to offer throughout the game's lifespan.
Now let's just say, this ain't their first rodeo. Throwback to the last graphic. But yeah, all in all, this is one of the players I think has stepped up. And I honestly like his chamber a bit more than his duelist at times. But I think both are definitely going to be fearsome. And G needs to be locked in today if they would have a chance up against Kong Kong, to be honest. Kong Kong's been on tear for any of the jet maps. And to me, when we get to a discussion about the veto, I think you need to try and avoid any jet maps like the Plague. Force him onto the Neon. And I think you'll have a lot better of an opportunity. It's been where he's had that missed performance, such as that Tyloo match, and I do think he's just infinitesimally weaker on it just because of the reps that he's able to have, just because it feels like it's in his blood, right, to be on the jet and take full advantage of these sniper rifles with that dash in tow.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we saw from EDG, sorry, when they even went on that run in Champions early on in this game. We were looking at Kang with the operator, particularly on the attack side as well. He really loved that scoped rifle, but you look at Jenny playing this KO as well. He has been a standout player because, you know, back in the past when he came in to fill that Yoru role in 2024, he was not looking the best, but since he's come in and come back, he has been a real star for this team. Even in the game that they lost, right, against Tyloo, he was still having big performances, and we can't really take anything away from Tyloo either. So let's have a look at the skirmish. We've got Autumn in the coach for EDG coming in against Berlin, and well, I mean, he's already won the first round of this.
Yeah, I mean, that was like him full on stretching, like before the matchup. He's trying to get locked in, but I will say Berlin's one of those players that I got to talk with, and he's like using this as like a new opportunity right after he had a rougher previous stage. And I definitely think he has a lot to prove individually here, and losing to a coach would not be a way to go. So being tied 2-2 finally gets the leg up 3-2, but he has got to close it. We mentioned that veto is going to be very, very important, not the agent, the process, for these map selections if JDG want to have a chance. So yeah, Berlin definitely locking in, looking focused here, starting to pull ahead, and will take the victory. But I do really like the teams like EDG, like Paper X, that don't want to put that pressure on the players and instead do lean into some of the support staff to do the job instead. And it's just good because then you don't go into a series with that mental block of like, oh, I already failed sort of thing. So all in all, though, let's see how that's going to affect the final vetoes here, and if we will in fact maybe get some non-jet maps mixed in here to spice things up or not. What are you hoping to see, Charlotte, as we get it revealed?
Well, I'm expecting not to see Breeze, right? That is a map. Well, okay, fair enough. This is a map that JDG avoided like the plague in stage 1, banning it, I'm pretty sure, in pretty much every game that they played, and even still, they've played it twice this stage and have lost it twice. Instead, JDG opt to remove the summit, which is also a map that they have been banning away fairly frequently so far in stage 2. But Breeze coming online for EDG is a massive boon for them because they've already picked up 2 wins in stage 1 and were 6-1 on it throughout all of last stage in Masters London.
Yeah, and I'm trying to like look into things here as well, and obviously after internationals they did switch back to a jet on Breeze for Kong Kong because he was struggling on the Neon, so that's going to be one of those jet maps. Sunset, if we make it all the way, is right now a Neon map, so they got at least one thrown in there, but you gotta get through the others first. And I will say Haven's a pretty good pick as well because I feel like it's kind of a maimed last memory for EDG since that was that 5-13 loss in lower finals of Masters London where they were running like a weird neon raise, right, with Kong Kong and Smoggy. So I think that's another one that could be a weakness being exploited by JDG. So I think JDG did fairly well in this veto as long as they can get some confidence in that Breeze pick. Like you mentioned, it's an 0-2 loss right now. It's a bit bumpy, but looking into things, it was an 8-13 loss versus FPX and a 9-13 loss versus Nova. So again, I think they have enough foundation, like they haven't been getting steamrolled on that map a little bit, that they might have enough to pull from it to be like, okay, this is what works, this is what doesn't, let's just fix it.
Yeah, EDG is different gravy though. That's the that is the main factor for me. I'm looking as well. XLG, sorry, not XLG, EDG. Again, they better have changed up that Haven comp, because if they're still running a raise, I'm not going to be happy with them. I'm not going to be happy.
Hey, I said I want Smoggy back on a secondary duelist, so if that means he has to play the Raze, he has to play the Raze. But I do think I like his Phoenix. Why aren't they running him on a Phoenix? That's the real question.
Raze on Haven, I'm not liking the look of. You can have Kang on Chamber on Haven if you really want to.
You want to put Smoggy on the solo Jet, or like a solo Neon?
Hey, no, you can put him on. Like I say, you can put him on Phoenix. I don't.
You want solo Phoenix on Haven?
Chamber's basically a duelist. Let's be real. Chamber's basically a duelist.
He's not on this map. Maybe other maps, yeah. But dang, we getting the Kong Kong fan cams now, bro. Like, no.
Either way, all I'm saying is Raze on Haven last worked in like 2022. You know, like it's been a while since we've seen that comp really make any sort of sense on this map. So I'm hoping, I'm begging that we switch things up, but that's all for later. Right now, let's turn our attention to Breeze, because that's our first map. No idea who this guy
walkout. He gets to welcome our teams for the final matchup of Super Day in VCT China Stage 2, I guess. Let's throw it on to him with a special opening performance. 是否黑白轻重环境能否当机立断？混迹在湘江一带，可从小以此为荣。江湖中志，诚意派上，不管红或没红。今后和百姓都伺机而动，通宵达旦，要撑出一口气，雷打不动才能划算。都想从中受益，但也难免受气。可数不尽的兄弟还在这前赴后继。哦，再让我跌几个跟头，我也重新来过。这英雄不会被突如其来的浪埋没。为爱过又错过的姑娘点个赞。江湖儿女的多情和不羁，怎能剪得断？ 切莫急功近利，小心前功尽弃。做你想做的自己，可不能全凭运气。要转过我的树叶，而去告别那些负面，不只为我的物业，也为你们听个故事。说，路远不见月黑风高。Let me hear you say。学海无涯，我只求无出此道。来天地山水。哎，场上把你们的双手举过头顶好吗？哎。 所以，黑色，整个江湖都任我闯，像一首歌，都带不走，在道中流，都任我闯。哎，让我感受一下你们的热情，哗啦啦流水，哗啦啦流。 跟着那湘江水哗啦啦流 ，Come on， 哗啦啦流水。跟着那湘江水哗啦啦流，哗啦啦流，哗啦啦流。跟着那湘江水哗啦啦流，哗啦啦流水。跟着那湘江水哗啦啦流。贺龙，让我感受一下好吗 ？Everybody say CAC。 以下犯上，以 flow 带枪，做个地下党 hero， 面对强权，他妈绝对不低头。Shut up！ 想把地下党批斗，我举起拳头 ，fight for my people。哎，做个地下党 hero， 面对强权，他妈绝对不低头。 想把地下党批斗，我代表我的 gang。Fight for my people。依旧 hot 三风，哪怕在受伤之后，依旧转伤痛，不屑在喝酒吃肉。多少 MC 他想说 real， 现在从没 real 过。我继续站在他的对立面，说我的 real talk。更炸的声要抗拒崛起的众人，让麻木的灵魂跟随音乐的共振。对强权的痛恨在地下建城堡，汗水流过我的脸上，那么不平的棱角，不想掩饰锋芒而变得神色匆忙，逼我自己变得刚强来面对伤亡，被前夫。 说着骂的我，明明牵挂的我，只想回到那个夜晚满天繁星下的我。当你也被说中，心隐隐作痛，在这贫瘠土地播种，其警醒作用，我就是不信。往后将向另有种乎，为无价的自由发声，必有勇夫。下面有请 JDG 啊 EDG， Hands up。
手风一下犯上，带着兄弟从地下站上。现实是你脑袋里面的幻象，一直down， 一直Get your hands up， 风一下犯上，带着兄弟从地下站上。现实是你脑袋里面的幻象down， 一直Get your hands up， 下犯上，带着兄弟从地下站上。现实是你脑袋里面的幻象，一直down。Get your hands up， 风一下犯上，带着兄弟从地下站上。现实是你脑袋里。场上 make some noise。
一下犯上，以 flow 带枪。
Aura. I love him doing the Kang pose as well. Apparently, Kang a really big fan, and yeah, makes sense that it gets brought out for the EDG game. The teams were seeming to enjoy themselves on the walkout, Soapy.
Yeah, I mean, like, we need one more reason for EDG to be fired up for this match. Like, now they got, like, a person they look up to, right? They're now performing in front of. But, no, that was raps were hype, and I was already saying before we knew that it was a artist Kong admire, that I was like, this is very fitting for introducing him in this series. And we were questioning why it was also before match 3 of the day on the Super Day, but I guess when, again, a spot at at Champions Shanghai is on the line, then yeah, I guess so. And hitting the Kong pose at the end, both of them together, very, very aura. But now it is time to lock in. You had your fun during the walkouts, but it is serious time.
Yeah, time to lock in, and Breeze is our opening map here in our final game of the week. Week 2 has delivered us 2 super days of 3 matches each, and this is potentially going to be a quicker one. We saw, actually, as well, an EDG 2-0 to close the previous super day. That was up against Trace Esports, in fact. So they've got experience with these late night games. A 13-3 Breeze in that occasion, and then a 13-11 Ascent. Obviously, Ascent not being played today, but Breeze certainly is, and that certainly seems to set things up for us.
Yeah, I'm honestly super excited to see just, like, again, what form EDG comes into this series, or if JDG are going to be like that one team when you have nothing to lose, when you already know you're out of contention for that playoffs, just if they figure things out. Because honestly, a sense I've gotten while interviewing a lot of the teams is they don't care as much about these matchups because they know that there's no stakes of elimination, right? They're allowing themselves to be more experimental. They're allowing themselves to fail. And then when the pressure sets in for play-ins, for playoffs, that is when they are going to be stepping up. But all in all, coming in to this matchup, we are getting some changes. Do you see that on the EDG side? I believe some reshuffling, or I think I'm going crazy. Sorry, on the I meant on the JDG side. Long day, guys.
That's
long day.
I was like, what?
Don't mind me. I will say, we were just hyping up how Jay Kuro's been doing individually. So him being on the duelist with G and putting Crown Fisher on the Harbor is interesting. And I feel like Harbor's one of those interesting ones on this map that after he does his job, you do want him to be that agent in the post plant that's getting a little bit more aggro style. So I do think even though it's a completely different role in like itself, its premise I think is going to translate really well for this JDG squad in theory.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking at... We had a conversation, right, a couple days ago when JDG played against Nova that Crown Fisher wasn't necessarily having the sort of impact that you would be hoping for from that duelist role. So to see him sort of take a step back and is interesting. I think it's fair to say. Harbor, big fan of that agent on this map as well. Obviously, EDG have been running with the Harbor Viper as well. But the main point to me is how well is Jay Kuro going to be calling from this duelist role? It's a lot different to try and do that than when you're on the controllers. My eyes on him.
100%. And now as we jump into the action, all eyes on B main, honestly, with this double duelist from JDG now firmly equipped to handle and challenge into elbow and into the EDG stack within seconds.
Already creeping around, but look at Zhe and Jakiro. Already through elbow, looking to complete the wrap, sandwiching EDG in, and well, there's the first kill confirmation, but now EDG respond in kind. Kang up close and personal, the right clicks are just so damn nasty, and Crown Fisher, all he can do is die. It's EDG to draw first blood.
Yeah, such a beautiful idea from JDG in theory, but again, execution falls apart with some quick draw action, cancels the spy plan, complete 180 after their initial teammate who's rotating through spawn in Chi-Chu gets shut down. So, yeah, that's where mechanics sometimes thrive, and I think you're going to consistently see, again, these harbor walls allowing Kong to scale even deeper and challenge through like we just saw. So we're going to have to see if JDG can keep up with that, to say the least, and expect it. But for now, standard, maybe lighter than standard buy-up comes through with the double bulldog and a singular sniper rifle, but that packs the punch of a full rifle anyways in Kong's hands. And it's going to be JDG once again getting that early info that's scaling into B main, but the trade-off now is that A is completely free for the taking, aside from Berlin, all the way back orange.
Bit of a mechanical fail maybe from Kang there. Not often you see that, but doesn't matter.
In the long run.
Pushes forwards and gets a kill anyway. Might be able to hear the rotations coming through from the attacker spawn. Well, you're looking at nobody here to see what he can get done. The Sheriff still good for a kill. And now Kang here on the follow-up, completely able to shut things down. And now with those Sheriff sport, you can get rifles in round 3.
He's just running people down right now. Like round 1 and round 2 from the right-click classics to hunting with a Marshall. Like, he's looking scary. And that's going to fast-track the Bladestorm, as he's already 4-1, which if he gets an opening kill and an orb here, it's going to be a little extra dangerous in the late post plant. And that, or you can just buy up a Vandal, sure. Oh, they're discussing. They're transpiring. They want to give him kills, at least, so the Bulldog comes in. But now a more standard setup, a standard look for JDG defensively speaking, or about early. It's an interesting orb though, counter one on the choke. It looks like that comes from EDG actually, to set up maybe a little flash out for Kong. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, sets himself a Cloudburst, looking to go through. It's the Storm Surge to set him up on the fight. Gets taken down, Bladestorm available for the next, but Crown Fisher on the site, find the impact. Nobody has sidestepped the Reckoning. They don't know he's so close, but can't land the shots. It's unfortunate that Berlin survives, but he does so, takes the kill. 21 HP. EDG now left scrambling for answers.
And now Jihad's the cross on spawn, or had it, to confirm that they are still in main. Nice orb to recounter with the shotgun, but Crown Fisher's on for the 4K. We mentioned how he was going to be an aggressive style anchor. Even if he's not on the duelist, then that's exactly what happens. On his feet, confidence in the face of his opponents, VCT China favorites. And yeah, I mean, I thought for a second it was going to be catastrophic with that timing nobody found around the Reckoning, but what's that challenge and that use of, honestly, a perfect recon and Kong's own Cloudburst? It allows him to challenge the toxic screen, challenge the side exec, and completely stop it and the eco attempt from EDG in its tracks.
Yeah, EDG didn't really overinvest there. I thought, you know, they bought a couple Sheriffs so they could invest in some Vandals or something heading into the bonus, but instead they just opt for Bulldogs, and it means that they can still buy into this one. Heading forwards again, already pushing through the A site. This time Crown Fisher, 0 impact, limited down to just a bit of visual confirmation. But now with the spike down, we're looking for a bit more than that.
Yeah, immediately they fixed the issue, right? Storm Surge can handle the close corner. They needed something to handle the cross on the toxic screen, and that was the snake bite. So I think they're going to hope that Kong from backside applies enough pressure that they don't need the delay of that molly later on, and they would be correct so far.
Now pushing forward for more dash. Active Tailwind. Able to get away, but through the box, spammed out. Jakiro does a good job there. Nobody, his position's being watched for, but with such a clean headshot, it just doesn't matter. Crests the cove and gets EDG their third.
And again, you can see how far EDG are setting that defensive lineup on the site, right? Your Sova's playing in the Cove up front pyramid instead of playing for Shocks off site, right? Like, you have someone still holding the flank though, so it does feel like this is a very confident styled aggro post plan, but it is working nonetheless. They know what space they're giving up, and they know what space they are clearing. So, yeah, all in all, up 3-1 now. JDG, the money reset just a touch. Jean Berlin, the only ones with weapons. Okay, J. Kudo adding one to the pile and is in right place, right time. Dodges the Storm Surge, but gets pinged out. No util left to hold the line, and now the Blades are running right at ya.
Yeah, immediately taken down Jakiro. Crown Fisher in trouble. Highlighted by the recon coming through. Kang looking for a bit of a cheeky spam kill. Doesn't come through. And actually, now with the spike down, it's JDG yet again in the doldrums.
And the pacing's so fluid, much expected of a core that's been together 1,464 days, and this post plan is no exception to deny the eco, right? Chichi gets one, Kong launches forward. Berlin at least able to humble him to the 49 HP that he had. Chichi, though, will answer back instead. 3 kills on the round, fast-tracking his own ultimates, and just like that, EDG are continuing to make it look pretty effortless, Charlotte.
Yeah, again, this is my fear with Breeze being allowed to stay through. Obviously, you know, Summit has its own problems and pitfalls, but this is a map that EDG have taken for their own and look so damn confident in it. Does this mean we find the first timeout being called here? Bale wanting to have a chat with the team, and it's actually the assistants here, Desire as well. Getting very, very vocal, talking to the squad because, you know, something has to be done here.
Yeah, 100%. And trying to think about what it is. It might be that they just need to get a bit more aggressive, kind of like how they did on the pistol. You know how they fought into EDG while they were mid-exec. I think that's something that they need to do in this round, either like a full A main siege or a really fast pacing out of mid door to get behind them. Something of that nature needs to give, because them playing far backside, them playing for these retakes, they are just getting disrespected by EDG, and it is not working. Now, if EDG is going to go back towards A out of this timeout, that's also a question that I feel like Autumn's going to have an answer for. So I'm not too sure if that's necessarily going to be a fix, but I think it's a starting point for sure, and then they would have a proactive rotation to retake B, which is already a pretty close affair. And with this restructuring, it does seem like we could maybe get Zhao going a little bit more aggro style onto A main while they funnel these players towards the operator on B, but that's exactly why EDG coming into this out of the timeout are playing super default, are trying to see where that pressure is going to build for JDG, and they now know, because of nobody, that it is in fact in A main off that Storm Surge.
Space collected, but again, EDG eyeing up the complete opposite portion. The slow creep round, but with the spams coming in, that should be the information. Storm Sturgeon, Sekiro in trouble with the null command being popped as well. EDG, cancel on this actually. Nobody got the catch on a rotating player. Now they feel like they can go back to the A site. Problem is, you know, their null command is kind of proven fruitless.
Yeah, I think it's a calculated risk.
Inserted, right?
Exactly. Caught off further rotates here. Maybe get a little flank timing going. And my only concern is Crown Fisher here usually can deliver a multi-kill. That's exactly what he's going to do again. The only two remaining are the players that were already low HP from the early confrontations. Now what do? You double dip, you go back pedal into B, because Kong is full HP, full shield, and it's just taken down IU on this side of the map. Only concern is interference from mid-door, but they have found safe passage, at least for the spike. Numbers falter. You need a player to step up, and that is going to be Kong on mid-tunnel. Once again, time is low, but he should get the cross into safe plant. Where he goes afterwards is going to be a big question mark.
Yeah, Cloudburst there just to prevent any cheeky catch onto Jenny, but he's low HP. Crown Fisher even lower, but still goes 1 for 1, in fact, in that spot. Jenny. Berlin from main now has been shut down, and Kang far away from this, looking to take down Jakiro, but it's the opposing Jet who lands the shot.
Oh, He's like, J. Crew, I need more energy! Give me more energy! You just clutched up against Kong Kong in a 1v1! And a round that they really needed as well. After it was coming apart from the seams from the get-go, and EDG were running circles around them, but yeah, I mean, Crown Fisher, yeah, they both had big rounds. Like, they're the ones that shouldn't be celebrating with each other, so... And J. Crew just calm, cool, collected. It's so funny. He's like, come on! Come on! And the laugh. Like, that's the kind of mental that you need to be harboring, to be fostering in this kind of environment, for sure. And look at that. I mean, they win one more, and I think the money's not going to be another yet. I'm lying. They have the ults to hopefully bring this back a little bit further, even if money for EDG is still pretty sorted. Ooh.
Ooh, yeah. Sure got a little bit curious. Oh, Curiosity killed the cat there. Chi-Chi, what is that? A triple kill? You're joking.
Bro, just W heat up them with a Vandal. Like, he looked like he was using a judge with how fast he was scaling through Midor. Look at that smirk. Bro, like, just got away with murder, right? Like, he should not be allowed to do that.
That third kill is absolutely insane.
That looked personal, bro. They're like, yeah, laugh about this, JDG. Like, didn't even get a chance to use the ultimates. Didn't even get a chance to fight out mid, which is what the adaptation we said we wanted to see in the buy rounds was. And I'm surprised that they're still going for it after getting massacred in the last round, right? Look at Joe. Look at Berlin.
Is Kang again with the Outlaw. Looking for that mid space. All of these players on light shields or none, so a body shot will do. Bouncing around the utility as well. Let's get out of there before he can find any kills.
This is dangerous. It's like a melting pot ready to bubble over, and Overdrive's trying to be the fuse that ignites, and this is the first time they've been able to reflood this fast into EDG, but it might not matter.
From Kang takes down the Overdrive. Sure, no use with that ultimate. Now a second one thrown into the mix. Berlin's Hunter's Fury stalls things out for now, but no damage dealt, and EDG just continue on with their game plan. Now Smoggy's taken out Jakiro. He's blinded up by the Storm Surge, but still good for a second. Crownfisher trying to push on forwards. It's the last one standing. And on the side, oh no, Kang, a little bit awkward there. Shorty, not quite good enough for that range. But surely Crownfisher doesn't win this, right? Okay, he doesn't.
Wow. And I really think that you can see that JDG has done work and understand what those posts look like for EDG on this map. That orb placement mid-period is perfect evidence of that, right? They're fast scaling with the Storm Surge, trying to handle backside. It's just those backside anchors, like Smoggy, were able to deliver enough punch, enough time delay that they could reformat those late round crosses. And there's that panic moment with the shorty out. But again, it feels like every member of EDG has Kong's back right now, even when he falls. And EDG, I do think A's been just the most cut and dry execution for them, so just try to run it back here once again, but might get a bit more complicated with this little high-low between Berlin and Zhao. If it weren't for a perfect, flash.
Oh, but Berlin's found a double kill to at least keep things into some sensibility, but I mean, for EDG, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep on trucking towards the safe site.
Yeah. You got Viper's Pit, you got a kill, or sorry, you got a null command that's gonna come out likely in this post play, one of the two, and I think that's why Crownfisher was scaling so fast, reckoning proc before the ult can be popped, and just like that, I'm surprised to see the pit come out on top of it.
Yeah, it just gives them that security. Now that JDG have a buy for themselves, Jenny feeling himself, that's a backup from the ultimate, but nobody gets taken down, and suddenly this Viper's Pit starts to become a little bit constricting for the side of EDG. JDG pushed together. Chi-Chu is still alive and kicking, but the spams through are just perfect. Jumping in is Jakiro, and he gets sent down to his grave. A 1-on-2 for Chi-Chu in the pit is absolutely perfect for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, the first kill is reasonable. The second one, I don't think the decay would have fully set in, but I think that's where some of those early shots from, I want to say it was Solo from EDG, stacked up in the late round, but regardless, the outcome decimates the economy for JDG. And EDG just back to switching things up just when JDG might hope to finally get some grounds on what EDG have been doing and solve the picture. They changed the puzzle on the box, so now it's mid-scaling, pretty slow, counter the B walk-down that they like to do on these ecos, and in the meantime, still poke and prod, and end A, now that you've gotten Chichu deposited.
Such a scary position when you consider that Bucky just around the corner from him. And now he's just walked into it. Crown Fisher, perfect value from that shotgun. Not really able to find much else for the time being because EDG a bit too far away, pushing in through main. Again, they have this backside control, the plantable area available for them. Kang has found a bit of a deeper position with this outlaw yet again. Sort of connects, sort of catches, but Berlin again, one to find fruit. The Blade Storm from Kang, not finding its value, and you're looking at Smoggy this time to find that 1v2 situation. No one's looking at him at all.
And I'm choking like we just didn't see Smoggy do with that 1v2.
Yeah,
like
JDG did.
That's, yeah, how shocking it was. I mean, it was an eco, so you couldn't have expected them to win it. But the weapons they were able to find, Berlin as well, made us believers. And honestly, I think we need to see Kong on the Marshall, because the Outlaw doesn't have bullets for the shots he's trying to take, the fights he's trying to engage in. But you mentioned the Blade falls suit, and again, the players, other players have to step up and pull those heroics through, but nobody is missing those kind of opportunities on the EDG side right now. 4 in a row. JDG finally get a decent buy through. Joe as well, operator on the correct line. Oh, he saw the toes.
He did. Oh, he's lined up to absolutely skewered EDG. Down to 50 health, but he's still kicking it on the B site. Ooh, maybe not anymore. I spoke too soon. Kang's got a double of his own. He's an absolute monster when he's starting to find these kills. And he's just gone for the operator. Gets away, not quite with his life. Jakiro punishes him for the grease.
Oh no.
Berlin's
Jesus,
behind
trap.
them. They're trying to get around, and that's the spike on Chichu. Now he's completely surrounded. Every which way he tries to turn, there's gonna be a JDG player waiting for him. Maybe not. He
might be able to slip through mid. Yeah.
Oh dear.
He could go mid to A, but I don't think he realizes that Crown Fisher is also tucked away in that cubby, right? So they know Jake Kudrow was last seen like Arches, Wall. But that's all, and that's outdated information with 30 seconds left. It would be a miracle to win this.
Expecting some kind of aggressive push now, just creeping into the site by himself. He might have gotten a spot onto Crown Fisher, but Crown Fisher who finds the kill in the end. Sign of life, perhaps, for JDG.
Yeah, they have gotten up now 2-3 here, and it started off, yeah, with that skewering collateral, as you mentioned. And I liked the bait as well from Jake Kudrow off that operator. Here's the picked up, knows when to slide right on in. And I was kind of surprised by Berlin, you know, with that ultimate being utilized on the flank, but it was the perfect distraction to then kind of crunch on with some of those last remaining members. So, an 8-4 here would not be the end of the world. And the Viper's Pit and an early strategy, it feels like, designed to address this A execution. It might just work out. Hard to say when Zha's on mid-doors with an operator. It's going to come down to Crown Fisher and the anchoring again. Oh, or Berlin, I guess.
Or Berlin, yeah. He's been a bit of a star so far for JDG on this A site. But
what?
Okay.
It's not even fair. Not fair.
Through the high tide, gets the kill, and well, YU now forced to abandon his Viper's Pit. Just got that online, and now has to leave it behind on the B site. Chichu up close with them. Akira will fall. Jenny forced out of his position by the snake bite, and JDG still have an opportunity into this one, but nobody just retaking that same position to try and fight on forwards. The recon doesn't quite scan, but Berlin is on an absolute tear. Chichu finally shuts him down, but with YU getting involved, JDG secure that 8-4 half.
Do they? Yes, it's so close. Wow, just over a second to go. And it's a full house from those international veterans with YU and Berlin. Those players with something to prove, trying to claw their way back. And yeah, I think that's where we kind of proved that sometimes, like, they're so confident in themselves on the EDG side that the post-plant positions are kind of skewed in terms of the roles, in terms of the util that's online. They had their Harbor A main, their post-plant players like the Viper and the Sova fully committed to anchoring back site. And I think that's those few seconds ahead that they need to think about, contemplate, or they are going to have some of these rounds slip through the cracks. And did they have enough rounds slip through to worry about it? Not necessarily just yet, but we'll see how the second half goes for them.
Yeah,
hey, look at the camera, bro.
Getting harassed by the cameraman there a little bit. Zobi, one player that I'm looking to see a bit more from throughout the second half is YU. I mean, he showed up in round 12 with that big double at the end of the round, but I think, what, 4 kills across the entire first half? He's not a player that we usually expect to see down at the bottom of the scoreboard. He's a fairly big contender when it comes to this, and I'm pretty sure, let me just double check the numbers against Nova, but I'm pretty sure he was frying on that game.
I would not be surprised if they fried every game except for the Tyloo one, but
well, 34 and 46 overall, but the best of the rest, I think it's fair to say on the JDG team.
Well, quick little reminder, just a good little check-in that this is, I believe, EDG's map pick as well.
Yep.
So them being up this dominantly isn't too much of a surprise. And I will say, what do you think is a respectable scoreline for JDG to get against EDG on this map? Like an ending scoreline if EDG were to win it.
I would say,
I have like 2 numbers in mind.
I want to see, because I think my answer depends on how many pistol rounds they're able to win. Because really, to me, like the number of gun rounds is the more important number. If they don't win the pistol here, I reckon like a 13-8 is a respectable scoreline. If they do win pistol, then you're looking more towards like 39, 13-10 that they should be getting, considering this first half performance. But already, Zhe is attempting to get in their faces. Jakiro as well. They're doubled up. Jenny jumping in and Berlin wrapping around the site. Makes it 5-on-3 already for JDG. Talking about them wanting to win the pistol, they're certainly setting themselves up for it.
Yeah, the players remaining that are tucked in wall, half HP. At least have nobody to kickstart things with a shock dart that gets a 2-piece!
That's the danger when you've got some low HP players, I guess. Doubling up on that angle. Nobody already finding a triple. And you're looking at YU yet again to go absolutely nuclear. He found the first, but the second evades him. Smoggy saves EDG. They get up to 9.
That should not have happened. And you see just Hong Kong staring over at Smoggy. Like, they knew that that round was fighting an uphill battle, and that shock dart completely jolts some life into the system. That's after this double dive that we were admiring. The switch up on the JDG side between Zhe and Jakiro is the one that gets taken down, right? That forward line of defense, and that's the one that's going to be frustrating for the coaches because there's nothing you really could do about it. It's just so out of left field. And now the very forceful buy comes through for EDG to try and snowball towards double digits. Now that they've lost the pistol, I'm going to say my scoreline that would be respected is 13-7, actually, Charlotte. So a bit lower than what you said, just because I feel like EDG is fast-tracking double digits and then some. But for now, it does hinge on Hong Kong not getting denied by this toxic Serini. JDG on the fast track towards a plant. EDG is showing interesting levels of respect, actually, towards the squad.
Yeah, the crisscross of the toxic screens proved so difficult to try and fight through, and actually pistols as well doing some pretty good work for JDG. That's a crucial one to find. Smoggy, uncharacteristic whiff there on the fight towards it, and now JDG looking strong. Jenny with the run and gun at least tries to find something, and they flipped the site here. seems like it's a completely free defuse, but Chichu goes for the fight. Jenny's run out of ammunition. He's got to go it alone with the classic, and the time continues to become even more of a factor. There's no time left, and JDG convert this follow-up.
I don't think JDG liked my my 13-7 scoreline, Charlotte, to say the least. And you can see Crownfisher still try to hype up his team, and now the crowd, which, as Kong Kong even mentioned, is usually favoring them. So, all in all, yeah, just the pacing there, and I think too much respect shown by EDG, right? You really do need to get Kong Kong on a sideline ahead of that toxic screen, so him playing from backside after falling from the box, not the best. Now it's triple marshals, what can be just as dangerous. The full shields on the other side should fare pretty well alongside that outlaw.
Another eco, perhaps? Seems unlikely at this moment.
At the opening, yeah.
You know, EDG won a 3v5 in the pistol round.
Don't remind me, but it is a concern when the one player that doesn't have a Marshall is the one player left anchoring this B side as well. So, reaching the minute mark, should allow for those rotations to come fast and furious for EDG. But it should be a spike play unless Chichu gets some nice RNG classics. So shots.
Yeah,
yeah.
Chichu maybe could have got something there creeping around the pillar, but with the oversight, and now things start to get just even more unlikely. Third in the round for Zhe. Berlin not wanting his Neon to get all of the glory. Continues to fight in, and it's Crownfish to close. Flawlessly taken by JDG. They tighten that gap to just 3 rounds.
All right. Continuing to break up that stark 8-4 lead that EDG had established. But you know it's going to take a few rounds for that money to stabilize for the EDG squad after losing the second round to a Thrifty. Not enough has gone wrong for Autumn necessarily to pull that emergency break either for that timeout. So if they lose this rifle round, we might see the first one for sure. But for the time being, EDG kind of taking the previous loss on A for that second round force to heart. So they bolster the defense a little bit, commit a little bit further into A main as well, with Nobody and Smoggy. Probably the default actually from JDG. Already players in mid doors. Really nobody for EDG even addressing mid control. The closest to it is Chichu jiggling from wall.
It means that JDG have so much space. Oh, he's being spotted here. Doing his darndest to try and escape, which well, he has been able to garper actually, but
this is nice.
A lot of damage.
Between Zha's information on that drone and A main, they've made the correct call that B is the weaker site here. I wish it didn't come with Zha also falling. He could have been huge cutting off rotates, but now the bigger issue is if you don't buy enough time, the rotate is going to come through for EDG, and now has.
Yeah. Oh, why you though? Big entry kill means that Jenny has to fight and fight alone. Crownfisher is the one to put him in the dirt. Kankan's arriving towards the site from mid, but with the Reckoning now in his face, makes that forward progress so much more difficult. And now, out in the open! It's secure to find the kill. Berlin punished, and nobody on the flank means that maybe there is a chance with a counter reckoning in response. Smoggy's doing all he can. The first kill found, second one not there, but now nobody's behind them and shut down by Crownfisher. We talked about him needing to find impact on this controller role. He is dominating the server right now.
Yeah, I mean, Harbor is a hard agent to pick up, right? Just impact-wise, role-wise. I feel like he would have over-fixated on it and making sure it was the perfect implementation over being this fragging figure in the server for the side of JDG. So I am equally impressed that he's capable of doing both, right? It nullified the impact of that flank from Nobody, and he still gets the kills in response. So a very back-and-forth round, a very costly round for EDG. Full reset to Sheriffs and a Stinger, which gives the opportunity for JDG to be one round trailing if they're able to finish off this A exec.
They are with control here, JDG, but information as well. In fact, pop blast through the smoke somehow Kang still gets the first kill. Jenny's answering back as well. They're trading out 2 for 2. It's Chichu with ridiculous shots. And the third comes in for a thrifty round win. That's unreal.
And it's not as much celebration as just stoicness from the EDG squad, knowing that this scoreline's a bit too close for comfort and they won't celebrate until map point or they've won it. And this flash was perfect from Gianni here to set up Chichu on this multi-frag massacre with the Sheriff. And that 50's gotta hurt. And that was right when we said that EDG were going to need a course correction pretty fast after they had to full reset their economy. Now, I mean, 2 off from the Blades, you have Kill Contract, nobody on Hunter's Fury. They are full set to pioneer towards that 13th. And even this position is going to probably nullify the impact of any of these entry ults.
Oh, big double from Kang there. Backed up by the Hunter's Fury from nobody. That initial skirmish towards the front of the A site goes in Metal Gaming's favor. Now, Chichu coming round from the B site gets 1. Kang's shut down on the site, but with enough players finding the answers,
like this from Berlin,
I don't think it'll matter.
Have to take a risk, but the high-low is so strong and a really nice EDG late-round security policy that will, in fact, punch their ticket towards an 11th round. So that gap grows to 4. The chances now for JDG to make this comeback starting to dwindle. And I don't know, that round I liked the tempo, I liked the pacing, and I liked the ult to accelerate things coming in as well. But like you mentioned, it was just that upward position unaccounted for from Kong that completely nullifies any impact it would have had in throwing off some of those common site hold anchors. So knowing that it's 12 or not in EDG's favor, it is going to be that final timeout called by JDG just to see if they can make that final stand for 4 to 5 rounds.
This is why I feel like maybe 7 isn't enough to feel like you had a good showing here, JDG, because it's felt like they've been picking at scraps so far. Obviously, the thrifty rounds will help in that endeavor to increase the scoreline, but even with that, it felt like that it's been quite desperate so far. This, again, even though they're only 4 rounds behind at this late stage of the game, maybe this timeout will be what they need to find yet more impact.
We shall see. Trying to think about what necessarily has been going wrong on their attack rounds, because the site executions themselves with this double dive have looked pretty good. It's when they get caught up without proper information on those execs that some of the numbers EDG have in their favor, like what had on the eco, is where they run into some complications. So I do think a well-placed fake here would be nice to bait out, say, that null command from Jenny, which is going to be a huge problem, but for the time being, it was sort of a fake out of pressure just to get Jake Kudo to positive, but the re-clear from Smoggy is so clean and tail tucked between his legs, half HP. Jake Kudo forced to flee. Just like that. Nobody hears the drone re-clear mid. Should hear the scaling into elbow if completed as well by JDG. These are honestly great positions for EDG as we reach the minute mark. Again, this is when, like, this is the protocol for EDG. It hits a minute, they haven't seen anything on A, that's when they lean B. And the fake here is going to be perfect, honestly. It gets the null command out, and look at where Spike is headed. Charlotte, J. Kuro side by side with Berlin.
They do have to get a bit of a shift on here, though, because Kang's getting curious towards the A site.
I don't know why they were walking still.
Know that maybe for EDG, they'll consider that the null command stalled them out a little bit, but now the drone is re-clearing and getting all of that information.
I didn't see Ja, I don't think. It was a close call. It might have clipped him by the tail end. He's definitely dashed away, so they'll know for now, but that's time delay in itself. Kong tried to front the bill early, but his card's been declined, and YU says it's time to do some dishes, so squeaky clean is how this post point is shaping up. Gianni looking to make that change.
Sends in the 0 point. Shock dart towards J-Kuro's position. Somehow alive from it, but nobody with the spam continues his warpath forwards. And now it is just Jay. He's coming in from middle, but the shot's a little bit whiffy. I mean, I guess you could say there was a breeze that his crosshair away, but regardless, it's now 12-7. EDG just one round away from taking this first map.
That's a rough one because it looked like after the opening kill went JDG's way that they were established in really decent post-plant positions thanks to YU, but it was just this methodical scaling and honestly over peaks, right? From JDG when they didn't need to at any of those moments, right? And they were all very isolated efforts as well from players on the JDG squad when you need them to be a cohesive, systemized unit and not stray from the plan that they had set up, right? And so now that maybe rushing attitude is force them to need 5 rounds for OT, and pick goes down. It's getting challenged head on, but that's a perfectly placed 0 point to shut it down.
Oh, another huge double kill from YU though. Opens up the site. Enables JDG to get in these post-plant positions. Kang looking to try and retake here with an operator. If there's anyone that can do it, it would be him, but it's not a thankless task.
Yeah, drone denied means that the judge is still in the dark as well for Ja, and I like that they didn't invest the Viper's Pit because of how far forward they have this line of defense, and I think, I thought Asay was going to get called, but Bladestorm popped is questionable when you aren't going in just yet on this Edward Gaming side. They are going to in fact save the operator, but they're just going to go see what damage Kong Kong can do, considering how low the money is for this JDG squad. They do not want this to be a flawless.
That judge, though, is waiting. Oh dear, he's pressed E at the exact wrong time. Kang's found one of the kills, but like it is just one at the end of the day.
And I'm gonna save that Phantom as well. JDG live to fight another round, need 4 more now. And they've well passed that, I think, now scoreline that we mentioned would be a respectable result here. And again, it's like, to me, it's JDG and like Trace that are those two teams that like come so close, and you're like, wow, it sucks that they can't necessarily close out against these top echelon teams, and it would be a huge feat to do so here and now for JDG, but it would have to happen in overtime, and for the time being, just takes 1. For EDG. 0 point's going to be perfect here. No way to counter it. 4 players' positions confirmed, and that is going to lead Kong to pivot. Oh, maybe. Sightline with the operator. Shifting between main and mid door and spawn, and nobody going searching here. Might have the wrong idea because of YU's tucked window position.
Feel like for both duelists on JDG here, both Je and Shakuro, that they've been having a rough go of things, and again it's the controller players that have been showing up. Berlin this time as well, like against Nova. Brownfisher this time obviously one of the ones in that role, and they're about to cross into Kang's awaiting arms. That fast lane is perfect to get them to cross, but that should be all the information they need. Take a look at YU's position though. Already embedded backside. Good, on to the kill from Chi-Chu. And now Kang, he's going to get spotted here. Crown Fisher has him dead to right.
Yeah, I was a bit worried again by how long JDG were taking to follow through on the rotate, but they have since stabilized, and it looks like EDG once again are calling a save. And once again, we need Autumn to take that time out, it feels like. Duh. Little iffy, but gets the job done. Keeps the shield at full HP as well. If we talk about the long-term economy, gonna be required to get this to overtime, but Jenny looking for a few extra ult orbs towards this null command, knowing it would be huge to get online to close out one of these rounds, but for now it looks like JDG are just hunting and trying to figure out who to funnel these orbs to, and they don't get a choice any longer in the matter. Closing in from all sides though, and they just will pause, finally feeling like they've fed the beast enough.
Yeah, finds a safe pocket towards a lobby for JDG. It's small margins, but one that they're making work. Crucial kills coming in all across the map, really. Maybe Kang a little bit too ahead of himself, going for that elbow push, especially through the high tide. So Autumn calls his first time out.
There we go. save the other one probably at like a 12-11 kind of score line, but for the time being, again, every coach's favorite space to be in. You just need one round, one idea to get things through, and I don't know, EDG, I think they've been playing a safer defense than they did on the attack side, right? Attack side was a lot of W key gaming, it felt like, Charlotte. And now it's just like hoping they contact into your operator, you know, playing these retakes. And again, I circle back to thinking that EDG can get away and look more confident when they're going for these punish style aggro compositions. Like, yes, they're risky, but when you're in EDG's form aim-wise and multi-kill prowess, I think it's better, honestly, to just save your energy and channel it into one cohesive play. And that's where I think like a joint elbow scale down, a little mid fight could be exactly what they need, especially coming into a buy. If you can get an orb early on, you're off one off the reckoning, the 3 off from the null command. But it does seem to a certain caliber it's going to be okay, let's get Kong deep on the B line and then maybe stack towards A. But again, JDG, I think they've done a really good job of stopping a lot of this early contact normally, but this was a perfect punish onto YU. They've had enough of it, right? Nobody was like, hey, I got punished for a last round, let's get back at him.
Yeah, I mean, for JDG, the real success came from, you know, finding little timings all across the map. This time, Kang is the one that takes that space.
Ooh, and speaking of timings, look at Chichu here. Right before the ping comes through, tries Challenger, falls, and now nobody's taking his position up.
Oh, there's the operator down long, punished out. Jenny can't really stand on the site either. Again, it feels weird to say about EDG, but it feels like they're not taking enough risks.
Yeah, I mean, even that, like, at least they were fighting them a little bit early on, but it was just like one player after another funneled into numbered fights that did not favor them, and Kong now being forced to save the operator into the next is not a great look. And honestly, I hate to say it, but can we get Kong off the operator? That feels like one of the solutions right now. I feel like he needs to be the one diving in. We think about the success they had last half. It was setting up deep harbor walls, letting Gianni get a really nice flash to set Kong up. While that's on an entry perspective, I feel like it could be just as effective off of a barrier drop aggro fight into main, into mid. And I do think that JDG have been taking most advantage over early A main contact and early mid door contact. So it needs to be one of those two places, but yeah, I mean, hey, they got what I said. No, yeah, no more Kong up. And I mean, he's smiling. He's like, maybe thank you. I don't know. No, I'm joking.
And it's crazy to say as well, because obviously Kang and the operator have been an iconic duo for years at this point in time. Pretty nice kill there from Berlin on the reaction, but even despite Kang getting the opener, I agree with you. He's supposed to be the one going in. Autumn frustrated with that one. And now for EDG, another bite at the apple. This time in a bit of a half-buy situation. Get the sense if they lose this, then Autumn's second timeout will be utilized. They can try and set themselves up once more for one big play to end the half. This time it's JDG's turn to go in. So many ultimates. Chichu somehow still surviving in it. He's found a kill. Jenny as well on the site, answering into it. Berlin's found one, but well, now he's only one of two left standing for his side. It's YU as well trying to stand with him, but Jenny in the cove has been absolutely perfect. The right click's coming in. Berlin on the site. He's surrounded. Cut down 13-10. EDG weather the tide and just about squeak over the line.
Wow, in just a crazy eco-round fashion, they are able to convert, and it really is off of that timing that was enough distraction and concern, where maybe the comms got scrambled and everything started coming apart at the seams on that execution for JDG. And we mentioned EDG wanting them to play a bit more aggro, and we talked about how maybe them playing interference on the entries wasn't the best look, but they said it was going to hit one way or another eventually, right? And they, you know, we're running out of rounds, so we got to double digits, which is huge for JDG, but still wasn't enough to bring it to the finish line. Just too slow of a start, it felt like, when EDG came into this looking like they were in the flow state. But I'm loving the Crownfisher confidence. I'm curious to see if he's going to go back to the duelist in our next map. of Haven or not, or if they're going to try and keep exploring these role changes. Because we mentioned, right, JDG don't necessarily need to care anymore about the group stage almost, right? They're probably not going to get that first or second seed of this group. Probably going to be in play-ins. So they want to figure out what works for them in this map pool more than anything else. And I do feel like an opponent like EDG is the perfect one to test yourself out against, because you're probably going to have to beat them if you want to be that first or second team. And now EDG Charlotte are one map away from Champions Shanghai.
Yeah, I do like what you're saying as well about EDG is a perfect team to test things out against, because you're not really expected to win anyway, but if you do, hey, that just lends even more credence to it. And I'll be honest, I was liking the look of what I was seeing on this map from JDG. Crownfisher looked like he had a new lease of life on this harbor role. But Jake Euro on the Jet certainly wasn't quite having the impact that I would have been looking for. I have to say, I'm not necessarily loving that change in his direction, particularly calling from that role. Feels a little bit difficult, but you know what I do love? It's the team comms.
有毒了，就毒下线了，要连子吗？扣我！要，左边，黑落连子一起架左边。来，3、2、1，右手要拉了，黄香。去帮队友扛，我去帮队友扛。我专烟了，左边拉了一个，左边拉了一个。我知道，左手有一个。来，我人多，2个至少这里，3个，好。歪拉了，麦跑没血。哦，凶了，把车给我架好了呀！怎么你们把我踩了？ 把你踩了吗？水上开飞机了，说吧，开飞机了，飞倒了。我可以丢个伞，我们要不要 pick 一下？这有尖啊！不要 pick 了，不要 pick 了，同志们。哦，光踩，黄香。在哪儿？这警掐吧，是不是？2楼，不要脸，还在。nice， 特，给到了。 哪里压了 ？B 点压了是吧？哎，捷特，可以掰转，1点压了，B 点压了。哎，退一下，还有个捷特万子。过，加 A 吧，来加 A。万哥，你干嘛？万哥，有没有要下包 ？Let's go！
Wow, and are we really surprised to see Kong and MVP on another screen again? Not really, but I think the team comms were the most surprising aspect for me there. You heard how vocal Jenny was in those mid rounds, in those late post plans, versus Chi-Chu was more that macro kind of early round caller like we know him to be. And on the flip side, I feel like Kong was super silent when he's locking in, fighting deep, not even asking for a util from his team. And then after he dies is when he gives all those death calms, so then his team can clutch up as well. And I think that does show some room for improvements in that regard, but again, if Kong started getting his and then some, does he really need the help?
I mean, we certainly saw him get set up with the utility as well, and I think you really get to see the fact that this is a core of the team that has been playing for each other for nearly 1,500 days, that they just know how each other work. They just have that on like an almost instinctive level. I mean, looking at the stats here, I'm very impressed by both Berlin and Crownfisher, but Berlin very nearly equaling Kang's ACS.
Yeah, I think, again, we mentioned it, Berlin and YU, I think the two that have something to prove. I think YU had some really nice impact kills throughout the series, but yeah, you're right, Berlin was the consistent factor. And considering I think he's been the player that has had a hard time in some of the JDG losses, ironically, the fact that he's able to bounce back against a tougher opponent in this regard is really telling. But I think what's more telling is just, again, the disparity in first kills between these two. Independent of that, I think the clutches were on rounds that were huge swings for JDG to finally come back. And the other thing is, as well, I think just both teams having super strong post-play conversions, which is so different from the last series that we were witnessing. So it's kind of cool to see that. But 13-10, huge respect to JDG for those results on a map that, again, they lost twice, so changed the composition with and come back stronger.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about keeping it close. They certainly made EDG sweat a little bit on this map, and maybe in a way that they might not have expected. Berlin's Hexagon here as well, looking very, very strong throughout the game. And yeah, 0.91 kills per round at the end of it too, which is very respectable, particularly when you're playing on that initiator role. But that's everything for map number 1. We had a lot of questions about what sort of compositions we were going to see on Haven, particularly from the EDG side. We will get those answered in our next map, but it has to be after this break.
You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. We can set the world on fire, fire.
Perhaps a closer map 1 than we were expecting, but it did eventually end in the manner with which we expected. A win, 13-10 to EDG on Breeze. Now, Zobi, we look towards Haven. I have thoughts about the EDG composition. We're running a Neon Waylay with Smoggy picking up the Waylay here.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Worried a little bit about the lack of flashes, considering we saw how instrumental they were for Jenny over on Breeze, and we recommended that if they were going to swap from Neon Rays, we should say the Neon Phoenix. And that's exactly what we're now seeing JDG lean into with Jake Kudo on the Phoenix. But all in all,
Kang Neon though is like, I feel like you have angles to play Jet on this map still. So
yeah.
That's a bit
this
of a
is
concern.
why we thought JDG picked in this, though. The Neon is just fundamentally weaker for Kong Kong, right? And that's something I think Kong Kong's been saying is like the biggest thing he wants to grow into is better flexibility, and it's been a consistent goal of his back since he was thrown onto Yoru in one of EDG's worst seasons. Like,
yeah, that was a rough time on the Yoru.
Yeah, so we're gonna see if there's better developments than the last rep, but again, EDG one map away from champions Shanghai. So they're going to be playing like every round matters. And we even saw the rounds where Kong Kong was taken out early on Breeze. The rest of the team was able to pick up the slack pretty easily and clutch out a lot of those moments. So not too concerned. It's nothing like Kong Kong's like propping this team up solo by any means this series. And all in all, jumping into the action. Once again, this is JDG's pick. So EDG opted to start out on that defensive half, and let's see what JDG and this very, very stark A entry look like when there's not just some Cypher util here to maybe clue them in. They make him think this is a solo stack, but there is a Waylay and an Omen behind it.
Chi-Chu doesn't even get an opportunity to see anyone, really. Just instantly cut down, and JDG on their way into the site, perfectly hitting their shots. Already a 2-on-5. They've just completely stolen control of A.
I mean, Chi-Chu just not aware of the timing. It was a perfect curveball paranoia combo onto Graffiti. Like, this was just mistakes upon mistakes for EDG and not something they should really look into too much. What you should look into is the fact that Jay Kuro is already more than halfway to this run it back in round number 1. And this should be the player that JDG sends forward to look for Kong Kong right now. And it's exactly what they're going to do, but with a frenzy on the close angle, of course it's going to get denied. Ghost upgraded, looking for more damage now. But there's crosses on crosses. This should be unwinnable. That's exactly what JD will secure with this pistol.
Yeah, very nicely done there, and a massive impact from J Kuro to get themselves this opening round here on Haven. Very, very strong, actually. Even the pick onto Heaven. We'll get the translators on that one ASAP as well.
It's gotta be something funny about the mistakes they made in that round. That would be my prediction, but in the meantime, Guardians aplenty for JDG, while your Outlaw is defaulting A side once again. In the meantime, little tiered gamble stack C side for the side of EDG. As it splinters apart, the spike cam should, gonna say, clue them in on this B fake out window, but the jump peak cancels it. JDG, as they start to reaccelerate A side, that's where the major forces for EDG have landed now.
Ground control to EDG. Got some enemies coming your way. That trait coming in from Smoggy allows him to perfectly isolate that very first kill. Hits the deck early, and now with the upgraded Guardian, he's absolutely decimated Berlin towards short. JDG left scrambling.
Yeah, trying to backpedal, but they never really got control elsewhere, so they still have to full clear everything. Curveball into garage, hand in hand. They're gonna leave YU deposited for garage reclear. I do like this pathing out of Smoggy a lot, actually. With 35 HP, it's dangerous to go alone. Speaking of going alone, the 1-for-1 trade for Kong Kong might just keep numbers intact. It forces YU to regroup as well, which would have been an opening, but he gets that kill, and once again, these better weapons are starting to do the legwork.
Fisher, though, has taken a bit of damage. Regen armor at least brings him back another 25 for EDG to try and chew through. With the Guardian, they're jumping round, jumping through. EDG are doubled up towards along. There's nobody starting to stick to the spike. Actually, it's not really planted for them. There's no way they can actually get onto this. Jenny sprayed down the last two with a Guardian. That's a complete disaster for JDG.
Yeah, getting thrifted on that second round by Edward Gaming. Just the proactivity there on getting this entry on the drop with the paranoia combo. Gets that weapon upgrade collected and leveraged on the rotate. Like, it's just kind of an act of pass the gun, and JDG knows that fundamentally they messed up from, like you mentioned, the plant location to maybe all playing off site. And they realized they had numbers disadvantage, so yeah, that's a tough one for sure. You do have the Bandits and the Run It Back together in coordination if Jay Kudo wants to make some magic happen, but the arsenal you're up against, I probably wouldn't, especially now that Ja is pinged down to 35 HP.
Taking some hefty damage at the opening stages of Round number 3 here. Kang. Maybe there was a world in which he gets caught from Garage, but instead he's double dipping in towards the mid fight. An Outlaw has been made to sing, and it's a beautiful tune that's going on right now. Because Kang's found a triple kill.
Yep, just barely outpaced that Paranoia, so they are good to go with that Outlaw. Again, it is the eco killer for a reason. I'm curious to see how effective some of these players will be with it once it gets full nerf, but for now, looking crazy on those transfers still. We got the reload off to then support his teammate before the Paranoia sets in, so yeah, up 2-1 here after losing the pistol. This is where we get to see those rifles come back in, and we also get to see that juxtaposed against Kong pulling out the operator, and looks like he wants to get a cheeky little kill outside of Garage with it too, and that's why Smoggy's getting so aggressive down A, is to try and funnel them back towards a mid default or C long.
A lot of info being gathered by JDG. Looks like that it's gonna go 5. Brute force in towards B, but I mean, YU's just been cut down by nobody. Smoggy deals with the running back from Jakura, and now Jenny's up top. He's not actually able to find the kill. It's Chichu instead to deal the damage. Crownfisher teleporting backside, gets a double. That's unbelievable work from him. But now he's been cut down by the operator Kang, and it's all on Jakuro. The IGL left to try and get something done here. Relay bot stuns him up, gets him round, and it's the bandit from Kang to seal the deal. What a chaotic round we've just witnessed.
And that was giving like some Redux level TP plays, I'm not gonna lie. From VCT Americas, just bold, brazen, but effective. Nonetheless, from JDG, and while EDG are able to stabilize and Kong relinquishes the operator, it was definitely close for comfort, and again, just unfortunate that does not go their way. So money dwindles once again. Now you use the run it back without conversion, and Ja is forced out with the hero Stinger to try and get some life breathed in to this A take.
Ichi's got the oversight from Tower, but dark cover in the way will prevent him from spotting these players coming in. I think he'll be aware of it though, just from the sound alone. Now his trips have been able to get a catch as well.
Saving camp for retake though is going to be huge.
Securo's down on 20 HP, so EDG still looking like they're favored in this one. Some shock darts coming in. EDG are taking their time on this, actually, making sure they're fully set up and ready. Now here comes the dive from these players, jumping round, double dashing through. And in the end, it's a 3-piece from Smoggy. EDG chipping in as well.
Oh, I mean, blink and you'll miss it. I didn't even feel like the big players, like that overdrive, were the ones that had the impact. Really nice Paranoia, and then honestly, it's the players scaling in by foot off the distraction of that double dive in that gets the legwork done, right? Smoggy obviously getting 3 there, I think, because he was the deepest committed and the hardest to track when you're also worried about the choke funneling and flooding. But all in all, EDG up to 4-1. Surprised we don't see a JDG timeout necessarily coming into this round because it is a bye. They do have that neural theft back online, and again, it feels like that must win before a defensive half snowballs in EDG's favor on an otherwise attack-sided map. So, again, a lot of things to consider, and things just got worse, right? Operator and Neodin both now on the A line, and that's all veiling the fact they've deposited Smoggy to get aggressive too.
Oh yeah, Kang a double with the operator. Make it 3 from this position. YU at least shuts him down. But blink and you miss it stuff. EDG now up to 5.
Yeah, so A is no longer an option for the time being, to put it lightly. If you are JDG, that'll be exactly when, if a timeout is called, they'll be switching like Kong to C. So again, keeping them guessing. We need more info gathering for sure on this JDG side. This is just going to keep happening. They're going to keep getting massacred, and for the eco, no timeout gets taken, and we are just running it back. I'm not saying we look hopeless just yet, but they're calling EDG's bluff, and are going to get it right for the time being. Not really full effective kill trips in place either just yet for Chichu, so this does look like it's going to be more of a retake-centric setup aside from Kong Kong trying to get a cheeky little op kill.
Kang. Ooh! Thought he was good for one there, but the Sheriff from Jagiro just hits a little bit quicker. Now the information coming in, nobody is able to utilize his Hunter's Fury, but he's just taken a shot completely out Smoggy there.
Okay. Conversion paths though, set up for the retake, and there it is, the run it back just in time ahead of it to get full HP back. Will it work for Smoggy?
Oh, Convergent Paths coming in. He's not able to land the shots. It's another big kill from Jagiro, but now he's cut down, and so are the rest of his team. Jenny and Chichu in the final moments come up big for EDG.
Yeah, let's just say for one of the hardest sites to retake in Valorant, EDG are making it look pretty dang easy. Again, they are breaking ankles with this Waylay dive in, even if it's not necessarily finding the kills. Last time it did. You get the follow-up from that Odin with nobody, and then just the rest of the players getting so much leg room as well, like Jenny did in that moment. And it's just Chichu as well out a window. It's a consistent funnel around that distractionary utility. So, all in all, it is getting quite late, actually, I just realized, in China. 11 p.m. there.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy to be playing competitive Val game.
11:03.
Wow, my bad. You know, maybe that clock's fast, you don't know. But all in all, 6-1. This timeout feels late, I'm not gonna lie, Charlotte.
Yeah, especially for being the first timeout, but now Coach Bale stepping in. With Haven, you expect it to be an attacker-sided map, I'd wager, and it's not looking that way so far. Even if JDG now go flawless for the rest of the half, it'll end up even.
Yeah, I'm surprised they went away from their mid-default. I feel like that's where they were getting the most leg room, and I feel like the pacing they could take with the Phoenix as well, the pathing through Garage was super effective. And I feel like that's where you're least likely to run in the Operator, or most likely to shut it down as well. So I kind of want to see that from them, both on the eco round and the subsequent buy. But we'll see if that's what Bale aligns with or not. Because, yeah, I mean, the Operator right now has been C-long, or it has been B, or it's been A-long. So it's kind of a coin toss where they're putting it. And it's going to come down to what EDG's sole read is on this round.
We'll see where they go. Well, back to the mid default, which is a positive sign. DRG, point of focus. Oh, the recon though is absolutely big for nobody. He's got that Odin. He's mowed down Jagiro, the wall. Or the door, sorry, does save the life of his teammates for now. And JDG refighting as Jenny trying to get away, but the ultimate doesn't quite succeed. He's still good for one. Meanwhile,
he just shrouded step. How does he do that? He cancels the from the shadows.
I don't know. I think he didn't click. He clicked off of the map, so it just went nah. Not allowed to TP, and he had to get creative. Now the shots through the wall from YU very nearly.
Pretty creative.
Hit their mark.
He's making noise. Look at where Ja is. They're trying to get him to go full scale flank mode. And I think that's the last angle that EDG are going to be holding, right? They're holding hallway towards C-long. They're holding, obviously, front door, but nobody's looking at that back window. And I think now that they've cut noise, I think now it'll be question marks popping up for EDG, and this flank's not going to have full efficacy. You have 30 seconds left. Yeah, you have info, but that's not going to help you, because now how do you fight into this 3-stacked in Garage? Well, that's one way.
Yep. Neural
That's the
Theft
second way.
is coming in absolutely huge. Pankang's now in a clutch situation himself. First shot doesn't quite land, but look at the time. JDG gonna have to try and hope that they get the kill, but slide round the shorty, gets it done. Kang win! What is that? Mechanical fail. He thought he got the kill. I guess.
I don't think he did. I don't think he did. I think he just panicked and tried to get out of the way.
Yeah.
But this is crazy. Like, we just said that the common pathing for them is to go from a mid-default into Garage, and then there's a perfect counter setup with that Recon Odin in window. Like, the fact that JDG are able to stabilize and win that round is near miracle-like, and yeah, YU was definitely at the core of that.
fact that he nearly whiffed that shot too, like it wasn't clean by any stretch of the imagination.
Wow.
Kang, oh, again, double dipping. Gets shut down. I mean, he's... Last couple rounds, the operator has been a bit of a detriment for him.
I'm liking how Zhe's actually been picking up the operator. Had it last round, found one. Found obviously Kong this round, which is huge. That's an overdrive offline, but we still need them to get on to a site early is my only qualm, right? They've been running out of time. That's been their biggest pressure crunch, and now drone is full cleared C. It's forced the pivot now for Phoenix. WOL as well. And this is interesting, them actually backpedaling into A. I mean, yeah, why you got down short, but you need Zhe to get this kill on the rotate, and then you need to get past all the Cypher trips on A. Like, I'm still a bit worried that nobody and Chichu could pop off here.
Yeah, Chichu, that's a big double. Now nobody jumping down from heaven.
Trying to survive.
I think they're aware. Oh, no, they are aware of him. Zhe comes in with the operator, and well, I mean, the fight that happened towards B there felt like Jenny was certainly aware that the operator was holding that line. He went for a bit of a wider swing, but Zhe just read into that perfectly, didn't quite click the trigger straight away, and instead just waited until Jenny had stopped moving. Really, really nice work there from him, finding his feet a little bit in this round with a 3K, and well, JDG now have that exact same number.
Yeah, I think EDG are not going to be able to take these dry early fights as much anymore. And Zhe with his operator has become very, very dangerous on the attack. Full leveraging, I think the impact of this double duelist has. Even if Jake Kuro's not at the top of the leaderboard, it's like Zhe ops, I entry is the idea here. I think Berlin's doing a good job shutting it up. Same with Crown Fisher. But we just questioned if they were going to have a full role swap, remember? And the Omen's looking also pretty nice. So, all in all, EDG looking to interfere with this operator a different way.
This Yuri coming in, nobody on the site itself, still good for one, but an ultimate is just so damaging. Kang, despite it, still finds himself one. And a 4v2 that JDG have to navigate now.
I'm more confused how Zhe with the operator is the first one into that C-side exec, right? I'm gonna say he's your duelist, but he's opping, right? Like, Jake Kuro was so close to the ultimate, but now a 2v4 that EDG did not want to lose as they're on the precipice of confirming a lead in the half, so information on the late pivot comes through. Hong Kong. Position confirmed, but JDG don't try and challenge it. They just want to complete the rotation, and I don't think they're even going to be granted that luxury, right? Trips, rotations, everything is here.
Yeah, Kang's on low HP thanks to the Hunter's Fury from earlier. That's at least a positive, but he's still been able to take down YU. Now going in for more. Just Berlin left in short. He's found the first onto Smoggy. Really nice isolation, but now the high-low setup is there for EDG. With that 7th round, they secure themselves a lead at the half.
Exactly what they were hoping for when they dipped into the ult reserves just a touch. But yeah, this moment here, right? It's just like, nice that they probably 3-2-1'd it together, but still, it's an operator that you're going in alongside Jake Kuro with, and it's not going to work out like that. So, again, to me, the defaulting is not as effective as it could be for JDG side, but that's because EDG has stopped peeking everything, right? Like, Hong Kong's no longer on the operator, right? They're waiting for you to fight into their traps, into their sites, and I think that's been a great adjustment from Edward Gaming as well. And EDG, money reset again. Smoggy with the judge. This is so smart.
Yeah, he just about hides himself away from the recon there as well. Now is the Hunter's Fury to try and prevent anyone from getting that trade follow-up. He's still in the corner, and he's taking down Crown Fisher, looking for more. Gonna get more, in fact. Berlin's been taken down, and Kang just going forwards with it. Chichu finds another answer. JKuro is doing his damnedest, but with 3 bodies flying towards you, there's now you can do about it.
It's like we interrupt your regularly scheduled broadcast for WK Gaming, brought to you by Edward Gaming, and that's how that run pretty much concludes. So, all in all, this is the kind of disrespect balance that we wanted. We wanted them to take these kind of risks. Like, yeah, it's Nico, but Smoggy as a judge, just go hunt them down. And obviously, it's the confidence that comes from understanding that they have a weaker buy, but all in all, I think that's what's allowed them to have now a similarly dominant half to the first map. Looking to push it over the edge, get a 9-3 over an 8-4. We'll see if they can do it, as it's gonna be probably 4 out of 5 ultimates here pretty soon for JDG, as Shaw is just one off from that overdrive. But again, I haven't seen very intentional planning from JDG with these ultimates either, right? I feel like that was something we saw from Wolves, we saw from DRG in our previous series, and here it's just non-existent.
Drone making its way towards main. EDG looking for that information, but instead Kang certainly found a fair few players himself.
Here we go.
Neural theft coming in as well. Information for JDG now abounding, but they want to get out of here. Trying to escape from the A site. Smoggy and Nobody going for the spams, but they just don't connect. Meanwhile, Crownfisher is, well, in the defender spawn.
Yeah, you mentioned attention around these ultimates. I think we finally saw it on the execute from JDG, and it was all fake pressure because of how this alert panned out from Crownfisher.
Still on site.
Yeah, he got some damage done, but immediately refragged, and now it's just kind of back to normal while numbers favor JDG in the slightest.
A big crunch coming in here. That flash is absolutely huge. And JDG trade themselves out. The numbers come through perfectly. But they're still trailing by 4 rounds as we head into the switch. It's an 8-4 half for EDG.
Once again, just like Breeze. So this pistol is going to be ever important. And we would say the 8-4 is like great. It just comes down to then the side that was starting on as well. So again, could have been better for JDG to say the least. And then getting thrifted obviously just takes some time to correct. And once they did, that's when they got back to collecting some of those rounds before this half was up. But yeah, halftime, a little bit to breathe. The squad, talk things over, figure out how you're going to navigate both of these teams' newly implemented compositions in the long run.
It's been a good day of esports so far. Obviously, seeming unlikely that we're going to see all 9 maps of the day because EDG have the lead. They're going into what should be the favoured side on this map as well. Even still, I mean, I guess the crowd might be thankful of that as well as the time ticks later and later.
And it's a Sunday, so probably got work tomorrow.
That's also true, yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen a good set of teams though. High in action, high in excitement. Nova Trace as well this morning that we didn't cast, but that was also a very good game.
Double Gaia enjoyers. You don't see that every day. Between Smoggy and Chichu.
Pretty good skin, to be fair.
Yeah, I have it too.
I don't.
Like the buddy combos you can do.
One of the ones I would consider buying. We come back to our regularly scheduled skin conversations at the half, apparently.
As we should. We need to break mentally like the players do, alright? But look at this. A little copium towards the JDG comeback once again. 81% on the pistols here.
Yeah.
Obviously a larger sample size.
Half.
Yeah.
Didn't necessarily work out for them.
Yeah, we need a second round 50 conversion percentage, thanks. But
yeah. That's the more important statistic.
Yeah. This is where I think the lack of flashes are going to get tested on that EDG side, right? But for now, I was going to say, I thought Nobody was about to slick away, but it is traded off for at least control over here towards this C space. I haven't quite broken the backside trips, but Spike will go down nonetheless, and Kong's on a route to interrupt this retake.
Oh yeah, big kill. Second one not quite there. The follow-up's not landing. YU's found a double inside a garage. Now Berlin totals that same number throughout the round. Smoggy's trying to hold them off. But a full house in the end from JDG gets them double pistol on this map.
Very, very impressive. And again, this is their map pick, so you would hope that those kind of set plays work out. And again, they definitely caught EDG off guard, which I feel like I've been saying a lot in this series. So kudos to the colorfulness of that strat book from JDG. But all in all, it was just winning a lot of outright fights as well. So we'll see how the buy-up converts, and hopefully they don't get ecoed again, right? Right.
Surely.
Surely.
Surely. Tempting fate, as always.
Oh?
Just what we commentators do.
Not scaling into garage. Gonna speed things up real quick off the double dive in this paranoia recon combo.
Some no information. Jakuro, purple round the side, looking to try and get the kills. YU's under a lot of pressure. The heat really building up towards the site. Nobody finding the opening kill, but EDG have at the very least been halted in their approach for now. Turning their attention towards B, perhaps.
That's pretty credited to J. Kuro on that regard. Now that that weapon's been carried over, they're going to keep the door pressure and hope that their players on site. Number one, EDG would get past, and they could also distract for the wrap to come through from Smoggy, but not really working out. And Crown Fisher on the reclear does, in fact, work out. So I'm still waiting for that proactivity from a player like Chichu, like Smoggy, because they need that kill to dictate where this spike should rotate to, because it is still in spawn.
Only just now making their way towards the C site, which is vacant. And still, if they get this planted, Smoggy's on 11 HP inside of Garage, and Chichu's nowhere near this. Just going to be playing for that late wrap. Doesn't want to be too far away.
Spike money on the eco, not too shabby. Like you mentioned, one Retook Avenue narrowed down by the shorty. Very thorough, though, from JDG. Not gonna let that one fly.
That's a shock dart to come in, but nobody. Oh, he's walked into the trap. Meanwhile, Chichu just continuing to walk forwards. At what point does it get considered? Well, about then. Crown Fisher snaps over. And the round comes in for JDG.
Yeah. No, I like how they balanced riskiness with some of the lower tier weapons that they were carrying over, and then the rest is when they locked in and got serious. Yeah, there was no real chances there. Some of the regroups coming in a bit too late, like that flank from Chichu through spawn, so some miscalculations, and it feels like some of these team play timings, but we'll see if they improve once they get full weaponry in hand, right? Third round of the half. His bonus a bit scary on the JDG side, especially with EDG once again staring down mid, but we'll see how Crown Fisher and J. Kodo are able to lift each other up in these early round engagements.
Well, very early on, the spam's coming through towards the B side. Crown Fisher though has got a judge. And he's found his mark this time. That shotgun working in EDG's favor. Smoggy has also been taken down. Jakura with a massive kill towards the top of the B site. EDG make their way in, but it's at a deficit.
Slight one at that. That's gonna be hard to retake with, but good information on positions for EDG.
Yeah, ooh, very nice kill actually from Jenny, but YU has found the answer. Jay's on the wrap behind. Jenny's in so much trouble. With no ammunition left in the gun. Feels like an unlikely way to go. JDG have 3 in a row to start this off.
Yeah, 1 round I think it is now, separating these two, and
yeah.
I will say I'm waiting till Autumn takes that time out. If they take the time out and then don't convert out of it, that's when the worry starts to grow, because we saw this kind of lull in momentum. Took the time out and going right back to closing out the map in Breeze. I could see something very similar happening here, because overall the ideas are good. And second, we are getting that timeout. JDG have 1 more though, which is the silver lining for them as well, a little bit later in this comeback arc, but EDG. Obviously this isn't your map pick, so now you're not on your choice starting side, but gotta show us more of what you got.
We need to see the team that won Stage 2, that made it to 3rd place at Masters London with an upper bracket run through the playoffs until they met their fate against both Paper X and Leviathan, who, you know, 2 very, very strong teams. for obvious reasons.
Well, timeout comes to a close. We will be getting back into the action. EDG trying to grasp at straws to keep this lead on their side. As the Super Day with VCT China comes to a close, and as I mentioned, EDG is one map off from qualifying to Masters. This is Champions Shanghai. I'm just getting flashbacks to Masters Shanghai every time, I guess, but the Stinger Squad's a scary thing to witness. I'm not gonna lie here. And it's grouped up on A, so they might be able to like fight down and get behind a slight take from JDG, but we recommend JDG go back some of these defaults, and now DRG taking suit and following suit. Leveraging these stingers on the close angles. Effective pathing through garage, and they have a double backside anchor, but Smoggy's done a great job of overwhelming that, to say the least.
Yeah,
so
really nicely done, and Chichu as well. It's low by weapons coming up with the goods for EDG. Loads of stinger impact coming in. Now Jay's trying to creep on round. He's not finding the success. Smoggy has his number, and EDG keep themselves in front.
That is like one of those third big swing rounds we've seen EDG able to win off of an eco, right? And again, it's this attention draw. Again, it's this combative utility, and again, just some of the mechanics shining through. Nobody on that transfer is absurd, right? Close logs with a stinger just sweeping on through. And I feel like VCT China doesn't lean into the stinger meta a lot. And so it's refreshing to see EDG do out of a timeout. So maybe that's some of Autumn's sprinkled influence, but this is where things get real. Rifles, ultimates for both sides. EDG knocking on the door up double digits. This is their big round to win.
Oh, I'm a bit nervous for Zhe here. Operator up close to the smoke, but dark cover fades, and he's been able to find a solid angle. Oh, the shot doesn't quite clear him out. Nobody gets cut down in the entry into it. Kak pushing on forwards, getting aggressive. Chichu as well, taking down Jakiro. It's a bedlam, honestly, on the entrance into the site, but it works out in their favor. YU on the very quick flank round, but Trip in the way. He's now forced to find a different angle. And it means EDG can be a little bit more secure, that all they need to do is watch the defensive side. But I mean, that's a clean kill from Crownfisher to open up the scoring on this retake. Neural Theft coming in as well for the information, but Smoggy up towards Heaven. That's a good first kill. Crownfisher answering back again. He's found a third. Chichu, a brilliant first tap. Double dips in for the second. In the crucial moments, he comes up with the goods.
It is just competing clutch genes in the server right now between Crownfisher and Chichu, and one on a role they played for so long versus one they are just debuting in, both equally as lethal, but at the last second, just Chichu from shore. And I was so confused as well. I'm like, why is Smoggy re-engaging there, right? Giving these kills so early on. I think they were just so worried about that second ping of the Cypher ult, but no, that's one definitely to regret, right? Crownfisher was on a heater, was on par for that 4K and that closeout, and now your money's reset aside from that Zhe heater rifle, and EDG are on track for 11, and they'll probably stockpile ultimates to try and snowball that 12th, so this is such a bad position for JDG to be in, and they need an eco round win of their own.
Yeah, a lot being called for. You're looking at Zhe with that hero rifle, but now he's been cut down. Jakuro also one to hit the deck. Crownfisher again, a massive player, but only one kill with that Sheriff, and now he's in the dirt. Berlin has also been huge, the biggest performer for JDG in the first map, but nothing to be done here. EDG, they're back on form.
There we go. As mentioned, they deny another eco. They get back up with those ultimates unutilized. And this is going to be that must-win round to stay alive in this series for JDG, right? You're still gonna have that run it back, you're still gonna have that Hunter's Fury. And it's just gonna be so difficult because Conversion Path has just come online. The Neural Theft and the Hunter's Fury have been there. And that's exactly why JDG saved their last time out for this moment. If they win this, they convert a few rounds of momentum. JDG will take their final timeout, and Bale will have another chance to talk with the team. But for now, I don't even know. It just feels like EDG have simplified things. They're deathballing towards sites, and it is working.
Last chance saloon, really, for JDG. A lot to be called for, a lot to be asked for. And when you look at the sort of things that have been happening in the server, it's been a bit diabolical, to be honest, and unlucky in a few of these rounds. I think that they've not been able to find more success, but exactly what EDG can do. They themselves sit just 2 rounds away from not just winning the series, but getting themselves a guaranteed spot at Champions Shanghai, answering 3 in a row with 3 of their own. This is going to be a chaotic round, Charlotte. That's all I can say. Joe's also one up in the overdrive. Oh, of course, of course. I'm more surprised. You see JDG and where Joe's positioning is? He looks like he wants to fight down window. J Kuro as well can flash out of garage. And I think EDG is going to dodge all of this with this very, very pacey death ball into A off the convergent pass. They don't care about the Cypher trips. Yeah, absolutely no care in the world. Jenny also gets in from the shadows. How did not pinged out? Perfect control, and now Yu's been spotted up in heaven. He's got to dip away. Jenny also in a bit of trouble. Jay's found the opening kill, but now he's been cut down. That's a double from Kankan before he too hits the deck. J Kuro in the ultimate. Nothing quite left to find, and now it is just this one player, Crown Fisher. Good for one. Taking down Kankan, but nobody has the spike. He can just escape from this. I mean, so many trades upon trades, and the repositioning from EDG around the cages, around the fast lane, were exemplary. Mind games now aplenty. Cancelled it. But nobody, yeah, his resolve unwavering on this C rotate. Raycon will be back online. Double shocks. That would kill Crown Fisher if the communication from the team of how low he is are in fact there. 2 players so low on HP. 30 and 50. Split screen view to try and find one of these players will win this round. Crownfisher's making his way towards the site. He's got to get a move on that spike. Continuing to
just take the shock. He's going to shock into the smoke. This is not going to be good.
Surely, well, that's a recon just to try and get the first tag, and it absolutely has. Crownfisher's just trying to stick this one. The first shot comes in. It's not quite hit its mark, but the second one does. Nobody plays it perfectly and gets EDG now just 1 round away. Yeah, I mean, the team were probably just trying to remember if they have been utilized or not, and they were just hopeful that it hadn't. And so low HP, right? You have no clue how that's going to play out. But it was, I think, once again, just this stark pairing between Smoggy and Kong Kong that were effectively entering into sight. And there was so much Jutsu dumped in, but not enough scaling behind it on that A site from JDG before the pivot, before the 1v1 occurred. But match point. 1 more round needed to send EDG to Champions Shanghai, and it is a broken bye on the other side that doesn't inspire much hope, but 5 rounds needed to get to overtime for JDG. They had the right side, they had the right fight, but will they make it fruitful? No, at least not at the very start of it. Sure, cut down early, and he's one of the people that had a rifle. Now Crown Fisher has been put dead in the ground. The Hunter's Fury from nobody hitting its mark, and Chichu just going with the snail train of smokes to get to the site itself. He spotted YU, not quite able to get the kill. Now the Hunter. Where they sacrifice. Now the neural theft, sorry. Getting the information. J Kuro can only get 1. While the rest of his team crumble, he will too. EDG, not just with a statement win, not just a 2-0, but qualification to Champions. They will be fighting in Shanghai to get their 2nd world title. Wow, and despite an 0-2, I will say JDG, the scorelines were respectable on both of those maps. And again, we're taking all of these matchups with a grain of salt when people know that their standings aren't going to be enough to be those top seeds, and they know they'll be going to playoffs. They don't want to reveal their firsthand. They want to workshop things, find their identities behind the scenes. And I think I'm liking what I'm seeing with this new double duelist and Crown Fisher on smokes. It just is going to take more time, more reps. And that's something obviously that I think they got to practice against EDG. If this is what it looked like against EDG, imagine what it'll look like against other teams. Yeah, for sure. This EDG, a very tricky opponent. The current champions of this region. And had everything to lose, right? They were the ones fighting for something versus JDG were just like, we can win or lose. Yeah, but showing that pedigree, I guess, even when things got a little bit sketchy, a little bit shaky, They just found a way, and that's the thing about this team. They always seem to just find a way to get through, get by, get those wins. And even when they weren't necessarily the team at the top, you know, looking at 2024, 2025 as well, they didn't win since kickoff. But now they're back and they are feeling themselves. Strong performance at London, and continuing those performances into Stage 2. Obviously a blip against Tai Lu, who have been performing well themselves. This is the time, really, that they need.
Absolutely, and we're going to throw it down to an interview with the one, the only, Kong Kong.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 EDG 的 ZMJ KK。
欢迎你赢下这场比赛，也意味着 EDG 成功进入到了上海全球。
It means that you've winning this match means you've qualified for champions.
格外的意义的。那此时此刻，要不要也跟我们分享
Yeah, how do you feel right now?
心情肯定是很开心嘛，因为
Yeah, of course we're really happy.
进入，但是我觉得我们还没有拿到最佳状态。对。
But he says that maybe we still haven't found our best form yet.
就算是锁定了
Even though we've locked champions.
名额，但是我想以1号。
But I want to go as the first seed.
是的，相信你们什么时候都不会懈怠。那今天这场比赛，微风岛屿可能 JDG 的一个团队配合，包括 Crown Fisher 柏林选手，他们个人能力的发挥也是非常惊人的。当时在提前拿到盘点的时候，他们连续追分，那个时候是如何去应对
So when you guys got to match point on Breeze, like JDG made it kind of quite a comeback. So what was the thought process there?
沟通虽然说被追分了，但是大家的沟通其实都是让大家。
He was like, he says that the calls are actually pretty good, but I think we were rushing things a little bit too much.
那第二赛段也是第一次打隐士修索这张地图。
And first time playing Haven in Stage 2. And we saw like Smoggy's Whaley and your Neon. And so what's the consideration behind the comp?
怎么说呢？就是。 哎呀
He doesn't know what to say.
不知道说什么。这张图就是阿汤姆说让我杰特霓虹2选1，我就选。
And he says that Autumn told him to choose between Jet and Neon, so he chose Neon.
对，因为张昭维雷玩得很好嘛，然后再加上 Nobody 这个赛段确实打得很。
And he says that Smoggy's been very good in Whaley, and nobody's also been playing very well.
400多 ACS， 这一场是300多 ACS， 我觉得。
It's like the ACSs have been like popping off recently.
是的，我们从上一场比赛就看到了 Nobody 选手的发挥，真的是一个非常强的带枪指挥。那可能从你们回到这边长沙之后，第一场比赛会稍微有一些低迷，但是之后2场比赛都是一个2-0，状态非常的好。你觉得找回状态的关键
Yeah, what's the key behind finding your form after the first loss in Stage 2?
应该是长沙这座城市的热闹的粉丝让。
And he says that it's definitely because of the fans. Everyone's so passionate. You've given us so much energy.
是的，是长沙粉丝的热情让大家可以打得越来越好。那今天盛宇也来到了现场，伴随着宇哥亲口。
And do you have anything to say to your idol? What do you think?
我老大哥在台上唱以下犯上，我登场过后我就只有一个想法，我今天绝对不能输。
And he says that he only had one thought after his idol was on the stage and rapping that. He was just like, we cannot lose today. I want to like blow the stage up. I want to light it up.
那你看到今天你和宇哥一起在台上比了以下犯上这个手势，赢下比赛之后有没有什么特别想要对
And anything do you want to say to him?
就是一直以来我都希望大家知道，我只是在传承着 C Blood 他们的精神。
And he says that I want everyone to know that I've only been carrying on this kind of energy from my idol.
以下犯上，和我兄弟在底下站上。
我相信所有的观众也感受到
哇哦
了这份热情，这份精神。再次感谢康康。那接下来也让我们用联
And that's it for this view. It's time for a selfie and the pressure for the audience.
好尬啊！
很帅。
I'm surprised that Kang chose the Neon, to be honest with you. That's one of my main takeaways from the interview there, Zobi. But seems to be having a great time today, so, you know, can't really have too many comments on that.
Yeah, and all of the reasons that we said were why they couldn't lose definitely came into fruition. I also love the mascot pose with the Kong Kong as well for the selfie. I think that was terrific, but Yeah. Well, it's good that they recognize that there's still more work to be done for their current form, because a team like JDG pushed them as far as they did. Like, there's a real like world where this went 3 maps, so some of those ecos didn't come into fruition in EDG's favor. And I think I really want to see another team test them on their Haven, because I think they need that kind of, I guess, that awakening, like that rude awakening, right, of the work it might require. Because I think, like, obviously their breeze got pushed, and I think there were some good things identified in terms of pacing and miscomms, but we need that identification still on Haven for them.
Yeah, we do. I mean, a win's a win at the end of the day, though, as well, right? That's the key thing, and this win meaning more than others due to that Champions qualification. But at the end of the day, JDG put up a good fight, and there's so many positive signs for them coming into this the rest of the stage. Obviously, no chance of elimination through groups as well. It's something we talked about a lot. They have to fight through play-ins, but it does mean that there's more chances for that experimentation, more chances in case things go wrong. Well, it seems like JDG are trending in the right direction.
Yeah, and one last thing about that interview as well. I feel like that Kong was like, we want that first seed as well, right? They don't want to play through the groups, which we know can be precarious at both Masters and Champions levels events, the last two being full examples of that. But all in all, again, this Haven was so impressive that I just want to take a little lesson in on how the comms improve between Breeze and Haven.
C 封烟了 ，C 封烟了。可能回来，我不打了，我养他了，我养他了，我们就回了。我给 B 封个烟，把他们小摸了。啥意思？哎，他推了，进了吗？球啊！大哥进了，进了，一小摸。大哥，你们这么坑啊！哎呀，我架着右手，别急，跳烟行吗？给我跳烟，你们俩跳，跳了右边。3秒间，别急。2秒。我还有烟呢，我们可以逼他的。谁打一个？我跳。嘎点，先嘎点。 有烟，得拆一点，得拆。我来拆，你们去掉。还能拆，直接拆，两个拆。点枪，我没有道具了，我来。能回房，去二楼。我没血了，能进吗？我来了，我有黑。上3个，看到没？4个，我推帮你黑。A 小一个，推了。好，楼下。A 小一个，2下110，100小。进！我封烟了，我不推黑了，我把黑留着。给抽回。小门火蓝反刷了，小心打出来。那个啥，你们？我推小门。出了，警察出了。火蓝死了。还有一个，看着小门，120。这个 A 的 A 射箭了。C 大包，兄弟。别送，都别送。还有卡座了，大哥。 这边2500啊，没钱呢。哎，警察！Nice，Let's go！ 你烟雾弹怎么冲的比决斗者还快啊
？Nobody. An MVP performance from the IGL. Nobody with 336 ACS and 80% cast as well. I mean, listen, he was calling, he was shooting, he was doing pretty much everything that EDG needed from him.
Yeah, I think it proves that Kong doesn't need to be the top of the top, and also proves that the Neon still has more work to go than the Jet, but all in all, yeah, a full-on Hexagon, no big surprise there. I mean, you can count JDG's mixed performance. Of course, in the server is going to be a lot lower of an average. 8 multi-kills is crazy as well, by the way. I just need to put that one out there. But yeah, I feel like he was at the core, especially when that Odin came online for a while. That was just so detrimental. I think is what made him the MVP for sure, was his multi-frags playing around the operator, so kind of baiting it almost and trading it out, and also the key of some of these traps after they conditioned JDG for so long. But I also want to highlight, like I mentioned, what I wanted to see in the difference between the Breeze and Haven communications was I did see Kong asking for a lot more and asking to like tag team off of his teammates a lot more, and I think that did show in how they were navigating the double duelist in this map versus the previous map where Kong was off doing a lot of things on his own, right? It was very self-propelled versus this was, again, team, very centric is the best way to put it. And I think even just the stats back up that it was very team centric, and Kong wasn't too far behind in the MVP department either comparatively to Nobody, right? It was both of them in conjunction that I think made this so detrimental. But all in all, again, I'm seeing promise from this new JDG compositional approach, right? We mentioned Jakuro and Jun, how they had a slower start on Breeze, the double duelist. Here they heated up and were just behind Crown Fisher, who also has had no detriments to switching over to the controller role in terms of his individual fragging power, which is exactly what you want to see. Usually that trade-off comes with, again, a player, you know, cooling off a little bit while they adapt to a new role. That did not happen. And against such a difficult opponent here as well, it's going to be super promising moving forward.
Yeah, I think when you talk about a team performance from EDG as well, you look at the assist counts. Nobody with 11, Jenny with 16 assists through that map as well. But EDG taking things 2-0. Actually, the opening kills a little bit more balanced than the scoreline that we ended up seeing. But again, solid victory from the side of EDG, and they show why they're champions, I guess, because even despite some of the scrappiness, they still fought back and they still didn't drop a map.
Yeah, you could definitely see how fluid they were when they fell into the systems of the protocols that worked for them. It's just when that mismatch, the pacing in JDG was ticking, it took some time, and even once in a while Autumn to step in and put them back on the right track.
Now, for sure. Thinking back to the rest of the day as well, I suppose, is a fairly good idea. We saw a very, very close 2-1 victory from Nova Esports against Trace Esports. That was a very close game, ended in overtime on the last map there. And then obviously we just saw as well Wolves taking on DRG, and it was Wolves that came out on top in that regard too. So that was a 2-1 there. And then EDG we just saw defeat JDG by 2-0.
And I think I saw that like Swagstar wasn't feeling the greatest during his match as well, which I think that makes that 2-1 that much more impressive because he is that it factor for that squad. But I will have to say, not just because we casted it, but the DRG Wolves one was more entertaining. Just seeing Wolves truly dig in and push through some of those difficult moments and come out on top as this newer squad. And especially after what I talked to Alex and Spring about prior, and it coming to fruition is really, really fun to see that full circle moment.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the rest of the games, because that's the end of week 2 of the group stage here for VCT China, but week 3 does start tomorrow. So still no rest when we get to the games. I guess before we talk about the games, actually, let's look at the top performers from throughout the day.
Ooh,
CB and
Kong Kong
from that first game. Nobody in Kong Kong as well from this one, but topping the scoreboard, Glacier with 286 ACS and 1.49 KDA. Look at Nobody, so 2.16. Hello.
Oh, yeah, that is lethal. You can see it has little number 1 by it as well. So, yeah, everyone doing their job for sure. But this is where things get interesting, is the standings, because you mentioned week 3 starting, and I think that tomorrow actually confirms a lot in terms of the standings. If Titan Esports Club lose to AG, Titan Esports Club are locked in as that 6th seed in their group, unfortunately. And if BLG win versus XLG, BLG is confirmed first, independent maybe of how that XLG Wolves game will go. And then that would be kind of for that 2nd and 3rd spot potentially, which is kind of what I really, really want to have happen, Charlotte, because I want that XLG Wolves game to mean something, and for it to be like, oh, they have to win by like a 2-0, or they have to win by this number of rounds, because that's when you know that Wolves have that pressure behind them where they might be able to skip plans altogether.
Yeah, but when you look at XLG's game tomorrow against Billy, we already talked about the stakes for Billy. A win would confirm them top of the group, skipping the play-ins altogether. But for XLG, if Titan Esports Club can beat All Gamers and XLG can claim their win up against Billy in the 2nd match of the day, then XLG will also be secured for Champions Paris, because the point standings are looking pretty darn close when it comes to both EDG and XLG. Only a couple points separating them, so, you know, the same sort of parameters apply there. And it does mean that, for all intents and purposes, XLG very much looking like they will be secured for Champions, even if they don't make the grand final as well. So things starting to really come into shape here in VCT Xi'an.
I'm so excited that we would get XLG at Champions. I really want to see what they're going to be able to accomplish, considering the ground and the respect they put on their name after big spread community doubt, I think. And then they proved them all wrong in London, and now they'll be back in their kind of home court over in Champion Shanghai. But if you thought that the Super Days were bangers with back-to-back best of threes for 3 in a row, you guys are going to have so much fun this last week 3, because there are no breaks. There are matches every single day. And as we mentioned, stakes on every day unfolding, not just for Champion Shanghai, but also for playoffs versus play-ins. So, I mean, Charlotte, we have just started digging into those people, like punching their tickets and all that, and like, it's gonna get even spicier from here, right?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we got 4 games of groups left to go, and then we've also have the seeding matches as well, which maybe don't seem like much, but that can really dictate your path through play-ins to make it to the playoffs itself. It becomes so important that you can get yourselves a good seed, and you maybe can get yourselves into a higher round of the play-ins as well. There's a lot of buys coming in, and the tier 2 teams playing against the bottom teams of the groups, and just to avoid that maelstrom is really, really important. But that's all to come next week. For now, after this very, very long day of games, it is finally time for us to close. So we aren't going to waste any more of your time. Let's just say goodbye then.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with